If I could get Joseph Langford over to our tournament manager table over by our event pits, or event fields. If I get Joseph Langford over by our event table here, I have your credit card and an Amazon account, and you should get here quickly. We have a few minutes before opening ceremonies at 1:30, and our referees are getting bored, so they've gone ahead and opened up our skills fields. So if you have been inspected, you can go ahead and get in that skills line. We'll go ahead and get a couple of those runs in early. We will be starting our opening ceremonies promptly at 1:30 to make sure our 2 o'clock match kicks off at the right time. So we do have our skills fields open, and our opening ceremony will be at 1:30. All right, our opening ceremonies are going to be opening shortly in about 12 minutes. So at 1:30, we'll be coming to our main fields to introduce our event as well as do our drivers meeting. So keep in mind that in about 12 minutes, we do want teams to come up here so we can all meet together and get this thing kicked off. So at 1:30 sharp, we will be opening our event. right, we only have 5 minutes until we open up our event. If we could get our teams to go ahead and start moving towards our competition fields. If you are in skills, you may put your robot down and hold your spot from where it is right now. Practice fields are closed, and we should be making our way up here to the competition fields. We will also be holding our drivers meeting immediately after we open the event. So again, teams, go ahead and start making your way over here to the competition fields. We want to make sure everyone is here to be able to open up and explain everything that's going on today. And we'll make sure to open this to get this going quickly, because we want to start our first match sharply at 2 p.m. We will be starting opening ceremonies in about 4 minutes. You do want to make your way to the competition fields. Teams should be making their way to the competition fields. About 2 minutes till we start our opening ceremonies. Teams should be making their way down to the competition field. If you can't quite find room, just get as close as you can. That way you can hear all of our announcements. About 45 seconds, so we're going to start our event. If we can get everyone moving again towards the competition fields. 5 minutes to go through my spiel. Where's the lead go? I don't know. All right, referee. If I get my referees over here. Spencer. Don't know. Spencer. So what we're going to do is I'm going to do my spiel, play the video. I'm going to hand it off to Will. Will introduce everybody. We just want to make sure all your pretty faces are here so they know who will be yelling at them for the rest of the day.
And at least we don't have Dwayne here to break everyone's
We don't have Dwayne to break everyone's okay. All right, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Carolina Countdown. We are so excited to have you on New Year's Eve. There's obviously nothing better we could be doing than competing with robotics. We have teams from 14 states and Canada here today, and we cannot wait to see what all the amazing things these students have done and how they're going to compete. Now, a few important things as we start our event is it's very important for us to make sure we are on time, and we want to make sure teams are queued and on schedule. Over here to my left, your right, you're going to see our queuing tables. Whenever you come and queue up, you will be ready to go ahead and enter and cross into our field perimeter area. You will go to your field. When you're done with your match, you will then go to that side. You will exit and come around. We are a one-way street as far as our competition fields are concerned to make sure no one trips and no one gets hurt. We want to make sure, again, we are here on time. I will ask that everyone does listen. I have a lot of voices going on around behind me, which means some of us aren't here to hear the driver's meeting, and if something happens that you don't know the rule, that's your fault now. So I still have a lot of people talking. If you hear your voice and not mine, you've done something wrong. Sounds like we've got it down a little bit. That's a lot better. Well, if they're not here in time for our meeting, I'm sure they're going to learn very important lessons about the greatest things we can do in robotics. Now, coming up in a moment, we're going to have a video that explains some very important rules that we all want to know in a VEX Robotics competition. We'll go ahead and see that up on our screen now.
Hello, and welcome to the VEX Robotics competition.
If this is your first time competing, welcome. You've accomplished so much just by making it here today.
If you're a seasoned, veteran competitor, we encourage you to be a role model for your peers. Help them, teach them, and show them what the VEX Robotics competition is all about.
To all of the coaches, parents, and spectators who are joining us today, thanks for supporting your students. You're truly making a difference in their lives.
And to our event partners and volunteers, thank you for dedicating your time to making this event happen. We couldn't do this without you.
Now, let's go over some important information for this event.
Before we get started, here are a few important things to remember. I'm sure you've all read the game manual, but let's talk briefly about Rule G1 and G2, our code of conduct and our student-centered policy.
Treat everyone with respect. That's Rule G1, and it goes hand in hand with the code of conduct. This expectation applies to everyone here today. Students, coaches, parents, spectators, volunteers, and guests in good situations and in stressful, difficult situations too.
And now, on to Rule G2, our student-centered policy. All REC Foundation programs and competitions are student-centered. So what does that mean? Ultimately, students learn the most when they're given opportunities to test their own ideas, fail, learn from those failures, and try again. In difficult or stressful situations, we encourage adults to provide learning opportunities and guidance when needed and empower the students to solve problems and do the work themselves. This applies to coding, strategizing with others, and building. Students, we know that you can do this. It's what you've worked so hard for and what you've been practicing towards. We can't wait to see what you're going to accomplish.
Giving everyone a fair chance to compete is important to us.
The REC Foundation wants to empower all participants to follow our student-centered policy and code of conduct.
Individuals, event participants, and event staff who see disrespectful or uncivil behavior that violates Rule G1 or G2 should report information to the event partner, head referee, or judge advisor immediately.
Violation of these rules can affect a team's eligibility for judged awards and could result in a team being disqualified from matches or even the tournament.
Event partners have access to reporting tools that document the situation and will pass the information along to the REC Foundation.
Tournaments Students are busy, fast-moving days, and we have a lot on our agenda.
Between matches, skills challenges, and judging, there is a lot going on at any tournament.
Teams, remember that you are responsible for your schedule. Your match schedule should be your top priority. You never want to miss a match. Find time in between matches to run your skills challenges.
Your event partner has provided the opportunity for each team to complete up to 3 driver skills runs and 3 autonomous coding skills runs.
The event schedule specifies when the skills fields will close, so make sure you budget your time to get all of your runs done in time.
Make sure you're ready and available to talk to the judges. If you have a match coming up soon, it is perfectly fine to respectfully say, "We have a match soon. Can we talk right after the match?" Judges will understand and accommodate your requests.
If this event is offering judged awards, the judges will want to interview your team so you can be considered for those awards. Judges will be looking for you at your assigned pit space or by the fields.
Remember, adults cannot be a part of this interview. This is for students only.
Next, let's cover interactions with volunteers and event staff.
Rule T1 applies throughout the tournament, and head referees always have the final authority on gameplay rulings and decisions.
If drive team members want to dispute a score or ruling, Rule T3 says that they have to stay in the alliance station until the head referee from the match talks with them.
Be ready to show them a specific rule that you believe was misunderstood, but remember that the head referee's decision is final.
Head referees are not allowed to review photo or video match recordings when determining a score or ruling.
Head referees are the only ones allowed to explain a rule, disqualification, violation, or other penalty to the teams.
Teams should never consult with other field personnel, including scorekeeper referees, about a ruling clarification.
Student-centered applies here too. This means that adults can't coach from the stands or speak to referees on behalf of students.
Students should advocate for themselves.
That covers just about everything. Now time for some words from your event partner.
We wish you all the best of luck today and for the rest of this VEX Robotics competition season.
Cool. Okay, hello. My name is Will. I'll be one of your head refs. Welcome to the Carolina Countdown, and we're glad to have you here. So I'm going to go ahead and introduce some of our other head refs. We have Ben, Cabot, Spencer, and Dwayne. If you have any rulings questions, please come find us. We will be happy to answer anything. So let's start getting into some of the things I want to cover. So when we get to a match, please don't fill on the field. Don't fill your pneumatics on the field. Make sure you're filling off of the field, or even better, make sure they're filled before you get to the field. Make sure you're coming with the right plates on your robot. Make sure if you are on the blue alliance, you don't have red. If you're on the red alliance, don't have blue plates. If we are running behind, we will not allow you to change plates. It is up to you to make sure that you have the right plates on your robot. Okay, make sure you have safety goggles on your face when you get to the field. We don't want you guys losing any eyes, so just make sure you have some in between your face and the field when you get to the field. We will ask you to step back from the field if you show up to the field without safety glasses. And also make sure you only have 3 members on your driver's station. We want to make sure that everyone is playing fairly, so make sure you only make sure if you come to the field that you only have 3 members for your team at the field. So in autonomous, one of the big rulings lately is that if you cause a block to roll over the autonomous line and a driving robot on the other side contacts it, you will automatically lose the autonomous bonus. Now, there is a Q&A that states that if it goes into a goal, then it does not affect that violation because it entered a goal. Anything else for autonomous? Okay, cool. So now in driving, pinning and trapping, as you know, has been reduced to 3 seconds. So we will give a count of either red 1, red 2, red 3, and then you have to back off for 5 seconds, and we will hold up a 5 count, and then we'll wave it off after it is done. You have to back up for 1 field tile for that 5 seconds. If you go back, then that pin count will be continued, so make sure you don't go back too early. this is a very physical game. Make sure you are not tipping or destroying your robots. We don't want to have any robots getting broken because that makes people sad. Oh yeah, don't go into the enclosed portions of the goal. That is the center portion of these long goals. And if you go into the open portions of the goals, make sure you get in and get out. Do not linger. And if you do go into the enclosed portion of the goal, that is going to be a violation, and it can be a 10-point swing. Parking zones are protected in the last 20 seconds, so make sure you do not interfere with your opponents while they are in contact with that parking barrier in that last 20 seconds. At the end of the match, have your scores ready to confirm with the scorekeepers. We don't want to have to be waiting on you to count all of the scores just to confirm that the scorekeepers are right. You should have that ready by the time the scorekeepers are done. Don't lean on the fields. Make sure you're not affecting anything after the end of the match. Stay plugged in until scorekeepers have told you that you can remove your bots off of the field. Also, make sure you don't bring your carts to the field. We don't have a lot of space back here. Make sure you keep them outside of this area. And then, oh yeah. And then again, if you have a ruling question immediately after the match, please find the rule or Q&A and stay at the match until a head ref has discussed with you. And then again, once the head ref has said that that ruling is final, that ruling is final. Does anyone have any questions or anything? No questions? Okay. Who's next? I'm done. Okay, cool. Anything else after this?
All right, thank you all very much for being here again today. And one last thing I want to make sure I do point out is a big thank you to our sponsors. If you look at your fields today, you're going to notice that they're sponsored by JTech Automotive, Ryobi Tools, and Sage Automotive Interiors. They have done an excellent part of being able to bring this event to you. And then we have our key sponsor, Michelin, for the Michelin division, who also has a table here and some excellent opportunities for our students to talk to them about future careers. Now, we are going to start our very first match in about 17 minutes, so make sure your teams are ready at the Q table. But now's the time. We're going to get this thing rolling, and we want to see the hard work you've put in, the hours of labor, and maybe a few tears and late nights to show off who gets to win our Carolina Countdown. Thank you, and let's get ready.
The brown curly hair.
That is cool. I love that. It's gonna be crowded. Don't go ahead. Check your That's cute. That's cute.
All right, I think we're about to start.
Another thing is we always announce what match we're in. Qualification match one on the field that we're on because we want the sponsors to get ready.
Yeah.
Or Sage.
All right, guys, we're getting ready to kick off the Carolina Countdown event with qualification 1 on Sage Field 1. Let's get excited, guys.
On the Red Alliance, we're going to have 4873S safety not guaranteed and 21510R graveyard shift going up against 20850W accelerated dragon and 29485B robotic rebels on the Blue Alliance.
We got some excited fans in the crowd. Love to hear it. Love to hear the support. We're good to start. All right, we got Autonomous starting in.
Did we make sure teams are ready? Ready?
Both teams are ready. And we got Autonomous starting in 3, 2, 1. Oh. Off they go. 21510 are quickly picking up 4 blocks. 5, 6. A couple more in the logo over there.
Autonomous has about 3 seconds left, and we have that top long goal with 3 scored for each team. The center goal with 3 for the Blue Lions in the top, 2 for the Red Lions at the bottom, and this bottom long goal has just 1 for the Blue. Our head refs are going to do a thorough job of making sure that autonomous win points and autonomous wins are thoroughly checked and properly awarded. I just want to start off today by thanking our sponsors. We have the Michelin Division, and we're on Sage Field 1 today for this qualification number 1.
All right, looks like the Blue taking the autonomous bonus and no win points. All right. Now we got driver control starting in 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1.
Driver control starts. The first thing we see is on that top goal that Blue Alliance robot is going to take control of that center control zone. 4873S goes for some middle scoring. Now, I was talking with some people earlier today, and apparently the meta has shifted so that the meta now is just focusing on getting your colored blocks in the center control zone and then just playing a lot of defense. So right now, Blue has control of that top long goal, and we see that Red Robot trying to do their best to de-score, and not a lot of scoring, but rather control is the priority.
Yeah. 29485B in the bottom here, keeping the red 4873S, stopping them from scoring even a single ball, as only there's 1 blue block in that long goal.
Now at the top there we can see 20850W and the Red Alliance robot going back and forth, and the Blue Alliance robot is doing a great job of preventing any sort of red scoring. But this wing game, I used to drive when I did robotics, and it looks difficult. A lot of precise control is involved, especially when you have robots banging up against each other, and these teams are doing a great job of preventing any sort of scoring or de-scoring on that top long goal.
4873S tries to get back control and tie it up in that long goal at the bottom here. 20 seconds left. Parking zones are protected.
Now, I was talking with some students earlier today, and not a lot of teams necessarily go for like double parks. They rather focus on control of the long goal control zones. Now, looking around, about 5 seconds left. The Blue Alliance robot goes for a park. A single Red Alliance doing the same. And as that match draws to a close, the same thing that we're going to see a lot of today, I think, constant battle for the control zones in the long goals. All right, moving on to qualification number 2.
On the red side, we have 8682N Nighthawks and 65162C from Greenville, South Carolina.
On the Blue Alliance, we've got 65162A, Deja Vu, and 44252S, Sulfur. So now we've got a 65162C team on the Red Alliance and a 65162A team on the Blue. Back when I did robotics, these are my favorites because, you know, whether the tournament goes well for you or not, you want to beat your sister team. You want to have the bragging rights. So.
Very interesting dynamics, as they probably scrimmage against each other a lot as well. Knowing the ins and outs of each other with robots kind of provides an advantage and a disadvantage depending on whether or not you're teamed up with your own sister teams.
Exactly. Probably have similar strategies, similar philosophies. So. I think all of these teams are from the Greenville area, right?
Yeah, there's a couple Greenville, a lot of South Carolina teams. You know, we are here, but a lot of teams are flying out. I heard 2 teams from Canada.
Yeah.
A lot of different states as well.
Yeah.
But we're about to get ready. Started on the JTech Field 2.
JTech Field 2.
Thank you to JTech Automotive for sponsoring this field. And the Michelin division as well.
They actually have a table right outside of this competition area, and you can go talk to them, hear what they have to offer for, I think it was like high school juniors and seniors. I was talking to him earlier, really kind guy, had a lot of knowledge about what Michelin has to offer.
This 8682N team is pretty interesting as well, because we've actually partnered with them once, back in Worlds a couple years ago.
So yeah, team that's been to Worlds before. I guess they're trying to get the same thing today, get that Worlds qualification spot, since this is a signature event.
A lot more on the line here for a lot of these teams. Mm-hmm. Very exciting, very high pressure situation. Auto starts in 3, 2, 1.
All right, qualification number 2 starts off. We have 65162A getting a great job with the match loads and scoring 4 into that bottom long goal. 44252S, their alliance partner, scoring 4 in the top long goal. But as of now, wow, great finish to autonomous from 65162A as they're able to take control of that bottom control zone in the bottom control zone.
Looks like blue taking the auto as we start driver control in 3, 2, 1.
All right, driver control starts now. Blue Alliance has a really good advantage here. As we've seen in the previous match, a lot of this game is dominating around control of the control zones. And wow, top robot 8682N is able to take control of that top control zone now. 44252, what are they going to do in response? Looking around the field, 65162A doing a great job with their match loads. They have a couple of these blocks ready to score. Wow, Red Alliance, they started off this game as a pretty big disadvantage, but now they've taken control of that top and bottom control zone now.
65162C is playing some heavy defense on their sister team at the bottom logo, as currently the control zone is tied up with a block apiece.
We see these wings on every single robot on the field, and that's going to be the change here. I think every single robot wants to have a wing, but it all comes down to how well you can actually maneuver that wing, how well you can have your driver score and de-score.
65162A and C are still battling out. Blue just had control of the control zone, but 65162A takes it back.
This is a very competitive game here. 65162A and 65162C, opposite alliances, and they've been battling it out on that bottom control zone. A lot of passion out of these kids. And
20 seconds left, this parking zone.
All right, 10 seconds left. We haven't seen anyone go for a park quite yet, but wow, at the last second here, we see that bottom control zone. They de-scored. Are they going to go for the... Wow, at the last second, 44252 takes control of that bottom zone. One thing that I don't think either of us talked about was that middle goal. I'm not going to lie. With all of the action happening in that top and bottom long goal, I really wasn't paying attention to that one, but I can't blame us at all. There was a lot going on at this bottom control zone.
It looks like each team was just too focused on defense, pairing up. Now we have qualification 3 on the Ryobi field starting. All right, is both teams good? 3, 2, 1. Both teams off. 21510W from Greer, South Carolina, and 2787V from Pennsylvania. And on the blue line, so you have 550J and 9623W Lucky Charms.
Now looking at Auton and the results of it here, that bottom control zone at the last second taking control by the Red Alliance. The top one, 9623W, and the Blue Alliance has control of, but that middle goal is all blue. So one interesting thing is 2787V, they waited until the last second to go for that bottom control zone. So that worked really well for them because on the Blue Alliance, they immediately went for the control zone. Waiting and might be the strategy here, and I hope that we can kind of get a definitive answer as we see teams go for one strategy or another. Looking around though, like one thing that I'm glad that Vex allows is these like controller modifications. So sometimes you can 3D print things that can make it easier to like push some of the buttons, add paddles to the controllers. And I think 3 teams here have that. So more access to buttons makes it easier to control your robot. It gives drivers more power and ability to maneuver. And I think for a game like this, you really need that, right, Kenny?
Yeah, definitely. Being able to just not have to take your fingers off the joysticks and access up to 4 more extra buttons with your back to paddles really provides a lot of driver control for these guys.
Exactly. I mean, we have a lot of different mechanisms on these robots. I think earlier, like at the start of the match, they have the thing, the match load jammer thing. That right there is probably a control, and then like the wing and a lot of these robots. I was talking to some teams earlier about like how they've designed it. So a lot of teams have opted for like a front load, and then like it kind of wraps around the robot and dispenses out the front as well. But some teams have opted for like intake from the back, shootout at the front, and I was talking about why they would opt for one design over the other.
Looks like blue takes the autonomous bonus and the win point. Now we've got driver control starting in 3, 2, 1, and they're off. Let's see what
Driver
they're
control
up to.
starts.
2787V focusing on picking up a couple more blocks and trying to stop 550J from defending. They actually go for the middle toggle, unsuccessful, only dropping off 2. Looks like
Now, one
550.
interesting thing we can see on that top control zone is that 9623W immediately took control, and they were going to try their best to prevent 21510W from taking control back. But as of right now, the blue alliance still has an advantage there. I think what's really interesting about this game, though, is you kind of end up with 2 individuals battles occurring, right? So we've got 2 robots trying to battle it out for the top control zone, and in the bottom, we've got another 2 robots. So here, 550J and 2787V, they're going to try to take control of this bottom control zone, and 550J does a great job of making sure that the Red Alliance cannot easily descore.
Yeah. It looks like 2787V is picking up a lot of the center and that bottom logo. They're able to drop off a couple more blocks and hopefully gain control of this lower control zone. Oh, it looks like 550J accidentally knocked out 2 of their own blocks, letting red take that control zone. They try to respond
30
here.
seconds left here.
Great response by 550J, completely clearing out that bottom long goal and only leaving 2 blue blocks in their possession.
Great battle at the top, and right now Red Alliance is ending up on top there. That
962.
bottom control zone doesn't seem to be touched here, so a lot of battling happening at the top. Let's see what happens.
Looks like 9623W is trying to clear out that top long goal, but their own partner's wing is getting in the way. As they go over the park, they get...
Time expires with a couple of teams going for parks here. I'm not sure who's able to actually get that, but we're going to go ahead and move on to qualification number 4. Qualification number 4.
All right, we have autonomous starting in 3, 2, 1. We have 6516AA on the Red Alliance and 2711X and 114X and 44252C on the Blue Alliance. Let's see what they can get done here in autonomous. Looks like red picking up the control zone for 2 long goals here. And 11444X mixes theirs.
And yeah, this is like the autonomous opponents is great and all, but the way that we've seen these matches play out is that, like, it all comes down to, like,
Red gets the autonomous bonus and the win point as we start driver control in 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, having the advantage in autonomous is huge, but it really comes down to who can outdrive the opponents and make sure that they can maintain control of the control zones.
This gives Red the advantage as they're able to spend most of their time simply just controlling this control bonus worth 10 points apiece. And they will exchange at the bottom long goal, but Red masterly defends it to keep 2 of their blocks in the control zone.
About minute 20 left in this match. Red has kind of been on top, taking autonomous bonus and win point, but 11444X wants to respond, but it looks like 2771X is just waiting, and they have an answer prepared.
2771X looking to take back control of that control zone, but 44252C comes out of nowhere to hit them while they're trying to drop the blocks off, preventing... Oh!
All right, robots are moving again, and we're back to that battle for the bottom control zone. 11444X, they've got the wing in position. Right now they have a great position here. It's like neck and neck for that bottom control zone. The top one's still red dominated, and wow, 11444X is able to do a great job of descoring only the red blocks.
Yeah, but it looks like Red has control of both of the middle goals, which might be the deciding factor, as it looks like each team has possession of 1 long goal apiece. 20 seconds left as parking is safe. Blue picks up one of the bottom long goals as Red tries to...
2771X reducing the deficit on that bottom long goal, but as of right now, 11444X's priority is to try to get control. And wow, last second push from 2771X here. That is... Wow. We've got a new skills high score, 7447X Exile, getting 85 in driver and 15 on autonomous for a total of 100.
All right, we got Q5 on the JTech Field 2. We got Autonomous starting in 3, 2, 1. And they're off 8889A, 99%, and 7009X on the Red Alliance, and 286525W and 95059D on the Blue Alliance.
Now, as Autonomous winds down, we see 8889A trying to go for that last second strategy that we saw in a couple of matches now.
8889A was actually in prime position to score a couple blocks, but it looks like they jammed on their intake.
All right, Red is going to get the Autonomous bonus, but not the win point.
All right, driver in 3, 2, 1.
All right, our driver control kicks off, and immediately we're seeing that battle one more time. Bottom control zone, 95059D going to try to aim for control. And wow, really precise driving to get that bottom control zone into their favor. But 8889A on the Red Alliance is going to try to take control of that top goal. Now it looks like 28625W on the Blue Alliance is going to try and get some movement here and try to take control of that top long goal whenever they get a chance to. But as of right now, a lot of movement on that bottom control zone. One of the Red Alliance robots is able to recognize that they can have a clear advantage in scoring on that top long goal, and they go for a ton of blocks there.
95059D playing a bit of a 1v2 here, trying to get their control back of this bottom long goal. But it looks like 8889A is playing some great defense, able to maintain the control zone and de-score that blue block, making it a little bit more difficult for 95059D. And they're able to maintain possession of those middle two goals as well, as the blue team tries hard to take one back.
All right, right now it has kind of turned into a 2v1 for the blue Alliance. But they've done a great job of this match of remaining competitive and putting up a good fight out of these control zones. About 13, 12 seconds left, and looks like both control zones are going to go for that Red Alliance. As time winds down, we see Blue Alliance going for it as well. I don't know if they got it, though. They're kind of teetering on the edge.
All right, we're moving over to the Ryobi Field 3 as these teams get prepared.
And one announcement that I want to make real quick is there is currently no line in skills, and for all of the spectators, please stop climbing through the curtains. We have like a entrance on the left. Don't climb through the curtains to get onto the bleachers. Go in through the left. Also, no line in skills at the moment.
A little bit of danger. You climb over those bleachers. We want to keep everyone safe. Here on the red team, we have 9447G Exploding Kittens and 79267B Metagators against the blue team, 49631C All Natural and 14241A Robo Dragons. Arv, you need a phone. All right, we got Autonomous starting in 3, 2, 1. And they're off. 14241A misses their match loader and runs over the Autonomous line. 9447G looking to pick up what I believe is going to be a solo win point, but they were unable to due to the interference from that blue robot. Red gets auto and the win point as driver control starts in 3, 2, 1. And they're off 14241A, seeing they can make up for that mistake, trying to quickly score on this bottom long goal, and they drop with the ball. That's why 9447G picking up almost 6 from that match load. Scoring in that bottom long goal, but they miss most of them. Well, it looks like 14241A to the bottom here, battling against 79267B. 49631C trying to play a little bit of defense. And 9447G perfectly setting up that long goal at the top to have the entire control bonus to themselves, and only 3 blocks in there. 9447G expertly using that wing to pick up another control bonus at the bottom as they completely remove any blue presence there. But 14241A is able to strike back at the top, getting their own control bonus and removing some of those red blocks as well. 9447G led up for just a second, and that allowed 14241A the opportunity to take that control bonus back. Looks like 9447G is at the top, trying to score back and remove those blue blocks, and they are able to, completely clearing the goal actually, leaving no team really controlling that control zone. 9447G trying to score the middle top goal, and it looks like they're able to get 2 in there. Are they able to push one more out in order to get the control bonus? It looks like they're not able to, as 14241A is at the bottom here, trying to pick up another control bonus in the last couple of seconds. It looks like 9447G is playing some great defense here. They're trading back and forth. Time expires, leaving red having control of that control zone.
All right, taking a look here at qualification number 7, we've got 6277B Frostbite from Katona, New York. And their alliance partner 9447B Sunnyside Up coming from North Charleston. That's going to be our red alliance. On our blue alliance, we've got 73017D Robotopia from Waxhaw, North Carolina. And their alliance partner 3239V Vanguard from Atlanta, Georgia. We've got one South Carolina team on this match, and then a Georgia, North Carolina, I guess 2 Georgia teams, and then a North Carolina and a South Carolina team. It's great seeing teams from not just South Carolina at this competition.
You're the right one. Yeah, this is call 7. There you go.
Oh, yeah, so what we're going to do?
It's sync. If I change the call A to prepare over there, and it's synced.
We're going to do I do 3, and then you come back here and you wait, and you do the same. All right, our blue alliance is actually 9421W Wicked Smot from Framingham, Massachusetts, and their alliance partner 84260K Cobra from, how do you say, Cabot? Cabot, Arkansas.
Okay, let's go.
All right. You've got everybody ready to go. We're going to start off autonomous in 3, 2, 1, and go. Autonomous kicks off. We've got movement from 3 of our robots here. Red Alliance going to score 2 in that middle top goal. 9421W going to take the top control zone for themselves, and on the bottom we've got a Red Alliance robot. It looks like they wanted to take that bottom control zone, but they were unable to do so. All right, our refs have deliberated. Blue is going to take autonomous here, and we're going to start off driver control in 3, 2, 1, and go. Driver control kicks off. We've got all 4 robots on the field moving. 84260K on the blue alliance, going to score a couple in that bottom long goal. Other than that, we've seen everybody kind of pick up some match loads here. At the top, we've got 14241M going to score a couple of their red blocks into that top long goal. Haven't seen much of a battle on the top long goal, but I think that's going to start now with 9421W coming to take, make sure that control is maintained. We've got 6277B going up against 64. I cannot remember the numbers. Red Alliance robot, Blue Alliance robot on the bottom long goal, fighting for control. But as of right now, the Red Alliance is taking the advantage there. Now, one thing I want to look at is, like, when a team has clear control of a long goal, what do they do after that? And it looks like it's battling for that middle goal. But in this match, we haven't seen a lot of that. We've seen a lot of prioritization of the top and bottom long goals. Right now, 30 seconds left almost. We've got control of the bottom by red and control of the top by blue. But anything can happen in these 30 seconds. I've seen a lot of teams not prioritize parking and rather wait until every possible second to go for the control zones. Red pushing that blue robot away, maintaining firm control of the bottom long goal. At the top, we've got 9421W and 14241M kind of having a stalemate, but I don't know, man. We got 9 seconds left. I don't know what's going to happen here. Right now, I think maybe blue has it, but red takes control at the last second. No one looks to be going for a mark here. Wow, blue flipping it back. Great gameplay there on the control zones. Qualification number 8. All right, we've got 63780B and 9447B on the Red Alliance going up against 73017D and 3239B. We're going to start off autonomous here in 3, 2, 1, and go. Autonomous kicks off, so we got 3 of our robots moving here. 73017D scoring a couple into that bottom long goal. And a couple into that middle one as well. Now with 3 seconds left, is 9447W. These are the things we've seen today where they get some at the last second. All right, Blues. All right, Blue's going to take our autonomous bonus, not the autonomous win point, and we're going to start off driver control in 3, 2, 1, and go. Now driver control kicks off. Red Alliance is going to take a couple of red blocks, score into that top long goal. At the bottom, 73017D going to make sure that they have firm control of that bottom control zone. Control bonus is the name of the game here, and that's what every single one of these teams are vying for at JTech Field number 2 here. 3239V, they've got their wing ready to camp, and there's a rule where you can't actually leave the wings inside the long goal, but what teams will do is they'll just wait and hover right above it until a team tries to score, and that's what they're doing here. You can tell that these robots have put a lot of thought into their driving, and 3239V has done a great job of optimizing their strategy to make sure that their opponents cannot score at all. All right, about 45 seconds left. Looks like that bottom and top control bonus is going towards the Blue Alliance. So is that middle goal. A lot of blue blocks scored in that top middle goal, but Red Alliance able to put one into the bottom. 30 seconds left here. We've seen a lot of these games flip rapidly, so it's not over yet for any team. It's a constant battle down to the last second here. And right now, 63780B is going to try to score a couple of red blocks, but that Blue Alliance is not giving up that control bonus easily. Parking zones are protected now. Let's see, we've got 9 seconds left. No one looks to be going for a park. 3 seconds. One team on the Red Alliance has gone for a park. Blue at the last second getting a park as well. So game ends there with a lot of blue control bonus. Going on to qualification number 9 at Ryobi Field 3. Everybody's ready, so we're going to start autonomous in 3, 2, 1, and go. On the Red Alliance, we've got 77079E, the robot, and their alliance partner 70407R, Refraction, going up against 10102A, Vinsanity, and 79267S, Grease Monkeys. All right, autonomous ends here. We've got Red getting the autonomous win point and the autonomous bonus. And now we're going to start off driver control in 3, 2, 1, and go. Now Red has the advantage into the start of this match, and 10102A is doing a great job of immediately trying to negate that on the bottom long goal. Now 79267S completely untouched by the Red Alliance, and they've got a ton of match loads that they're going to try to dump into that top long goal at some point. We see a control bonus flip on that bottom long goal. Right now it's neutral, so I think we're going to see a lot of battling happening from the Red and Blue Alliance robots here. 3 robots are trying to battle for control on this bottom one. Interesting. So normally we see like a battle of 2 robots on one, 2 robots on the other, but it feels like everybody's kind of shifting to one side of the field at the same time. Right now, all 4 robots are trying to get that top long goal, and Blue's going to end up on top right now, but we see one switch over, and immediately Blue's going to try to make sure that any sort of advantage is negated. But the Red Alliance is doing a great job, and wow, they've taken a great job here by using their wings and some really precise driver movements to make sure that it's really difficult to de-score any of these Red Alliance blocks. 40 seconds left. Red Alliance has put themselves in a great position on the bottom. Top, though, 79267S, so the Blue Alliance is going to take control. The bottom goal looks to be Blue dominated at this point, but 70407R immediately changes that. Not a single Blue block left in that middle goal now. Let's see what we got from 10-10-2-8. 20 seconds left. They don't have a bottom control bonus. And wow, top long goal, 70407R. Let's see who they've got. 79267S on the Blue Alliance is going to try to score, but wow, the Red Alliance has done a great job with about 15 seconds left, making sure that the top is negated for both teams. I lied. 7407R did not want Blue to have that control bonus, and they wait, do not prioritize parking at all, and get that top control bonus for themselves.
All right, we've got qualification 10 on the stage, field 1, as we have 84260B and 2115P on the Red Alliance, and 91231X and 550X on the Blue Alliance. Both teams are getting ready. Thumbs up from everyone. All right, we got auto in 3, 2, 1. And they're off. 50X going for that bottom short goal. And getting 4 of the blue blocks in their own long goal, maintaining control zone there. While 2115B tries to respond and miss it. 91231X in the top as well, having possession of that control zone. No win point and Blue autonomous bonus as driver control starts in 3, 2, 1. And we're off. Can the red team respond to a very dominant Blue autonomous as 2115P tries to score a couple blocks of their own? And 550X is really playing some great defense here, just preventing 2115P from getting access at all to that long ball. 9123X with a lot of blocks in their own goal, playing some defense against 2115P, and 2115P is able to get control of that control zone right as 91231X takes control of it back. All the blocks are flying in and out of these long goals as 550X battles against A4260B at the top, currently maintaining possession of the control zone. 2115P tries to pick up some match loads, but looks like 91231X doesn't want them to, constantly pushing and shoving them. 91231X quickly throws up that middle top goal as 2115P comes from the bottom to fill up, playing a lot of defense from 91231X. Expertly maintaining possession of that control zone at the bottom there as they drop off another 3 additional blocks of their own to completely have possession of that. 550X is doing a stellar job at the top, completely shutting down A4260B from getting that control zone, but it looks like 2115P is coming in to help out and see if they can take it back in the last 10 seconds of this match as parking is protected. A4260B is managed to park on their own. But can the blue team respond with a park of theirs? And they are able to. 550X picking one up at the last second.
Now, I know you've all heard the old story about Humpty Dumpty and his great fall when he fell off the wall, but sometimes that can also happen when you fall off the back of the bleachers because you crawled through the curtains and pulled them down. So we do ask that you do not try to crawl through the curtains or stand beside the curtains, as it can take them down and we all become Humpty Dumpties. So please keep that in mind as we're watching. We do have a wonderful screen here and a live stream if you go to Man Robotics on YouTube. We want to make sure you can see and survive our event today.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett, for that lovely PSA. Now we have autonomous for qualification 11 on the JTech Field 2, starting in 3, 2, 1. On the Red Alliance, we have 33011Z critical error buffer Overflow and 29019X Gridwalkers against the Blue Alliance, 4873K Chaos and 84260V Invasion. 331Z picking up a great control zone, waiting till the last second for the Autonomous to end in order to take advantage of that timing. That's very well done by them. We hear a lot of communication on that Red Alliance, plotting out how to take this next match. Looks like Red gets the Autonomous bonus and the win point as driver control starts in 3, 2, 1. And they're off. Let's see how Blue will respond to an early lead by Red, picking up the Autonomous bonus. 29019X carefully putting in 3 blocks into that bottom control zone, while 3301Z does the same. Can they stop A4260V from scoring back? It looks like, oh, no, they're not able to. A4260V picks up 3 blocks of their own in their control zone, completely overriding what 33011Z was doing earlier. And at the bottom here, we have some defense from 29109X Gridwalkers, trying to prevent 4873K from scoring into the blue blocks. 23011Z is playing a 2v1 up at the top. Can they defend both robots at the same time to maintain position in the control zone as they exchange blocks back and forth? What will 4873K do? Looks like 29019X completely alone for most of this match at the bottom here, easily maintaining that control zone as A4260V tries to respond with a block of their own, but they miss and are unable to. 33011Z and 4873K absolutely fighting at the top as they actually switch off. Both teams, both blue robots switch. And as a result of that, A4260V was able to get access to the control zone. But 33011Z is able to take it back, completely clear the blue blocks out of that top long goal. How will the blue team respond? A4260V trying to get the control zone back at the last second, but they're unable to as 33011Z are going to know where to play them. Looks like a lot of red excitement there. Some great teamwork and great communication. Love to hear it. Now we're moving on to qualification 12 on the Ryobi Field 3. We have team 65162B and 95071Y on the red team, and 7447G and 13722A on the blue team. They're carefully lining up their robots for Autonomous. Make sure they get every last inch perfect in order for these very complicated Autonomouses to run perfectly. As any misalignment really just compounds the error. While we wait, I'd like to thank our sponsors, the Michelin, for sponsoring the Michelin division, Ryobi on Field 3, Sage on Field 1, and JTech on Field 2. Thank you so much. This wouldn't have been possible without them. We're getting a couple of things sorted out before qualification 12. With some interesting, very far away teams here. We have a California team on the Red Alliance, 65071Y, and a Florida team, 13722A on the Blue Alliance. Drive-in to get here, maybe flying, we're not sure. We got Otto starting in 3, 2, 1. Both Autonomouses are off on the running. So the Blue Alliance having control of 2 zones. 747G picking up that bottom long goal. Well, it's a bit of a mix on that top goal. All right. Blue picked up the bonus and the win point as we have driver control starting in 3, 2, 1. And they're off. Can Blue maintain this very early lead, having possession of 2 of the goals? But it looks like the Red Alliance is not okay with that as they quickly pick up possession of that top long goal there, trying to get a couple more blocks to be prepared for any response to Blue Baz. 747G is completely loaded up with about 5 more blocks, trying to prevent the Red Robot from descoring all their blocks, but they are not able to, as 9507Y is able to completely clear out that bottom long goal. But 7447G quickly responds, trying to push these blocks to the middle control zone to get the 10 extra points. And they're able to. While there's a bit of a battle at the top by 13722A and 95071Y, 95071Y is absolutely driving perfectly through this match. It's been really impressive to watch as they pick up that middle top goal, spinning around, trying to prevent 7447G from keeping possession of that bottom long goal for too long, and they're able to. Oh, and it looks like they tipped over. Can their teammate get them back up before the end of the match? Will the blue team capitalize on this tip? And it looks like the Red Robot's able to get their own teammate back up in time. But I don't think the blue team was able to capitalize on the tip. Not much has changed in that time. 9507Y playing some great defense, preventing 7447G from scoring, pushing out some of the blocks against them. But it looks like the blue team also has possession of that top long goal. Wow. That tip might have been the decider for who won or lost that match, costing the red team a lot of valuable time.
All right, moving on to qualification number 13 on Sage Field 1. On the Red Alliance, we've got 1658S, Practice Years 2.5, and 9447A, Doofenshmirtz Evil Inc., going up against 88909X, Parallelogram, and 14338A. Feat the amazing ab. I can't. Their name is so long it goes off the screen, but everybody's ready, so we're going to start off autonomous here in 3, 2, 1, and go. Autonomous kicks off, so we see everybody moving. We got one team moving in circles. 9447A is going for a circles strategy, but the Blue Alliance 88909X doing a great job attempting to score 2 in the control zone. I think they kind of overshot it, but what I'm looking at is that middle control zone, which is dominated by nobody. We got 3 blocks and red blocks. And we got blue winning autonomous here, and we're going to start off driver control in 3, 2, 1, and go. Now blue does have the autonomous bonus, and not huge control from either side of these control zones. Now 1658S on the Red Alliance is going to try to change that, going for that top control zone, and as we've seen so many times today, the Blue Alliance robot immediately going to challenge them, and great driving on the Red Alliance to de-score all the blue blocks and get theirs in the control zone, but Blue Alliance responds immediately. We still have pretty equal control on that middle top goal that we had from Autonomous, but yeah, the top long goal right now is the one that's really being contested. Now 1658S, they're doing the primary lifting for the Red Alliance up there, and they're doing a great job here. One thing that I like about the wing gameplay is that it requires a level of precision that some of these other game elements don't really require. You have to be super controlled, and you'll see drivers like slow down their pace significantly when they're going for their wings, and it's really nice to see which drivers are able to keep a fast-paced driving, are able to drive at a fast pace while deploying their wings, and we're seeing a lot of that right now on that top long goal as the Red Alliance 1658S does a great job de-scoring and putting their blocks into the control zone. Now 20 seconds left here. The control zone isn't really dominated by anybody. And while 88909X at the last second going to try to get that top control zone for themselves, and they're able to do so. I've made the mistake today of assuming that a team has control as seconds wind down, and I almost did it again here as Red Alliance 1658S is doing a great job of trying to bring it back. And one thing I didn't notice was that 14338A, I think they got the bottom control zone for themselves. Moving on, here we've got qualification number 14. Qual 14 has 288 Surge going up against 9623F Warp Drive. On the blue lines, you've got 3796G Goated and 8682A Apollo. 28828A Surge is from Greenwich, Connecticut.
We're missing a block.
All right. I believe we are missing a block on JTech Field 2. If anybody has a spare blue block they'd like to give us. Good on these teams for noticing that, pointing that out. It really shows that like these teams know their stuff. They know the rules. And they do a great job of using every single match load to achieve their maximum potential.
They are missing one? Okay, so let's take that block back.
I like this 8682A robot. They have a really like low profile design that you don't really see in a lot of other robots. So I wonder if they've got a wing that they're going to use or how they're able to score on that top long goal with a robot that's so low to the ground. 3796G, they have like little eyes that are staring at me right now. I hope that the camera's able to capture that. They've programmed their Vex controller to have these like blinking eyes, and the robot's also really blue. So, all right, our ref has told me that we're ready to start, so we're going to start off autonomous in 3, 2, 1, and go. Autonomous starts on the Red Alliance 2882. Goes for 1, and that top long goal, they're able to get it, 3796G. I think they wanted to score there, but I think their intake may have slightly jammed. I hope they get that unjammed before the majority of the matches, but I got caught up in all the scoring on that middle goal, and both the Red and Blue Alliance is scoring 3 on the top, but the Blue Alliance scoring 4 on the bottom. Real quick, 14338A, you have lost a license plate. I'm going to hand it to this guy with the plaid shirt. Your license plate is in this guy's hands. Blue has gotten the autonomous win point, and now we're going to start off driver control in 3, 2, 1, and go. Yeah, autonomous bonus, no win point for the Blue Alliance. Now, right off the bat, we see 8682A. I was talking about how their low-profile robot's going to work, and they seem to have a 4-bar that lifts their scoring mechanism up. Now, that's something I haven't seen from any other team today. And one thing that I like on the back of their robot is a couple of wheels. So they almost tipped, but those wheels were able to prevent that from occurring. And so they have a really well-thought-out design. They were planning for these encounters where the robot tries to tip them over, and they've designed a robot that looks super fast as well. One thing I haven't mentioned, though, is this bottom long goal, 3796G and 9623F battling it out, and 3796G for the Blue Alliance looks to be winning out on that bottom long goal. Now, right now we've got 3 goals, and all 3 are controlled by Blue. Red Alliance has 2 robots that aren't moving at the moment, might be coming up with some strategy, but 3796G taking the time to match load a bunch of blue blocks, and I assume they're going to fill up as much as they can. That's something we don't see a lot, but I think 3796G sees the opportunity, and they're going to go for it. Now, a Red Alliance robot has started moving again, and immediately we see that top control zone being contested, and right now it doesn't look like either team has it. 20 zones are protected. In the time that I wasn't watching, the top middle goal has flipped to red. Now 13 seconds left. A lot of battling going on, 1 from each robot. And then 3796G bails out, goes for a park. 9623F, I think they wanted to try to do so. Going on to qualification number 15. We've got 12914X Omegabots from Gainesville, Virginia, going with their teammate 16610V Vanadium from Richmond Hill, Ontario. On the Blue Alliance, we have 3142C Cuties from Atlanta, Georgia, and their teammate 6978R Roger 67 from Marengo, Ohio. All right, everybody's ready, so we're going to start off autonomous in 3, 2, 1, and go. All right. Autonomous on Ryobi Field 3 starts off with the Red Alliance scoring 2 in the top and 2 in the bottom of the middle goal. 5 seconds remaining. No one's going for the top or bottom long goals yet. I like this red robot that I see to my right. I think that's one of the Red Alliance robots. I love when teams take that creative liberty to paint their bot, and we have a black robot on the Red Alliance as well. I think it really improves like the physical aesthetic of it. We see something similar on 3142C as they've got like pink rubber bands. It really pops out. Oh, they got like pink hats too. Nice. None of these teams are local, so I think the furthest one's probably Ontario, right? Richmond Hill, Ontario. That is a long ways from here. I'm glad that they're joining us, sacrificing their New Year's to do some Vex. We're going to restart this autonomous. Everybody's going to contribute to resetting. Super glad that they're doing that, helping our matches move along at a rapid pace. One thing that, if you've not been to a signature event before, you'll notice is that these fields are raised up, and that is a requirement for any Worlds qualifying event. And the signature is a Worlds qualifying event, but a lot of like the local competitions will just put fields straight on the floor, and it might seem minor, but it gives a really different perspective for the drivers. And as I've talked about before, this game is super heavy on like driver precision. So I'm interested in hearing from some of these students later today if having a raised field is easier for them or harder. I was talking about like the low profile robot earlier, and I think 16610V is another one of those designs, and the robot's really low to the ground. And I feel like, I haven't really seen them drive yet, but I feel like that gives them a faster design because it's less mass, less prone to tipping, but we'll see. One thing that like the engineering notebooks prioritizes like these decision matrices, and I was talking to a team earlier today, and like, how do you decide which design that you want to use, right? And they were saying that they use these decision matrices to find out what is going to play to their, what is advantageous to their play style, and that's how they decide what they want to go with when they're designing. All right, everybody looks to be plugged in and ready. So we're going to start off autonomous in 3, 2, 1, and go. All right, qualification number 15 on Ryobi Field 3 restarts. We've got 1 score on that bottom long goal. That middle top goal has got 2 for red, nothing for blue at the moment. Now 3142C, it looks like they've got like the solo autonomous for the Blue Alliance. Red takes autonomous here. And we're going to start off driver control in 3, 2, 1, and go. Driver control starts. We've got 16610V going for control of that top long goal. And I like their design a lot. They've got a lot of blocks collected, and they're going to dispense them all at once, but 6978R is going to get in the way, use their wing to prevent any sort of scoring on that top long goal for the Red Alliance. Now, on the bottom, 12914X, they've got their wing, and they've got control of that bottom long goal now. 3142C, they're going to go for some match loads and try to respond here. 3142C, they've got their bot ready to score, primed in position, and they're in a position now where they've got to not just de-score the Red Alliance, but they've got to fill the goal with their own blocks first. So definitely advantage for 12914X. Top long goal, 16610V. It looks like they've got like a robot that's designed to collect a lot of these blocks at once and then dispense them. So I'm really interested in seeing them in the end game, and if they're going to go for like a last second push of a bunch of blocks all at once. About 35 seconds left in this one. 3-1-4-2 C is just going to camp out of that top long goal. They've got their wing in position to defend, hovering right over the opening, but at the bottom, 6978R and one of these Red Alliance robots is just going back and forth. But 6978R, they're and it seems like they were getting double teamed up by the Red Alliance there, but 3-1-4-2 C taking some time to go for that middle goal. They've got 3 in the top. And wow, look at that. 8 seconds left, and these teams have not stopped fighting over this bottom control zone. Now 6978R, they've got 1 second left. I'm not sure, but they definitely got that top one. So really good gameplay and driving out of both these teams.
Quickly moving on to qualification 16 on the stage field 1. We have both teams ready. Both teams are getting ready. All right, we have Autonomous starting in 3, 2, 1. On the Red Alliance, we have 3796D Dynaco and 9447W Stark Industries against the Blue Alliance, 10W Exothermic Willy Wonkers and 3796H Hooligans. 2 3796 teams here in the same match competing against each other. Who will come out on top? A lot of scoring from both teams in this early Autonomous period, with Blue looking like they have possession of the top control zone and also maybe the bottom control zone depending on the angle you're looking at it. Blue gets Autonomous win point and the bonus as driver control starts in 3, 2, 1. And they're off. How will Red respond to the early Blue lead of 10 points from the Autonomous bonus? 3796D trying to put some great teamwork up there. 9447W pushing away the Blue robot, giving 3796D the opportunity to score and get access to the control bonus back from 10W. 3796H, on the other hand, left all alone at the bottom. Can they capitalize, take advantage of this opportunity to score as much as they can while no one's disrupting them? 3796D picking up some match load blocks, while 9447W is playing some great defense on 10W, completely allowing 3796D to have free reign at that top long goal. Oh, and it looks like they're almost tipping, but 3796D rights itself as they have so much red possession in the top there. 10W coming to the bottom long goal, trying to push and shove against 9447W and get access to the control zone. And 3796D completely dominating at that top long goal, having entirely red balls as well as 3 or 4 in that center, in that control zone. 9447W is playing some great defense against 10W, constantly chasing around, preventing it really from doing too much. While 3796D pushes and shoves his own sister team, 3796H, trying to maintain that control zone in the bottom here. 10W trying to answer and respond, but 3796D comes and tries to shove them out of the way. They're not very successful. 10W still gets a block, but they don't have the control zone, however. 3796H trying to play a little bit of catch-up, potentially scoring on this bottom control zone. It looks like they're able to score a couple blocks, but they don't have the wings to really push the red blocks out of the way to get that control zone. 10W trying to go for a last second shove, and they're not able to, leaving red possession of what looks like both control zones. As we move on to match 17, 3796F and 81208G on the red team against 57711N and 86400V on the blue team. Make sure you have your safety glasses on. You gotta be careful. Both teams thumbs up as Autonomous starts in 3, 2, 1. And we're off. Let's see what these teams can pull off in the 15-second Autonomous period. As 81208G tries to score in the center upper goal but misses. 57711N missing their Autonomous as well. Looks like Blue got the Autonomous bonus due to Red pushing a block over. You have to be careful about that to not interfere with the other team's Autonomous routines. Looks like Blue will take the Autonomous bonus Now we have driver control starting in 3, 2, 1. However, Red make up for this mistake, costing them an immediate 10 points. 3796F at the top there, trying to score a couple of blocks into the control zone, but a little bit of defense being played by the blue robot. 57711N at the bottom here, trying to retake possession of the control zone, and they go a bit too far, causing the red robot to play some great defense against 57711N. Yeah. A1208G trying to prevent any shenanigans. This blue robot is pulling off at the bottom, scoring a block of their own, and trying to completely shove out those blue blocks, and they're able to. Looks like red has possession of both long goals control zones. 3796F at the top there, trying to shove a couple back to get possession of that control zone. Yeah. 57711N trying to defend 1208G's attempts to get access to the control zone. And it looks like a robot is stuck at the top, 86400V, while trying to play defense against 3796F. They're doing a little bit of pushing and shoving, trying to move 3796F out of the way so they're able to get their wing in and sweep all the blue blocks to the center. But 3796F was not letting that happen. They're both playing a game of chicken, waiting for the other to sweep the blocks out. A1208G at the bottom here, picking up a bunch of match throws that you can hear by the comments. And it looks like they're changing up strategy, going for some of the center, upper, and lower goals as they're able to take possession of that middle upper goal. A lot more battling continuing at the top with 3796F and 86400V. But it looks like 3796F is maintaining complete possession of that upper long goal. That's the match for qualification number 17.
I want to make a quick announcement real quick to everybody. I just asked one of our head refs. I think we start off with around 88 balls or blocks on the field at one time. And we want to make sure that we keep 88 blocks on the field all the time. So please make sure that when you're exiting the field, you're not taking any of these blocks with you. If they're in their robot, take them out, put them back on the field, please.
All right. Thank you for the PSA, but we have qualification 18 ready to go. On the Red Alliance, we have 2672A and 7447X against the Blue Alliance, 8889V and 3004A. We have Autonomous starting in 3, 2, 1. Looks like 7447X is the only one with Autonomous on the Red Alliance, scoring 2 blocks very early in that top long goal. While they attempt to go for the center goal, spilling blocks everywhere, it looks like the Red Alliance, no win point. Blue wins the Autonomous bonus and no win points for either team. Let's start the driver control in 3, 2, 1. 7447X trying to pick up a bunch of match loads to score on this bottom long goal, and they're able to quickly pick up about 4 at the same time. A lot of ramming and shoving going on the top of your screen. 8889V scoring on this lower center goal, getting possession of both center goals actually, as they push and shove. Looks like 3004A is trying to de-score a lot of these red blocks on this bottom long goal, but the red robot is not letting them get through. Can 3004A play against 7447X and get access to that long goal? Sorry, 2672A actually is the one defending 3004A. Looks like they're playing some great defense. Oh, until 3004A was able to sweep out a couple of blocks, but there's still plenty of red blocks left on that long goal. 8889V comes out victorious at the top long goal before 2672A is able to score back. 747X on the top long goal, completely having possession of that control zone. No blue blocks, but things have changed at the bottom. It was just filled with red, but it looks like 3004A was able to get possession of that control zone at the bottom here, while 8889V takes a little pit stop to try to get possession of that center lower goal. Look at that. The time they spent doing that, 7447X was able to completely maintain possession of the bottom long goal. Let's see who wins this control bonus. It looks like red on the bottom, blue at the top. Can 3004A respond with a couple blocks of their own in the last couple of seconds? And no, they're not able to. Very low scoring match here. That has kind of shifted over time. It used to be a very high scoring game, but a lot of the meta has developed to simply just maintaining these control zones.
I was looking at like our skills rankings, and we've got like 82 teams signed up, but only like 20 teams that have done skill scores. So please get your skill scores done.
Let's go.
But all right, we've got qualification number 19. Everyone's ready to go. So we're going to start off autonomous in 3, 2, 1, and go. On the red lines, we have 3796E caution student drivers and their teammate 18799M Brass Monkeys. On the blue alliance, we've got 79267W Darth Gator and 426528 Iron Patriots Grogu. Great autonomous from both sides. This bottom long goal is super filled up, and interested to see who takes the autonomous bonus here. All right, the red alliance is going to take our autonomous bonus, and we're going to start off driver control in 3, 2, 1, and go. Driver control starts, and we've got that immediate battle for control on that bottom long goal. And looks to be fairly even as of right now, at least for the control bonus. That top long goal is completely empty, and the red alliance is going to make sure that neither team is going to get any sort of scoring done there by playing a more physical game up there. 79267W is doing a great job of maintaining control on that bottom control zone, and now I think their game is going to be a lot of defense. One thing that I'm looking at on that 79267W robot is they've got these like triangle things that come out the front. And so I was talking to a team earlier, and the purpose of that is to make it easier to align when they're trying to score. And so that's a design I've seen on a couple of robots today, and it's really good to show how these teams plan out their robots, like what type of design decisions go in. All 4 robots actually have something to help them align. So a lot of it comes down to driver like precision and control, but a lot of the builders on these teams are making it as easy as possible for their drivers. And I love that this is a team sport and not just one guy on each side doing the brunt of the work. But all right, 30 seconds left. That top control bonus is going to red, bottom going to blue. In the middle goal, we've got 2 red alliance blocks on the top and 3 on the bottom. Now 379 is wing in a perfect spot to try to score and take control of that bottom control zone. But the blue alliance also has their wing out, and let's see what they've got. 12 seconds left, a huge push out of the red alliance. Now they have a rule where you can't just like camp the wing inside the long goal. I think that's a great rule there because we were able to see that the red alliance wasn't able to just prevent any sort of action. Now, wanted to make another announcement real quick. We've got blocks being taken from our competition fields, but also from our skills field. So please make sure, like double check, triple check that you're not taking any blocks off the field.
Extra?
I can't hear it.
All right. Both of our teams are good, so we're going to start off autonomous in 3, 2, 1, and go. The Red Alliance has 6210M, Meta Mafia, and 934008. The Polynesian Legion going up against 233828, Fifth Dimension, and 70407R, Refraction. Now, as autonomous draws to a close, I want to announce the results of Q19 with 3796E and 18799M winning by 60 to 25. This is a very high-scoring autonomous here with a lot of blocks scored in all 3 goals. Red is going to win autonomous, though, and the win point.
So red bonus, red win point?
Now with that red bonus and win point, we're ready to start driver control in 3, 2, 1, and go. Driver control starts. Red has complete control of that bottom long goal, but blue's taking over that top. 233828, a robot design that we have not seen a lot of today. They've got that shopping cart, dump truck, whatever you want to call it, design. A robot that's meant to hold as many blocks as possible and take advantage of that no limit on possession. 23382A. They've got a ton of blocks ready to score, and Red Alliance is going to make sure that they're not able to take control on that right side, but their teammate 7407R on the left taking some blocks, and their teammate 233828 finishing the job by using that wing to try to take control. It's really interesting. Like you'll watch the driver's eyes, and they're focused on not just the robot, but the field themselves. And you've got that drive team surrounding them that's helping them not just focus on their own robot, but also what's going on around the field. And wow, 23382A able to use that dump truck style design and shove a ton of those blocks into that bottom control zone. But as we've seen a lot of today, not really advantageous for them because of those wings, and Red still has the control bonus here. 7407R, they've got their wing out a couple of blocks, go for a push, and they're able to get it. That top control zone hasn't seen much action here, and it's kind of been blue dominated the whole time. Most of the fighting has been on this bottom. It looks like with about 18 seconds left, that's going to play out the same. That middle goal, the top and long, have been contested the whole time. 7 seconds left. You can hear a lot of calls for teams to perhaps park or discuss their strategy. All right. Looking at qual number 21. All right. Red Alliance has 550J Jetstream and 550X Zog going up against 73017 Robotopia and 20850WX, and their name is Accelerated Dragon. All right, everybody's ready to go. Autonomous is going to start in 3, 2, 1, and go. On the Red Alliance, these are both teams from the 550 organization from Apopka High School in Apopka, Florida. And they have some really beautiful bots in their license plate design. The robot design is really aesthetic here. All right, Blue's going to take the autonomous win point and bonus, and we're going to start off driver control in 3, 2, 1, and go. Now, Blue does have the advantage here taking that autonomous bonus, but they don't have the control bonus, at least on that top control zone. We see a couple of parts flying off from one of these robots. Hopefully, they're fully functional for the duration of the match. I think 550 is one of the teams that I was talking to earlier about, like how they iterate on their design, and they were telling me about how certain things are more advantageous in comp versus in skills, and so their robot design focuses on a back intake and a front dispenser, and because it's easier to match load and then immediately go to the long goal. So a lot of thought is going into the most minute details on these robots. And right now we can see it's paying off the Blue Alliance as they have control of the middle and bottom control zones. We haven't seen a lot of scoring for a few seconds here because both teams are playing really physical on each other, playing a lot of defense, preventing any sort of scoring from occurring. But then the Blue Alliance 73017D robot able to take that top control zone for themselves. 35 seconds left. Not a lot of scoring on Red here, and I think that's we got to give credit to the Blue Alliance for playing really solid defense. But we're seeing a lot of parts coming off of one of these Blue Alliance robots, but they're still fighting strong. 550J is not wanting 20850W to move at all, but they need to take some time and score as well, take that control bonus for themselves. 10 seconds left. Teams are able to park really fast, and I think we're going to see that here from the Blue Alliance robot. It takes them like 2 seconds to park and get those extra points. 550X takes that extra time to score some red blocks in the top control, in the top long goal.
We're moving on to qualification number 22 on the stage, field number 1 with 88909X and 2115P on the Red Alliance and 61568A on the and 27878V on the Blue Alliance. All right. We see autonomous starting in 3, 2, 1. I don't know if y'all are watching, but before the match, a lot of these teams are using these specific custom-built aligners to get the robots on the perfect field for the autonomous position. That's how much of a game of inches this is. These blocks are so light, there's so much variance. Any little swipe or hit can shift the blocks around so much, leading this to be a game of a lot of precision. It looks like blue has the top control zone, red has the bottom, and blue has the center upper goal control zone. But we'll see what autonomous rest has to say about the autonomous bonus.
Well, I know a lot of our competitors are probably fans of fantasy novels and dragons. I'd ask that you not hoard our balls just like a dragon would its treasure. So as you're finishing your match, check to see if you have any blocks. We'd like to make sure they don't leave the field.
Blue bonus, red win point, and we have driver control starting in 3, 2, 1. Let's see how red responds to the early 10-point lead blue picks up by simply scoring or getting that autonomous bonus. 88909X trying to pick up a couple of the match loads to respond on this lower goal. 615688 has a very interesting robot design, very low to the ground, and a couple of pistons moving up and down the entire scoring mech. Maybe that's a little bit advantageous, keeping their center of gravity low to the ground to prevent tipping. 2115P absolutely shoving the blue robot at the top there, 2787V. Let's see how they respond. They're able to get away from 2115P and attempt to score a couple of blocks to get that top control zone. And it looks like they're able to, leaving 2 of their blue blocks and only 1 red block remaining. 651688 left alone for a second to score on that bottom long goal, but it looks like they aren't able to get any of the blue blocks up in there, as the red robot at the top quickly responds to the work done by 2787V. Look at those blocks, absolutely just fly around. 615688 possessing 4 blue blocks. See, they're able to get possession of that long goal at the bottom, but 2115P is playing some great defense, absolutely preventing them from getting that control zone. But it looks like the moment they let up, 615688 was able to recover and get that control zone. 20 seconds left on the clock. Parking is protected, but we haven't really seen many teams park as they're constantly fighting the entire time. 88909X able to get that bottom control zone. Are they able to get the top one as well in the last 5 seconds? Looks like the upper and lower center are both controlled by the Blue Alliance. Very interesting match there. Maybe letting those go untouched by the Red Alliance was a bit of a mistake as we move on to qualification number 23. On the JTech Field 2, we have 9421W and 63780B on the Red Alliance, and 9447A and 4873S on the Blue Alliance. As we have autonomous, starting in 3, 2, 1, and they're off. 9421W scooping up those 3 blocks as they're able to pick up a couple more from the match load. 9447A on the other side slowly moving over as 9421W is able to score 3 blocks and get that control zone, leaving red to have the autonomous bonus. As driver control starts in 3, 2, 1, and they're off. 9421W trying to pick a couple from their match load, completely cycling out those blue blocks, as 9447A trying to get the control zone back on their side, but it looks like a bit of their intake is jamming as I hear a lot of clicking from their motors. At the top there, we have a bit of a battle of 63780B fighting against 4873S for possession of that control zone. And it looks like 63780B is able to completely clear out that long goal entirely. Can 9447A get their intake? It looks like their intake has been working again, but they're only able to score 2 blocks before 9421W rams them out of the way. 63780B trying to score on some of these center lower goals here in response to 4873B depositing a block of their own. Yeah. Can 9421W maintain complete possession of this bottom long goal? And it looks like they're still able to. 9447A needs to do something in order to respond to the amount of blocks they have here. And it looks like they're trying to score a bit of a jam from their intake. But 9421W is getting ran by 4873S, trying to allow 9447A the time to place those blocks. But 9421W at the top, all alone, placing 2 more in that top control zone as the timer clicks down to 25 seconds. See what they do in the last bits of the match. 9447A trying to clear out that red control zone, but they're not really able to. Let's see. 9421W with a couple more blocks. What are they trying to do in these last seconds? Looks like they're going for that center upper goal, dropping off 3 to get that control zone. Some great play by the Red Alliance here. Some great communication on the drive team that I was listening to as well. We're moving on to match 24. 49631C and 9623W on the Red Alliance against the Blue Alliance, 9447V and 8889A.
Announce that team number. We found a controller.
We found a controller for team 88909 something. We have your controller up in the front here. Please come get your controller. And don't forget them next time. As we get ready for this match, 49631C All Natural and 9623W Lucky Charms, both from South Carolina. Maybe they've played matches before. Maybe a little bit of team chemistry coming out of that. And 8889A, 99% is from Massachusetts. Bit of a long way to come down, but a very awesome signature event to be attending. Thank you to our Michelin partners and our partners with Ryobi, Sage, and JTech. These teams are getting ready, filling up their pneumatic air tanks for this match. It's been very interesting to see the development of these robots change over the years as different components were slowly allowed and the rules were adjusted. Recently, they actually changed limited the number of different polycarbonate pieces you can have in a robot, kind of inspiring a lot of innovations as teams were able to so easily just create custom parts out of plastic. The controller, yeah. Flat chair.
Let's start programs. We need to go. We need to get going. Start program. All right.
All right, we have autonomous starting in 3, 2, 1. 8889A looking to score what I believe is going to be a solo win point. Let's see if they're able to actually pull it off. Picking up a lot of blocks here. Scoring 2 in that upper center goal. Can they score the remaining 2 to get that? Ooh, just barely miss out on time to get the solo win point. Looks like Red will be picking up that autonomous bonus as driver control starts in 3, 2, 1. Let's see how Blue responds to the immediate 10-point bonus by Red. 9623W loading up on those red match load blocks. We see 49631C kind of just getting in the way of 8889A, preventing any real scoring from being done. But 8889A, such a quick robot, able to get away from that defense as 49631C constantly chasing them down. 9447V picking up a couple more blue blocks to respond to the center control zone bonus that the red team currently has. 9623W, plenty of match loads, more to go to see if they can re-maintain possession of that bottom long goal, and they're able to completely clear out those blue blocks. Such impressive driving with how sensitive the robot, blocks are. And it looks like 8889A is stuck, fell over in the middle of the field. They're kind of getting, and they're being tipped back up by 9447V, able to get one last shot to continue playing the game. (9623W) kind of drifting around, playing some zone defense, making sure that wherever they go, they're able to quickly respond to any actions done by any robots. And wow, 8889A is able to quickly clear out all those red blocks on the control zone. How will 9623W respond? Can 8889A keep that possession for much longer? It doesn't look like they're able to. It's a last second play by 9623W to get that control bonus. But 8889A at the top with 3 seconds remaining, able to completely clear out a lot of those red blocks to get a control zone of their own. Wow. What a close and fast match by these.
All right, we've got qualification number 25 about to start on Sage Field 1. We've got 10W Exothermic Willy Wonkers and their line spotter 28625W Warrior Vex going up against 12914X Omegabots and 65162B Icarus. All right, both teams are ready. We're going to start off autonomous in 3, 2, 1, and go. All right, autonomous starts. Looks like one robot from each alliance is moving, and I can see why they've both got rapid autonomous as they both meet in the middle, and a red block does come out on top on that middle control zone. I think red ends up scoring more here. All right, red is going to take the autonomous bonus and the win point as we start off driver control in 3, 2, 1, and go. Driver control starts. We got 10W with a pretty solid advantage here on that bottom control zone, but 12914X immediately wiping that out with their wing. Looking around, we've got a lot of match slots that haven't been utilized yet, but a blue alliance robot's going to want to change that, as well as 28625W on the red. Now about minute 20 left in this one. 12914X going to go for some scoring on that top long goal. I see a rubber band just fly out of that robot, but it's not going to affect their D-scoring ability as they use that wing to take firm control of that top control zone. 10W on the Red Alliance, go for a couple in the middle, but they're getting shoved around by a robot I haven't talked about much today, 65162B. It looks like their role in this match is going to be to try to lock up 10W, and they've been doing a great job so far. It looks like that 10W robot's a little bit faster, but 65162B is doing a great job of predicting where they're going to go and stopping them. Now, a lot of times before matches, we'll see alliances come together and say, hey, my robot's a great scorer and my robot's really fast. Here's how we're going to divvy up these responsibilities. And it looks like the blue alliance is doing a great job of doing that here, because you can see that 12914X in the blue is doing the primary scoring while the 65162B robot locking up 10W. 28625W on the Red Alliance, I think they're stuck on a block. Maybe 10W is stuck as we come into the end game. 10W wants to get some match loads, but yeah, that 65162B robot, they've had their eyes locked on not theirs, but 10W the whole freaking time. All right, 7 seconds left. 10W gets a free spot. They score some, but they're not going to get that control bonus as 129. All right, moving on to qual number 26. The results of qual 24, the 49631C and 9623W Alliance were able to win 43-31. For qual number 26, we've got 44252S Sulfur going up against 6978R Roger 67. On the Blue Alliance, we've got 84260B Sourpunk and 84260K Cobra. Everybody's getting their robots ready, plugged up, program selected. Looks like both sides are good, so we're going to start off autonomous in 3, 2, 1, and go. Autonomous starts. A lot of times you'll see a robot not move during autonomous, and that's not because of an error sometimes. A lot of times that's intentional. Teams will discuss strategy beforehand and decide that my robot's going to move, and yours can kind of stay put. But in this case, both Red Alliance robots moved, and they take that top control bonus for themselves, as well as some scoring in the bottom middle. Red's going to take autonomous, and we're going to start driver control in 3, 2, 1, and go. Driver control starts. 44252S immediately backs up into their match loader. Now, the match loaders do start off with the opposite color, and so you have to kind of dispose of some of these blocks initially, and then get your alliance's blocks going. 44252S beats every other team to that race and is able to start scoring immediately. They're going to try to get their wing to get that control bonus secured, and they're able to do so despite some pushback from the Blue Alliance robot. On the other side of the field, 6978R on the Red Alliance is using their wing to prevent any sort of scoring from that 8426OK robot. About a minute left here. not a single blue block in any of these goals. But I see some match loads in the 84260B robot, and they're going to want to try and score here on that bottom control zone, but let's see what we've got. Another Blue Alliance robot is filling up their robot with some match loads, and they're going to try to score on that top long goal. They get 1-2 in, but they're both negated by 6978R. 30 seconds left in this one. I think the strategy here from these Red Alliance robots has kind of been score initially and then play a lot of defense, because they haven't really gone for any additional scoring here. About 20 seconds left. I think that strategy is going to work out well for them as 6978R plays some really good defense on the Blue Alliance. Make sure that they can't score a thing. They go from that bottom long goal to the top and do the same thing there. Their Alliance partner is going to go for a park, and they're going to help them on 6978R. They're trying to give their teammate an assist. I think they may have gotten them stuck, but on the Blue is able to park for sure. Moving on to qual number 27. On the field, we've got 3796H and 3796G. On the Blue Alliance, we've got 1658S and 16610V. So Blue Alliance Practice Years 2.5 and Vanadium going against the Red Alliance's Hooligans and Goated. I like the matching merch from the Vanadium team here. Do y'all all have like hoodies they all wear? Nice, nice. You'll see a lot of teams kind of come up with matching hats or goggles or something to get their team some identity. The results of qualification number 25, 12914X and 65162B, able to win that 67-25. All right. Looks like everybody's ready to start here on qualification number 27, and we're going to start off autonomous in 3, 2, 1, and go. Auton starts. 1658S is going to start off the scoring in this match by getting some into the middle top goal. 3796G gets some match loads, but not looking to score them quite yet. But the Blue Alliance continues their scoring, filling up the top, bottom, and middle goals. Couple of blocks flying off the field, but we're able to get those back in as our refs. All right, neither team is going to have an autonomous bonus here, and we're going to start off driver control in 3, 2, 1, and go. Driver control starts. Neither team is having an advantage here, so both teams dead even coming into the driver control period, but it looks like the Blue Alliance may have the advantage in terms of the control bonuses, but as we've seen so many times today, that can change very rapidly. I think that's something that I like about this game is that, like, as a driver, you'll often get locked in on your robot and kind of ignore the rest of the field. And so a lot of drive team involvement has to happen to make sure that the top, bottom control zones, the middle goals, they're all properly protected for your Alliance. It can get super easy to just like have a goal in your mind. I'm gonna block, I'm gonna score, and then kind of ignore the rest of the occurrences on the field. So I love seeing the drive team members talk to each other, talk to the other Alliance partner, and then decide a strategy mid-game. Now in this one, we've seen a lot of blue scoring, and 3796H, they're going to try to de-score in the middle, but yeah, with Blue Line starting off with that advantage, they're going to be given the job of just defending, and that's given them a much easier time in this one. But 3796H finding a gap on that bottom long goal and not able to take the control bonus, but they do get a single red block into that bottom long goal. 3796G trying to escape with a spin move, but that Blue Alliance robot having a complete read on them here. And now that's interesting. 1660V is able to actually go underneath the long goals. That's an advantage that I had not even thought about. And that gives them greater maneuverability. And as we can see, this game is all about outmaneuvering your opponents. And we can see that the Blue Alliance, maybe because of the advantageous design, is able to take control of all three scoring goals. One park, and we're going to move on to qual number 28.
All right, moving on to qualification number 28 on the Sage field. On the Red Alliance, we have team 84260V and 9447W against the Blue Alliance, 7447X and 8682N. Hear a little bit of cheering from the crowd. Love to hear it. Got to show the support for your teams as we get ready for autonomous period. We got some very interesting robots here. We have 84260V, very blue, interesting robot. Very nice, fun colored polycarbonate all the way from Arkansas. And 9447W is what it looks like a tipping point piece of the field for their polycarbonate. All right, we have autonomous starting in 3, 2, 1. All 4 robots off to a very quick start. 8682N trying to align for that bottom long goal, but they miss. Well, 84260V may be able to take advantage of the opportunity, and they are able to, scoring a couple blocks there. And 9447W scoring both a mix of red and blue. And it looks like red picks up the autonomous bonus and the win point as driver control starts in 3, 2, 1, and they're off. 84260V trying to pick up some of their match loads to score on that bottom long goal. And 7447X doing the same as well, very hastily trying to get as many of those blue blocks into their intake as possible for later scoring. Looks like these teams have gotten into their own respective one-on-one matchups as the red robot's pushing around 7447X and 8682N battling against 84260V. 7447X able to masterfully get complete possession of that upper center goal, while 9447W tries to prevent them from really doing too much, constantly pushing and shoving. Can 7447X escape and drop off some blocks in that top long goal? 8682N pushing and shoving is a bit of a constant back and forth with them and 84260V at the bottom here. Only 3 blocks in the long goal at the top here. 9447W trying to respond, pushing out some of the blue blocks from that upper center goal. But it looks like 8682N is really paying them no attention as they have a couple blocks of their own that they're trying to score in this bottom long goal. But some constant pushing and shoving by 8426V, really preventing them from getting anywhere. They're only able to get 2 blocks in. Oh, and swipe away one of the red blocks. And it looks like 84260V is stuck on one of the long goals. Can their teammate push them back up so they continue playing the match? 9447W have a couple blocks of their own. Let's see if they're able to get free from this predicament. And it looks like 8682N have free reign to do whatever they need to do. Trying to score last couple points as both teams get a last second part. Very well done. We're moving on to match number 29 with 8682A and 95059D on the Blue Alliance against 3796F and 18799M on the Blue Alliance. We have autonomous starting in 3, 2, 1. All 4 robots off to a very quick start. The Rubber Duckies yellow robot here picking up a couple of the blocks, but they barely miss, not able to score any of that long goal. 8682A though having a bit more success, scoring 3 in that top long goal, while 3796F responds with a control zone of their own. Looks like blue wins the autonomous due to a block rolling over to the other side. Gotta keep them on your side during the autonomous period. Now we have driver. No win points for either team. All right. Driver control starting in 3, 2, 1. And they're off. 95059D picking up a couple from their match load to respond to 3796F's immediate blue blocks and a lot of pushing and shoving, and a mix of red and blue pattern through this bottom long goal. It looks like 3796F is able to completely clear out, except with a couple of blue remaining. What masterful driving by 3796F there, completely making possession of this bottom long goal. On the top though, we have 8682A fighting against 18799M. Back and forth, but it looks like the red team is able to maintain possession of that top long goal. A little bit of pinning at the bottom here as 8682A tries to take advantage of the opportunity, the fact that they're both entangled there, completely clearing out almost all the blocks on both sides. This really goes to show how precisely they'll be when driving due to how light the blocks are and how easily they're able to get moved around. Red currently having possession of, it looks like 3 of the 4 control zones, giving them a huge bonus But it looks like the blue robot, 1879M, is able to get control of that center upper goal before ramming another robot out of the way. But it looks like 8682A is still able to get possession anyways. With currently the control zone possession of all 4 goals, it looks like Red has been playing very well in order to keep some great defense and the blue off from scoring. 20 seconds left. Let's see if the blue is able to come back in these last final seconds as Red continues to pile onto the lead. 379F with a couple of blocks in their possession, with the Rubber Duckies team completely blocking them out from scoring. 379F tries to score a couple, but doesn't look like they're able to get access to the control zone. Are they able to swipe them out of the way? They just barely miss, allowing no team to have possession of that control zone, it looks like, with Red having possession of the other team, other 3, as we move on to qualification number 30. On the Ryobi Field 3, we have 29019X and 86400V on the Red Alliance, and 2672A and 9447G on the Blue Alliance. Both teams getting ready, prepping their robot for the autonomous period. Looks like both teams are ready to go as our autonomous period starts in 3, 2, 1. 3 of the 4 robots, both Red robots, moving immediately at 9447G, scoring a couple blocks of their own. It looks like they're going for the solo win point. Are they able to get it? They have... Oh, they just barely missed that solo win point. Spilling out a lot of balls in the process. Red wins auto bonus, no win point, as driver control starts in 3, 2, 1. Let's see how Blue responds. 86400V scoring a couple of the blocks that they weren't able to during the autonomous period. And 29019X kind of stuck in that long goal. A bit of an issue on their Cortex screen showing. I wonder how 2672A will respond. 9447G trying to score a couple of those blocks. And 86400V looks like they're stuck at the bottom here. It looks like both Red robots are unable to move at the moment, giving Blue completely free reign. 9447G taking advantage of that to score in the lower center goal and picking up a couple more blocks to ensure the victory, just in case they do come back. It looks like 86400V is off, and 29019X was having a bit of an issue earlier. I don't know if they're able to get back up and running before the match ends. It's 45 seconds, counts down. 2672A moving Red out of the way in order to clear out their control bonus, while 9447G absolutely piles on to that center upper goal. 2672A completely clearing out every last Red block to have absolute possession of that top long goal. Taking their time with 20 seconds left to park, not really having to worry too much about Red interference. Are they going to go for a park in these last 7 seconds? And it looks like one of them are, but I'm not sure they're able to get it. And that is the match.
All right, we're going to move on here to qualification number 31. Got to click my buttons here on the phone. All right, we got 11444X and 8889V on the Red Alliance going up against 93400A and 29485B on the blue. Everybody's ready, so we're going to start off autonomous in 3, 2, 1, and go. All 4 robots immediately start moving here, and 11444X is going to start off scoring by getting some into the middle top goal. 8889B going to help their teammate out, get some red blocks into that top goal as well as the control bonus. But the blue lines also scored some here, and so let's see who wins autonomous. All right, Red gets the autonomous bonus, not the win point, and we're going to start drive for control in 3, 2, 1, and go. Driver control starts, 8889V at that top long goal. Immediately starts off by trying to de-score any sort of blocks that can prevent their control bonus from being eliminated. On the bottom, 29485B takes a gap and takes their time to score into that bottom control bonus. Now everybody's starting that phase of the match. We start going for the match loads. We've got one Red Alliance robot that did that, as well as one blue. Not a whole lot of movement at the moment, but I think that's by intention from these teams. They're going to try to play a very defensive game now. Red wants to maintain control of that top control bonus, control zone. The bottom is going to the blue, and they're going to want to maintain control of that. And you can see 29485B, they've got that wing ready to deploy. And they're not going to let any sort of potential from the blue lines occur. 8889V is going to regain control of the top red control zone. But right now, a lot of that fighting is occurring in the middle. A lot of shoving happening between the red and blue alliance robots. Red alliance with a spoon move to take a gap and score into the top of the middle goal. Now with 30 seconds left, you've got a pretty big momentum shift into that because of that middle goal, with red taking complete control on the top, but blue responds immediately. Now we've got a pretty even bottom to that. And look at that timing out of that blue alliance robot, preventing any scoring from the red alliance. 13 seconds left. Now this is where we've seen a ton of crazy scoring happen at the last second. We got a blue alliance robot going for a park. Another blue alliance robot defending. A red alliance robot goes for the park at the last second. I'm a huge fan of that defense out of 29485B, making sure that they weren't allowing any sort of blocks to be scored while their teammate went for that park. So now qualification number 32 has 79267W and 57711N. We're going to start off autonomous here in 3, 2, 1, and go. Now those two teams are going up against 2771X and 65162C. Autonomous has 5 seconds left in it, and it's going to end up with a top red control bonus. Some scoring in that middle goal. And then red's going to win autonomous, and we're going to start off driver control in 3, 2, 1, and go. Driver control starts. Now red does have that advantage in the top, but 65162C looks to quickly eliminate that, but 79267W recognizing that places their wing immediately. Now on the bottom, we've got, it's a pretty fierce battle, but no control bonus quite yet. 2717X, what they've got. A little bit of pushing and shoving, but no one really wanting to get the score, but Blue Alliance grabs just a gap. Now I like this gameplay here, right? Like the Red Alliance robot is playing the other side, because if they know that they want the blocks to come out, they're gonna have to place their wing in the way, and the Blue Alliance just out times them, and Red Alliance loses the control bonus there. It's a very, very finicky game. You have to be super precise with your timing, and looks like the Blue Alliance is winning that game on both the top and bottom control zones. About 50 seconds left. Middle goal looks to be untouched for a lot of this game. We've got a motor flying off of a Red Alliance robot. Pretty big momentum shifts on the bottom here. Blue's gonna look to respond. A lot of 3 robots on the field fighting over this bottom long goal. 30 seconds left. We got all 4 on this bottom one, so these teams are recognizing that this is where the momentum shift is going to occur. As we approach the end game, I want to see who's going to go for who's going to maybe go for the middle goal here. It looks like Red Alliance tries to take the middle goal. 65162C of the Blue Alliance responding. Both control bonuses now going to the the Blue Alliance. That bottom of the middle goal going to the red. 5 seconds left. Red is going to attempt to park. On the other side of the field, 65162C tries to score. And that game ends with a lot of de-scoring and momentum shifting. And going on to qual number 33, we've got 233828 Fifth Dimension and 142418 Robo Dragons on the Red Alliance going up against 6277B and 3239B. 233828 Fifth Dimension. They're from North Potomac, Maryland. Glad y'all could join us. I bet it's warmer down here than it is in Maryland, right? Yeah, a whole lot warmer down here. I think it was like 75 degrees on Christmas Day. It felt like summer. but I think we all would have preferred a snowy Christmas, but we'll take it. We'll take it. I went hiking on Christmas because of how warm it was.
They can't count. They can't.
All right.
Hey, you know what's too tall? Red's not ready. Red's too tall.
Our refs are making sure that all robots are inside the limits. We have one team, 6277B, Katona, New York. I bet it's way colder up there, actually. I'm not a big fan of the cold, but 6277B, their name is Frostbite. So I think they're pretty adept to it, pretty used to it. They introduced a rule a couple of years ago where you're not allowed to refill pneumatics on the field. And I've been a huge fan of that one because you'd often see teams that are showing up on the field and they're refilling pneumatics and kind of delaying the whole process. But these last couple of tournaments that I've been to, it's been super smooth. Teams are ready to go, super locked in, goggles on. And I'm glad that we've been able to maintain that today. Looking around, we see a lot of robots that are kind of common, but here we have a pretty good variety. So 233828 is that shopping cart style bot, and then 3239V is a lower one. Pretty sure they're one of the ones that can go underneath the long goal. I think everybody's ready here. All right, so we're going to start off autonomous in 3, 2, 1, and go. Autonomous starts, all 4 robots roar to life, and then we've got the blue alliance starting off scoring with a block in the middle and 2 in the bottom. 6277B putting 2 in the top, while red is filling up the middle with 3 and the top with 3 as well.
Red knocked the block into the blue robot.
Let's wait on the autonomous decision. Red is going to win autonomous, not getting win point, and we're going to start off driver control in 3, 2, 1, and go. Driver control starts. Looks like blue might have this slight advantage on that bottom control zone. Red looking to have the top. Now this match starts with 233828 taking advantage of that shopping cart design by immediately filling that thing to the brim with the blocks. They're going to go get one match load complete and dispose all of those blocks into that bottom long goal. They use their wing. I think they may have de-scored more than they wanted to, but I think that's going to give them the advantage that they wanted. Other side of the field, 6277B and 14241A are battling it out. The Red Alliance teammate 233828 going to use the remaining blocks in the shopping cart bot to shift that momentum straight towards the Red Alliance now. So they've got top and bottom control as well as a pretty good control of the middle of the field as well. 233828 recognizing that 3239V on the Blue Alliance is going to try to do some shenanigans onto their blocks, and they're going to respond with some attempted wing descoring, and let's see what they're able to do. I think 233828 is a plenty fast robot, so is 3239D, but I think the faster robots here are probably 6277B and the 14241A robot. They've been zooming around in circles trying to outmaneuver each other, and as of right now, the Red Alliance is going to take the advantage on all of the control zones and goals, but I think it's designed to, it is because of the design of that 233828 robot, where they're allowed to rapidly fill a goal with these blocks. As we count down the last 7 seconds of this match, looks like no one's looking to park yet, but let's see. I think one Red Alliance robot wanted to park, but they weren't able to get it out in time. And we're going to move on to qualification number, I'm not sure actually, 34?
Moving on to qualification number 34. On the Red Alliance, we have 21510R and 95071Y against the Blue Alliance, 79267B and 215100W. Both teams are ready. This autonomous starts in 3, 2, 1. A little bit of an interesting choice by the Red Alliance here. Team 95071Y actually has the blocks in their hoodie pocket in order to effectively match load without having to reach down and grab the blocks from the little bucket that we provided everyone. All right, looks like blue takes the autonomous bonus with no win point due to a block moving over from the red side. Oh, due to red crossing the other side. As we have driver control starting in 3, 2, 1. 9507Y quickly picking up a lot from their match load thanks to the pocket blocks that one other drive team member has, as 79267B tries to score on the opposite side, but it looks like one of the blocks are jammed in their intake. Up at the top there, we have 21510R and W fighting it out. Sister teams trying to get possession of the control zone. Looks like red has it, and blue takes it right back before red can respond. And it's even, actually, after a little bit back and forth exchange between the two teams, just shoving blocks back and forth without any care about how many are flying on the other end. And it looks like 95071Y is able to get 6 blocks down here at the top, at the bottom long goal. And some expert driving by 95071Y, allowing them to completely box out 21510W. 9507Y continuing to pick up a lot of red blocks, as they seem to be the key to this match on whether or not they're able to drive well. A lot of communication coming between the drive team member and the driver for 9507Y. Love to hear it. Really allows the driver to be aware of what they need to be focused on. 21510W trying to score a couple of blocks in this bottom long goal, but they're not able to, as their sister team pushes them right back out. 10 seconds remaining on the clock. Let's see if blue is able to take possession back of one of these long goals. But, oh, and they're able to completely sweeping out all the progress red had made originally before they pushed back. Very well-played match there by the Red Alliance. And we're moving on to the JTech Field 2, where qualification number 35, where we have teams 3142C and 14338A on the Red Alliance, and 6210M and 28828A on the Blue Alliance. That's a lot to say. Both teams are ready as autonomous starts in 3, 2, 1. 3 robots off, 3142C picking up from their match goal to drop off a couple of blocks. Let's see if they're able to push them all the way in. But it doesn't look like they go for that as they try to go for the center goal, but miss. 14338A is loaded up. It looks like their intake got jammed before they were able to deposit any in that top long goal. Looks like blue takes the autonomous bonus and the win point as driver control starts in 3, 2, 1. And they're off. 14338A trying to deposit any of the blocks that they had from the autonomous period, as 6210M gets complete possession of the control zone, trying to fight against 3142C. They had to allow 3142C to deposit their own blocks before they're able to score. A little bit of a shoving match as they both patiently wait for the other to leave so they can completely clear that goal. 14338A on the other end, trying to score a couple of red blocks at the top there in order to outplay 288A Surge. It looks like blue is able to continue to maintain possession of this bottom long goal. 6210M playing some great defense against 3142C, completely preventing them from scoring so far. 3142C runs away to that top long goal to see if they can potentially outplay their 288A instead. Looks like they got a free second, dropping off a couple of red blocks against 6210M, and they're able to get a couple of blocks in their possession as they continue to shove the red and blue blocks back and forth, playing solely based on their wings. A very interesting strategy from all these teams, and it's been very exciting to see the meta develop into this. A little bit of fitting as 6210M tries to maintain control of this bottom long goal. And it looks like the red robot at the top there completely clear out any progress that blue made before their teammate 288A is able to re-maintain possession of blue in the top. Very low scoring game, but it looks like blue has the current edge as time takes down. Let's see who has maintained a control bonus at the end for all these different zones. And it looks like blue has an additional as we move on to match 36. Qualification number 36, we have on the Red Alliance 44252C and 77079E against the Blue Alliance 9623F and 14241M. Looks like we have both teams ready as autonomous starts in 3, 2, 1. Some interesting robot designs here, 9623F and 44252C, both looking like they have a bit of a pocket in the back to potentially hold blocks of the other team's color and prevent them from scoring. Very interesting designs, if I do say so myself. Not much scoring, but it looks like Red wins the autonomous and no win point as driver control starts in 3, 2, 1. I wonder how these different designed robots will affect the outcome of the match, with possibly some hoarding by maybe 9623F or 44252C. 141M, Altitude left all alone at the top of the screen there, scoring several blocks in that long goal without much interference, as 44252C is trying to score the bottom but gets pushed out of the way by Warp Drive F. Some wings being activated. 44252C left alone on the opposite side. I wonder how 9623F will respond to possibly push some of these red blocks out of the way. But it looks like Red has control of this bottom long goal, while 14241M left completely alone has exactly 4 blocks in that top long goal. Yeah. 14241M whipping out the wing to potentially completely clear out this red long goal and see if they're able to maintain possession back. But it looks like 77079E is pushing them out of the way. Are they able to prevent them from clearing that control zone? 14241M able to clear a couple of blocks, but not enough to leaving Red to still have complete possession. But they're able to drop off a couple of their own, trying to push them. And they're able to, completely clearing out several red blocks and gaining possession of that control zone. 9623F looking around the field, trying to pick up a couple more blocks to get the untouched center goals, while 44252C Cobalt attempts to clear out another control zone in the last seconds. We'll see a little bit of parking as both teams are able to get off. It looks like 44252C they might be touching, but maybe not. Maybe they were both able to get the park off as we move on to the next match.
All right, we're going to take a look here at qualification number 37. My app is taking a while to load, so 65162A and 13722A on the Red Alliance are going up against 3796D and 3796E on the Blue Alliance. All right, qualification number 37. On Sage Field 1, we're going to start whenever everybody's ready and connected. (13722A) is from Gainesville, Florida. It's a 6-hour drive, right? Around that time. It's a while for y'all. Glad y'all could make it. We've got one of our head refs, Dwayne, pulling out the sizing tool. Let's see what he's going to tell us. These teams have to follow like a lot of rules when they're building these robots. Sometimes it's frustrating, right? When you build you spend all this time on a robot, show up to a competition, and your piece of metal is bigger by like half an inch, right? I've seen so many teams take just like an angle grinder, and you see sparks fly everywhere as they're trying to slice their robot down so they can pass inspection. But not allowed to do that on the field. I like subconsciously, you know? It's so far away.
And put like under your chin.
Okay. So okay.
Dwayne,
all right, looks like 3796D made a little change to their robot. They're going to try to get resized and hopefully get this match going. Ooh. That looks pretty close, but yeah, we'll see what the refs tell us. I want to give a shout out to like all the volunteers right now, yesterday, and tomorrow when they have to clean all this stuff up. It really took a lot of people, a lot of moving parts to get this going, and it's like a well-oiled machine, right? A well-lubricated robot even, and it takes a lot of people to work on that robot to get this competition going. .379.6D and .379.6E, both from JL Man, the hosting organization of this signature event. You can track this event on Man Robotics on YouTube. We've got a live stream going. Tell your family and friends, Man Robotics on YouTube. Got a live stream of this event. Really nice camera angles. I know at a lot of tournaments, it's like you can kind of see the field. You can only see really good, one good angle of the field, but here we've got like a crazy good, almost world's like angle on the field here. I know a lot of teams like to go back and watch these replays, watch these live streams, and you can get a really good perspective and understanding of every single part of the field. Another thing I want to point out, so .379.6D, I'm looking at like their Cortex, and they've got like which program they've selected, their battery percentage, just some useful information for when they go to set up autonomous. All right, everybody's ready? We're gonna start Auton in 3, 2, 1, and go. Auton starts, .379.6D picks up a couple, same thing with their teammate, but Red starts off the scoring on that top long goal. Their alliance partner, 137.22A. I think they wanted to score here, but they narrowly missed out. .379.6D gets one into that bottom long goal. I think like all sports have that saying, right? It's a game of inches or whatever. Football's the big one, but in Vex, it really goes beyond inches. It's like millimeters. So they're like the famous paper test to see if something's touching. And right now our head refs are trying to determine if something is within the limits. All right, let's wait on their decision here before we start off driver control, see who gets that autonomous bonus. Autonomous is like super easy to neglect, but it really can change the whole flow of a match. Starting off with the ideal starting position and all that. So the driver, all right, Red is gonna get autonomous. Red is going to take the autonomous bonus, no win point, as we start off driver control in 3, 2, 1, and go. Driver control starts. 65162A has that wing uplifted, and they're going to try to play defense on .379.6D, but on this bottom long goal, .379.6D fills up as the Red Alliance robot is going to try and negate any sort of advantage. They're kind of at a stalemate here, and .379.6D recognizing that they can't let the Red Alliance robot descore. One rule that I wasn't aware of is you're not allowed to like put anything into the long goal. It kind of has to hover above it. And .379.6D has a mechanism that's designed to do exactly that. And .379.6D patiently waiting for a gap, taking advantage of one, and I think they've got that bottom control zone for the Blue Alliance now. Up top, 65162A and .379.6D battling it out. But 65162A looks to prioritize a match load. Let's see what we've got here. On the bottom, I think we've got that battle for that control zone continuing as Red gets a huge momentum shift by negating the blue control bonus. Up top, about 42 seconds left. The Red Alliance, 65162A. They're going to try to do that game where they time the scoring from .379.6D, and they were able to successfully do so. Now, both of these control bonuses are going to the Red Alliance. The bottom middle is going towards the Red Alliance as well, but the top is going towards blue. So 25 seconds left. As we approach the end game, a lot of communication on the right side of this field. Red Alliance, 15 seconds left. They're going to try to get the control bonus and retain it, but I think .379.6D has done a great job of maintaining their control bonus, regaining the control bonus in the bottom long goal. 5 seconds left. 3 seconds. One team goes for a mark on the Blue Alliance, but they're not able to get it, and 65162A finishes part. All right, fall number 38. Everybody's on the field. Red Alliance is going to have 91231X, Irvine Ruiguan, and 4873K Chaos. All right, Autonomous is going to start in 3, 2, 1, and go. Red Alliance is facing off against 426528 Iron Patriots Grogu and 7009X Acceleration. As Autonomous comes to a close, we see only scoring on the blue lines, sorry, on the bottom long goal, but that's going to change in the last seconds from 7009X. The Blues team is going to get the Autonomous bonus without win point, and we start driver control in 3, 2, 1, and go. Driver control starts. No one going for match loads quite yet, but 7009X is going to recognize the opportunity just to de-score some of the red blocks. 4873K isn't moving at the moment, so it's a 1v2. And 91231X doing a great job of holding their own as they attempt to de-score for the blue Alliance blocks. Blue Alliance does also have that Autonomous bonus, so Red's going to have to do a lot of momentum shifting here to get the game back into their own hands. I love the strategy from one of these robots to de-score in that middle goal. They just blatantly shoved that middle goal in and were able to de-score it.
They weren't bad.
55 seconds left. We've got the Blue Alliance having control at the bottom, but the Red Alliance, despite that 1v2, taking control of that top control bonus. This is an unfortunate part of robotics. Sometimes you put in all this work, go into a qual, and then your robot breaks, doesn't move, something happens. And despite that, they're going to be able to regain, they're going to have to recoup and walk into that next one with a positive mentality. On the field, though, the Red Alliance, despite the 1v2, is doing a great job on the top and middle goal. 91231X. I don't know how they're doing it, but they're doing a great job of maintaining control of the top and now the bottom control bonuses. But now the Blue Alliance responds, taking back the top for themselves. Time is winding down. Doesn't look like anybody wants to mark it at the last second, 7009X. Getting rid of the red control bonus. Qual number 39, we've got 7447G and 10102A going up against 81208G and 33011Z. Everybody is ready on the field. And we're going to start Autonomous in 3, 2, 1, and go. Autonomous kicks off, every team roars to life, and 33011Z gets some match loads for themselves, and they're gonna, they barely missed out on scoring, and on the top, the Red Alliance is not missing at all, and they've got a control bonus and a lot of blocks scored for themselves. Let's see what the refs say here. Right, Red's going to take the win point and Autonomous bonus as we start driver control in 3, 2, 1, and go. Now, you hear us talking about like the win points or whatever, but the importance of that is when we look at the qualification rankings, you get win points for winning a match, but you also get win points for achieving the Autonomous outcome. So you have to get like 10 blocks scored in a variety of places, and that's going to give you a boost in the rankings. So even if the Red Alliance loses this match, they're still going to get a win point because of Autonomous. And that's going to help them when it comes down to our final rankings and their place for the Alliance selections. Now, 33011Z, I see a loose battery, so it looks like they're not going to be able to move for the rest of this match. It's going to be a 1v2, but 81208G, they're going to try to take control of that top long goal. Let's see what they've got. They're kind of being shoved around by 7447G, but clever driving out of them. They know that they were getting pushed around, but they spun around and took advantage of the shoving to flip their wing in the right spot. So I'm excited to see some of this driving action from 81208G for the rest of this game. It really is hard in this game to come back from a 1v2 situation. As we've seen all day, like so much of this game is just like bot-on-bot action to control the top and bottom long goals. So I'm really happy to see that 81208G for the Blue Alliance is keeping up and being very competitive here. One thing that I like on the 7447G robot on the Red Alliance, they've got 2 wings. for some reason most robots only have one, I feel like you definitely want the option to go D-score on both sides. And 7447G, it's not individually controlled, but like I think maybe like a piston that controls both. And I'm sure that that's going to give them a huge advantage when it comes to scoring and D-scoring, and that's going to give them a huge advantage in this match as we wrap up qualification number 39.
Moving on to qualification number 40. On the Red Alliance, we have team 3004A and 79267S against the Blue Alliance, 2115P and 3796H. To add on a little bit to what Arv was saying earlier about the wings, it's very interesting to see how the robots have designed to get slimmer and slimmer over time to account for the ease of access between between the long goal and the barrier, as well as they need every inch they can to get the wings to stick out in order to get access to those long goals. Which I think is a big contributing factor as to why a lot of these teams don't have double wings. Because having double wings would mean your robot needs to be so incredibly slim. As our robots link up, I'd love to give another shout out to our sponsors, Michelin for the Michelin division, Sage on the field 1, JTech on field 2, and Ryobi on field 3. Looks like players and robots are ready as Autonomous starts in 3, 2, 1. All 4 robots off to a very fast start. 3004A quickly, very efficiently picking up a lot of the blocks and are able to very quickly score them in that long goal as they try to push them in. And it looks like Blue had a bit of a contact with each other, causing their Autonomous routines to possibly be messing up here. But it looks like they still recovered pretty well. Heard a bit of shouting from those Blue drive team members. Yeah, but it looks like Red will take the Autonomous bonus as driver control starts in 3, 2, 1. And they're off. 3004A looking to extend the lead they built in that bottom long goal earlier in the match, very expertly shoving away only the blue blocks as 2115P tries to pick up the blocks at 3004A, moving to the way to score back against them. A little bit of a fighting match at the top there between 7927S and 3796H, constantly shoving, while 2115P expertly de-scored all the red blocks down to this bottom long goal, and 3004A tries to respond. 79267S trying to score some red blocks of their own in order to take away that blue control bonus, while 3004A tries to swipe the red blocks into the control zone, but 2115P constantly just fighting back, but they accidentally lose control of one of their blocks, letting red to have the advantage here. 7277S trying to score red blocks of their own, but 3796H is constantly pushing and shoving, preventing them. A little bit of entanglement between those two red robots, and they're free. 3796H unsure what to do, trying to find some more blue blocks to pick up and areas to score as they try to score on the center logo, but miss. 79267S trying to score a couple blocks there, trying to get possession of that long goal, and they are able to, having possession of the control zone. It looks like Red is a bit in the lead here with possession of 3 of the 4 control zones. A little bit of shoving up the top there as 2115P trying to get some people out of the way as they attempt to clear out the red long goal, and they're able to successfully do that with 2 blue blocks in the control zone as time expires, and Red also pulling off a last second park there. We're moving on to JTech field number 2 for qualification number 41, where 3796G, Goated, and 65162C Antares on the Red Alliance will face off against 6978R Roger 67 and 2672A LED Robotics A. All right. Both teams look ready as Autonomous starts in 3, 2, 1. Very interesting robots we got here. 3796J really leaning into the teal and black color scheme. I'm a big fan of that. As they pop out a couple of the blocks, attempting to get the match load, but they're unable to pick up any or score any. But 65162C, on the other hand, able to score several more blocks than the blue team and get that control zone. Let's see who get this autonomous bonus.
Are they touching the red ball? It is touching for sure. All right, go. So that one, the one that's touching does not count. So red has 6 blocks, blue has 4 blocks. Control zone, control zone, control zone. All right, then.
Looks like an autonomous tie as red was touching a block that could have been scored to give them the edge. But we'll see what happens now in driver control as it starts in 3, 2, 1. Very interesting how even touching a block, causing it to be descored, cost the red team possibly a 10-point swing. A little bit of pushing between 3796G and 26728 as they're constantly shoving back and forth those teal and purple robots going at it while 3796G tries to score, but 26728 expertly prevents them from being able to score and get any blocks in that long goal. 65126C trying to maintain complete possession of that red long goal. 6978R going to pick up a couple of red blocks of their blue blocks of their own in order to combat the effort of 65162C as 26728 shoves him out of the way, possibly giving space for their blue alliance partner to score, but 3796G is preventing them at the same time as a shove. Looks like 65162C is changing its objective to this bottom long goal here, and blue was able to very quickly take control of that top long goal when the red team wasn't looking. 3796G trying to drop off a couple of blocks of their own, but it looks like 69788B accidentally pushed some of their own blue blocks out of the way. Can they get possession back? And they are able to. Very close match so far. Looks like blue has, red takes back possession controls here as they both play this game of chicken, going back and forth, dancing to see who will actually have possession. 6978R trying to push a couple more into that the upper center goal, and they're able to. Can 379G at the bottom respond in the last 3, 2, 1, and they're able to, getting access to their own control zone. Wow. Very interesting match. We're moving on to qualification number 42. On the Red Alliance, we have 9421W and 3796F against the Blue Alliance, 28625W and 49631C. All these robots are getting linked up. We have autonomous starting in 3, 2, 1. And these robots are off. 9421W picking up a couple from their match load. Same with 3796F. Looking like red robots are the only one performing an autonomous routine. Are they able to score the bonus and the win point as well? And it looks like. Let's see what our refs have to say. A little bit of cheers from the crowd. Love to see it. These win points are so valuable. Red bonus and the red win point, boosting their qualification standings. As we have driver control starting in 3, 2, 1. And they're off. 9421W picking up several blocks from their match loader. Same with 3796F, removing the blue out of the way, trying to score only red. Let's see if 9421W is able to quickly get rid of the blue blocks that are interlaced within their intake, while 28625W having several blue blocks, trying to cram as many as they can into the intake to score to combat 9421W's efforts. 3796F having complete control over that top long goal. Let's see if they're able to maintain control of it for the rest of the match. Not much contact between these two teams as 9421W very quickly loads in an additional, I think, 5 balls from their intake. 3796F protecting that long goal on the top of your screen. And 28625W has possession of so many blocks, but it doesn't seem like they're able to get them out of their robot. 49631C trying to pick up a couple blocks of their own in order to try to de-score 9421W's 8 or 9 blocks in their own long goals. It looks like all the long goals so far are completely red. You can see on the live stream there a bit of a bar at the bottom showing the live scoring differential. Very interesting for those who are trying to keep track of who has, the current advantage in the game. Looks like blue gets a park as well, and so does 3796F. Oh, or not? Are they able to get it? And they are able to. Great match by the red team there as we move on to our next qualification.
All right, we've got qualification number 43 coming up on the on Sage Field 1 in the Michelin division. We've got 9623W. They're currently our #1 skills team, and 95071Y on the Blue Alliance going up against 84260K and 4873S on the Red Alliance. All right, we're just waiting on controllers to link up. Everybody's good to go. We're going to start autonomous in 3, 2, 1, and go. Autonomous starts. We've got 3 robots moving here, and blue's going to start off scoring in that middle goal. Looks like they missed a ton on the bottom long goal, but they're going to be able to get a ton on that top. All right, we're going to wait on our refs to deliberate. And what are they going to tell us? Blue wins autonomous without getting a win point, and we're going to start off driver control in 3, 2, 1, and go. We've got our driver control period starting now. Now, interesting strategy here. 4873S on the Red Alliance immediately prevents the 9623W bot from getting any of their match loads. So I've usually seen teams back up into their match loader, but this team was doing a completely different strategy here, and I think it might not have worked out for them on this instance. Looking at our top long goal now, we're going to see a lot of competition between the Blue and Red Alliance robots, and right now Blue's coming out on top. Interestingly enough, 95071Y is going to take some remaining blocks and get it into the middle, and that was some really good control out of that robot and really precise driving. As of right now, only blue blocks have been scored, as we've got about a minute left in this match. Let's see what we've got here between the robots here. So it might turn into a 1v1 here in a second, but on the other side, 95071Y and 84260K fighting it out on that top long goal. Still no scoring yet for the Red Alliance, but I think 4873S finally found that gap, and they're going to try to get at least a couple of blocks into that bottom long goal. They get one for sure. Now, I think that one block might enable them to go ahead and de-score that control bonus. 25 seconds left. We're not in end game quite yet, but I think 84260K is going for an early park. Interesting decision for them. I think I've seen a lot of teams try to wait off on that so they can get some more scoring into the final seconds, but on the other side, 95071Y also going for a park. And this match is going to close out by Red Alliance going for a double park. (9623W) with the 180 skill score. All right, qual number 44. 86828 and 88909X on the Red Alliance going up against 10W and 29019X on the Blue Alliance. Everybody is fully plugged in. We're going to start off autonomous in 3, 2, 1, and go. Autonomous starts. All 4 robots are moving here, and Red's going to start off scoring in the middle. Blue immediately responding, and pretty symmetric scoring as of right now. I think Blue is kind of scoring to the last possible second there. Interesting thing out of 10W, they put their match loads in and then stayed there, kept their wing in there, and did not allow 88909X to take any blocks in that control bonus, in that control zone. Waiting on our refs to decide who gets that autonomous bonus here. Let's see what they tell us.
I'm interested in what they're going to tell us here. 86828 Apollo is from Covington, Georgia, and 88909X Parallelogram is from Mountain View, California. Let's see. All right, both teams are going to get win point, but Autonomous is going to be a tie. And so we're going to start off driver control in 3, 2, 1, and go. I was looking at the live stream earlier, and there was a comment on there that said, we need to see more Autonomous win points. And we have seen that in this match with both alliances ending up with the Autonomous win point. So that's going to help all teams on the field when it comes to that qualification placement. Now, as we've moved into driver control, 86828, I like the robot design a lot. They kind of pick up a lot of the blocks, and they're able to kind of dump them simultaneously while maintaining a design that allows them to go underneath the long goals. Red's aiming for a pretty big momentum shift, and 10W is able to prevent that with their huge shove out of the red blocks. Other side of the field to 8682A. They've lifted up their mechanism. I don't know what they're going for here, though. Not much at the moment, and 29019X is not going to be able to be pushed away. This bottom long goal, every single time I look at it, it's a different team on top here, but as of right now, it's just one red block. But the middle has gone to the Red Alliance for sure. Crazy D-score sequence from the Red Alliance here. They're going to completely take control of that top long goal. They're going to definitely want to try to score here. They're struggling a little bit with that precision, and they're able to finally nail it down on the bottom. 88909X uses that wing, and 10W immediately D-scores. So I love seeing the gameplay on swings here, but as we move into endgame right now, not a single block has gone towards the Blue Alliance, and 10W is going to change that on the bottom middle. 8 seconds left. No one's going for a park quite yet. And one of the Red Alliance robots is going to make sure that the Blue Alliance doesn't score a single point here. We've got both teams going for one robot parked. And we're going to move on to qual number 45. Qual number 45. Yes. All right. 44252S and 23382A on the Blue Alliance are going to... All right. Everybody's ready? Autonomous is going to start in 3, 2, 1, and go. Blue Alliance is facing off against 73017D Robotopia and 18799M, the Brass Monkeys from New Palestine, Indiana. The results of qual number 43 is 95071Y and 9623W winning 85-8. All right, Blue's going to take Autonomous here. All right, we're going to start driver control here in a second. Blue is going to take Autonomous, but not a win point. And we're going to start driver control here in 3, 2, 1, and go. Driver control starts, and one thing I like to look at is like which team is put themselves in the most advantageous position. Definitely Red as of right now, but 23382A, one of the few shopping cart design robots we've seen today. I've seen this robot rapidly score in either long goal, and so I'm excited to see what they've got here. On the top, we're seeing a lot of the classic back and forth wing gameplay between a Blue Alliance and a Red Alliance robot. Looks like the Red Alliance is currently on top, but Blue Alliance has found a gap, and they're going to be free to score there. But yeah, on the bottom, we see 23382A do exactly what I was hoping to watch them do and rapidly score a ton of blocks. It looks like their strategy is like match load, find a gap, score a bunch, and then use their wing to get rid of any opponent team blocks. And that's what they're going for right now as well. Other side, we've got the Red Alliance taking control of that top. Middle hasn't been, played on much as of right now, but huge momentum shift on the bottom as the Red Alliance de-scores any of the blue control bonus. As we approach about 35 seconds left, the bottom isn't really going towards anybody, but Red's looking to change that, and the top is currently in Red's favor. 23382A recognizing the threat of Red and
they're not able to respond. As we're in endgame now, I expect to see some teams going for a park as we've got about 15 seconds left here. Right now, Blue was able to sneak some control of that bottom control zone, but 73017D is going to respond with 5 seconds left. So they've got both control zones now, and 233828 has focused their shift. Let's shift their focus in the middle.
It's very helpful, yeah.
And that's going to conclude qual number 45 at the Ryobi Field 3.
Moving on to stage field 1, we have qualification 46 with team 65162A and 3142C on the Red Alliance, and 93400A and 79267B on the Blue Alliance. I will get it in a second.
This was like packed with people. Like,
Both teams ready as we start autonomous in 3, 2, 1. Robots are off. 3142C looking to score in their own long goal, hopefully for the autonomous win point, but looks like both red robots really missing a couple of their blocks here. And 3142C also crosses over the autonomous line. All right, looks like blue wins autonomous bonus due to red crossing, but now we got driver control starting in 3, 2, 1. 65162A loading up on those match loads for later scoring as they continue picking up blocks from throughout the field. And a bit of a double scoring in the middle from both red teams, both in the upper and the lower goals. 65162A completely clearing out their own match loader as the blocks spill out everywhere. Let's see how the blue team responds. It looks like only red has the only one been really doing any scoring so far as 65162A continues to build up the lead. 79267B attempting to score on their long goal, while their teammate 93400A gets pushed around by 3124C, playing defense on both blue robots at the same time. A little bit of tipping action there. Both robots have to be careful in order not to tip their opponents. 3142C in a little bit of shoving match with 93400A, completely shutting them down from really scoring. Not a lot of blue action here. Can red keep this offense up? 65162A scoring on the lower center goal, picking up a couple of blocks there. 3 more to go with their very plentiful lead. But it looks like the top long goal was completely cleared up. I don't remember seeing which team cleared it out. But 79267B trying to score on this lower center goal. But 3124C constantly shoving them out of the way. 65162A filling up with a couple more red blocks in the last 10 seconds of the match, scoring in 6 more blocks, having complete possession of both of these long goals as we see a park come out of team 3142C. A little bit, not much time left to see the blue team get out their double park, and they're not able to. We're now moving on to qualification number 47 on the JTech Field 2, with the Red Alliance being 42652A and 70407R against the Blue Alliance 84260B and 2711X. As both teams get ready for another exciting match. Both teams it's ready. Avi has autonomous starting in 3, 2, 1. All 4 robots moving off to a quick start. Looks like 42652 and not really moving much there, but 84260B missing the mark on both their match loads and scoring their blocks, unfortunately. It's like Red has most of the possession here. Red both got the autonomous bonus and the win point. Starting driver control in 3, 2, 1. And they're off 84260B, trying to pick up from their match load. While the red robot 42652A trying to prevent them from really scoring as they currently have possession of that bottom long goal. A little bit of pushing and shoving there. Red's able to score another block in their own long goal, but can blue answer 84260B, looking to score and actually de-score with their wing ready out to use on that bottom long goal. 70407R scoring on the center low goal, while 2771X continues to D-score that top long goal and maintain complete possession. A bit of pushing and shoving, and in the bottom, and some of their wings getting a little bit entangled there as they fight for possession of this long goal control zone. It's all about the control zone, folks. Each one being worth 10, the 2 long goals being worth 10 points is a huge advantage if you're able to maintain possession. It looks like blue currently has the edge with both the center upper goal and one of the top long goals being in their possession, but red did take the autonomous bonus, which could be the driving difference. A4260B trying to score a couple more blocks to ensure possession of that top long goal control zone as they push and shove. A couple of the red blocks in this bottom long goal was de-scored, and blue lost possession of the center upper goal as red was able to score 6 back at them. A4260B trying to de-score from the red center upper goal, but they're unable to as they instead opt for the park. A little bit pushing and shoving, and let's see if 70407R is able to get any more last second blocks, and they're not able to. Now we're on field number 3, the Ryobi field, qualification 48 with 81208G and 14241A on the Red Alliance against the Blue Alliance, 91231X and 44252C. We're seeing the comeback of the shopping cart bot, hoarding all of the blocks. Let's see what this match has in store for us as everyone gets ready to go. Make sure you have safety glasses, guys. Be prepared and safe. Big fan of the headbands we got over on, I think those are dolphins? All right, we got autonomous starting in 3, 2, 1. Those might be whales actually, I'm not sure. We'll have to ask him later. Let's see who wins this autonomous bonus. 14241A, dropping 6 blocks on the floor, barely missing their long goal as 44252C scores one of their own. But it looks like the red was able to get access to the control zone. However, I think a little bit of rules debating to see if anyone crossed, possibly to swing the autonomous bonus. Looks like blue will be taking. Looks like blue will be taking the autonomous bonus and no win points for either team. All right. Driver control starting in 3, 2, 1. And they're off. That's it. The 81208G quickly picking up from their match loader. Their license plate's upside down, just a little hard to read sometimes. But 91231X with a couple of blocks of their own, wondering where they're going to score. Actually, they're playing some defense for quickly de-scoring those 2 red blocks. Very well done as they continue to load up from their match loader. They don't have much competition as they're able to, they're only able to score 2 blocks in that bottom long goal before some red robots immediately get in the way of their scoring. But they still have plenty in their intake, easily removing the red ones as well. A little bit of defense out of 81208G, but it looks like 91231X is doing some extra driving to prevent it from happening. Very well done by them. A little bit of pushing and shoving match at the top, 44252C, kind of just preventing 14241A Robo Dragons from really getting anywhere as they continue to try to pick up the red blocks that they lost. Very blue heavy match right now. There's blue control zone at on all 4 goals actually right now. Can blue keep their defense up, chasing the red team around, preventing them from scoring within the last 30 seconds of the match. It does not matter for team 14241A as they score a couple more red blocks and get access to the control zone. Are they able to de-score the blue, preventing them from getting the control zone back? It looks like they're almost able to, and blue completely de-scores all the red, having complete possession. 81208G is stuck at the bottom long goal. Let's see how it's looking. It looks like blue dropping off the finishing blow, completely stopping red entirely. Wow.
All right, moving on to qualification number 49. We've got 2787V and 84260V on the Blue Alliance. And we're going to start autonomous now in 3, 2, 1, and go. On the Red Alliance, we have 79267S and 86400V. About halfway through autonomous. Wow, I love this strategy coming from the 2787V robot. Filling up, but then waiting to actually shove them all the way through. And that's going to give them the control bonus here. All right, let's see over here. Blue's going to get the autonomous bonus and an autonomous win point as we start driver control here in 3, 2, 1, and go. Blue starting off with a pretty solid advantage here, but as we've seen in so many matches before, that can change very rapidly. And now 2787V is getting pressured a lot by a Red Alliance robot as they attempt to match load. On the other side, 79267S trying to get some of that scoring going on the top long goal, but a Blue Alliance robot does not want that to occur. And they also have a block that's kind of preventing them from fully lining up. About a minute 15 left in this one. Great spin move coming out of 2787V to try to break free from that pressure from that Red Alliance robot, and they're going to be able to score into that middle long goal. Sorry, into that middle top goal. About a minute left now. And yeah, you can clearly tell here that 2787V is focusing their efforts on evading that 86400V robot, able to find a gap and get some more scoring into that middle bottom goal. Now the Blue Alliance, they're not really worried about these top and bottom control zones since they have that in their possession. And I think that 84260V on the Blue Alliance is going to try to prevent any sort of scoring or descoring from a Red Alliance robot to the top. But interesting strategies coming into play here, and you can tell this was definitely talked about before the match started, as these teams are moving in perfect unison. Endgame is now active, and let's see who goes for a park here. It looks like Blue Alliance may be giving up a little bit of that control on that top control, on the top long goal, but their teammate's going to come to help them out, make sure that they're firmly in control there. And this is a pretty volatile position up top because there's so many blocks it's really easy to de-score, and Blue is accidentally going to do that. 1 second left, they're going to go for a double park, and I'm not sure they're able to hit that. All right, look at number 50. 5-0. Actually.
All right, we've got 13722A and 4873K on the Blue Alliance. On the Red Alliance, we have 20850W, Accelerated Dragon, and 3004A. I don't know if it's QWERTY or QWERTY, but I'm going to say QWERTY because it's easier. Those teams are from Maryland and Ontario. We've got a little size check coming in from one of our referees. Let's see what she's able to determine. I'm glad that we're doing this here too, because like you can pass inspection with your robot aligned a certain way, but you got to make sure that it meets the size requirements as you start the match. It leads to some like really interesting designs where pieces will fold out, and a lot of creativity in these designs now. All right, we're going to start off autonomous in 3, 2, 1, and go. Auton starts. You got 3 bots on the field moving. Blue's going to start off scoring on that bottom long goal, and Red's going to respond at the top. Now 3004A is going to respond in the bottom long goal, but it's very competitive in just autonomous here as Blue scores a ton in the middle and Red D-scores. Blue is going to win autonomous here, though, because they lost a block. Now we're going to start driver control in 3, 2, 1, and go. Driver control starts. Red immediately taking that red control bonus for themselves in that bottom long goal, but Blue's going to take that bottom control zone for themselves. The top is solely for Red, and they're not going to have any sort of competition up there. But on the bottom, a fierce back and forth blocks flying out of either end of that long goal. 4873K going to score a couple at the top there. They're going to look to try to change momentum on that top long goal.
Now I love the back and forth here between a blue and red alliance robot. I'm interested in like how these robots are getting so much power on these blocks, right? Like doesn't look like they move all that much, and you'll see like 4 blocks fly out the back, and that's going to give blue an advantage here. Is now they're going to have a block almost ready to score in that control zone. But the middle, though, that's going to go towards red, and blue recognizes that, going to try to score a couple in the middle, but I think they didn't have any match loads in their bot. 40 seconds left in this one. Red still has control up top. But it's been competitive all game, and it's going to continue to do that in that bottom control zone. I love what I'm seeing here. Back and forth possession flips. All robots trying to make an impact on that bottom control zone. Now, what I'm interested to see here is with 20 seconds left as we enter endgame, is blue going to make a move on that top control zone? They've focused their efforts primarily on the bottom, but I want to see if that changes. 10 seconds left in this one. Teams might start looking for a park. Looks like red has control of the top and bottom and middle. Red Alliance losing control of the bottom at the last second there. And the blue Alliance is able to get a park. Taking a look at qualification number 54. We have 3796E and 14338A going up against 10102A and 21510R. 21510R, their name is the Graveyard Shift, and that's what we're all pulling tonight as we approach New Year's Eve. Is this not Qual 54? What? Wow, my bad, guys. This is Qual 51 on Ryobi Field 3. 7447X and 11444X going up against 9447V and 9447A. All right, Autonomous is going to start in 3, 2, 1, and go. I was talking about the name Graveyard Shift. One of these teams, 9447V, is named Sunny Side Up, kind of like the opposite of what we're going to be doing today. Autonomous kind of dominated by red here, and 7447X is going to try to add to that lead on this bottom long goal. Unable to do so, but blue's going to take Autonomous here, though, and we're going to start driver control in 3, 2, 1, and go. Driver control starts. Looks like just 3 robots are moving at the moment. Hopefully the Blue Alliance is able to sort that out quickly. 9447A. They've got a match loader that is going to try and score on this bottom long goal, but 7447X is going to be able to successfully do so, taking control of both the top and bottom control bonuses for the Red Alliance. 1144X. I like the design you've seen on pretty much every robot here, where they kind of wedge something into the match loader, and that allows them to match load really fast. It's a really great example of how designs originate and spread and evolve over time. And like the wing, I think, has evolved to kind of end up on a lot of these robots and be the most effective way to de-score in these long goals. About 55 seconds left here. I think Red's going to play that strategy of just defending their control bonuses, and right now 1144X is taking control of that top, and 7447X is taking control of the bottom. 9447A, they've got match loads coming their way, but 7447X of the Red Alliance does not want them to have that. Real back and forth here on both sides of the field, but 9447A finds a gap on the bottom long goal and gets one block that's immediately de-scored by the Red Alliance at 7447X. 20 seconds left. We're approaching endgame here. I want to see if any teams are able to get any last-minute momentum changes, any last-minute parks. And right now, it's looking like it's all red. But as we've seen so many times today, that can change so quickly. 9447A, it looks like they were going to try to score some, unable to do so. 1144X waiting until the last second to defend, and their teammate 7447X parks, as well as a Blue Alliance robot. And that's going to conclude qual number 51 on Ryobi Field 3 in the Michelin division.
As we're moving on to qualification 52 on Sage Field 1, we have on the Red Alliance team 79267W and 3239V against the Blue Alliance 7447G and 550J. Once again, thank you to our sponsors, Sage, JTech, and Ryobi, and Michelin, of course. Huge shout out to them. This event would not have been possible without them. And for any of our live stream viewers, make sure to subscribe to Man Robotics. I heard the media team is putting out a lot of great stuff recently, so just make sure to be on the watch for that. These robots are getting ready. There's some interesting design here out of 7447G. I love the orange and black color scheme. Doing a quick size check on one of these robots here. 3239V. Very interesting, slim and low to the ground robot. As a ref does a couple last clarifying checks before this match starts. All right, we have Autonomous starting in 3, 2, 1. 3239V picking up a couple from their match load as they're able to, wow, very interesting design there. No rollers, just a single arm pushing all the blocks out in a single sweep. I have not seen anything like that all day. And 7447G hits what I believe is going to be the solo win point. Let's see what the refs say. They're very excited over there. Looks like Blue takes the autonomous bonus and the win point. Great for their qualification standings. But let's see what happens in driver control. Starting in 3, 2, 1. Very early lead for the blue team. Let's see how red responds. 3239V dropping off 2 blocks in that center upper goal, utilizing their very interesting mech to score. And they push out 4 blue blocks just like that in response to the very early lead blue put up. 7447G picking up some more blocks with a double wing as they try to respond to 3239V's descoring and quickly push out some of their own. Are they able to get into, wow, great driving by 7447G to clear out all the red blocks that 3239V originally put in. 79267W left all alone, putting a couple of blocks in that center lower goal, as well as having currently possession of the top long goal. A little bit of pushing and subbing between team 7447G and 79267W. Trying to see who will maintain possession of that top long goal. 7447G getting their wing in that long goal, pushing out several of the red blocks, but can the red team respond? 7927W having a bunch of pushing and shoving, while 3239V is left all alone. It looks like team 550's J is completely, maybe their robot died or their battery got unplugged. Can 3239V take advantage of this opportunity to descore these blue blocks in this bottom long goal? It looks like they're almost able to, just barely missing, having to pick up a couple more blocks due to that error. Some more pushing and shoving by 7447G and 79267W at the top there, trying to see who can maintain possession. And a big clear by 3239V, seeing if they can able to clear out these blue blocks. It'll be huge for them. A little bit, very delicate wing action, and wow, 3239V able to last second get that control zone away from 7447G, while 79267W was playing some great defense on there. Now we're moving on to qualification 56. On field number 2. 53? Sorry, qualification 53. On the Red Alliance, team 166610V and 330117 against the Blue Alliance, 77079E and 8889A. All right, we have Autonomous starting in 3, 2, 1. 3 of the robots are off. 2 red robots, 1 blue robot. Let's see what the blue robot here can do. Take him back. They're 2 against 1 in this autonomous period. 33011Z scoring several red blocks and getting that control zone bonus. Very well done by them. But it looks like blue will be taking the bonus due to flinging a block out of their match loader. Let's see how driver control has us to offer for us though. As driver starts in 3, 2, 1. These robots are off. The red robot is very quick to clear out any of the blue autonomous progress that they made, while 16610V chases around 8889A. Looks like they stop blocking them to pick up a couple of blocks. Fighting against that blue robot from getting possession of the center upper goal. But it looks like they're able to anyways. They're constantly just chasing them around. Let's see if the other red robot left all alone in that top long goal. Let's see what they can do with that time. 33011Z picking up a couple blocks from their match load and a tip from 16610V as their teammate tries to get them back up. 8889A stuck on its back. Can they get righted before the end of the match, or will red run away with this 2v1? 77079E desperately trying to get their teammate back up and running. It looks like they're almost able to. Trying to wedge themselves under the robot. 33011Z and 16610V left all alone, however. Easily scoring on a couple more blocks without much resistance as 77079E attempts to right their teammate. And 16610V going for the park at the end of this match. Only a couple of seconds left. Can blue get a park back in response? Well, it's not really like they are with that tip, causing a lot of changes in the match as we move on to match 54 on field 3, the Ryobi field. All right. We have the red team, 3796E and 14338A against the blue team, 10102A and 21510R. Good. We have auto starting in 3, 2, 1. All 4 robots off to a very great start, picking up no blocks missed just yet. Several blocks into everyone's intakes. Let's see what we can do here. 10-10-2A scoring several blue. Let's see if they're able to push out all of those red blocks out of the way to get the control zone bonus. All right, it looks like blue takes the autonomous bonus as driver control. I take it back. Red takes the autonomous bonus due to blue knocking a ball out of their match loader.
Wait, what happened? Which team knocked the ball? Okay, cool. Red takes it.
So red takes the bonus as driver control starts in 3, 2, 1. 10-10-2-8 playing against 379E here at the bottom, trying to maintain that early lead they got from the autonomous period as 379E collects a couple more red blocks to score and get rid of those blue blocks. 21510R doing a great job at the top, currently maintaining possession of that long goal. A little bit of pushing and shoving here. Let's see who will come out victorious at this bottom long goal between 379E and 10-10-2A. And it looks like their partner 14338A comes out of nowhere to help 379E possibly score a couple more blocks, or instead they switch off, playing a little dance as they go back, as both robots go back and forth, trading off who is responsible for the top and the bottom long goals. 379E having a couple blocks in their intake, but haven't found a single chance to deposit them off in any of the long goals as they're chased down before they move down to the bottom to see if they're able to score a couple more. But 21510R is playing some excellent defense against 379E, preventing them from scoring whatsoever. 379E trying their best to get free, but I'm unsure they have the speed in order to outmaneuver this very fast 21510R robot. 10-10-2A stockpiling a couple more blocks as 379E managed to dump a couple off, but due to the pushing and shoving, 10-10-2A is able to easily score some of their own. A bit of field warping, as you can see. It looks like blue has possession of both long goals at the moment, but are they able to maintain it? It looks like they are as things count down in the last couple of seconds. Some great driving out of the blue team there.
All right, we're going to move on to qualification number 55 now. We've got both teams ready to go. 3796D and 95059D are going to be on the red alliance as we start off autonomous here in 3, 2, 1, and go. Red Alliance is facing off against 63780B and 12914X. 950590. I love the robot a lot. It's like a bright yellow design. And that bright yellow robot's going to take control of that bottom control bonus as Autonomous winds down. Waiting on our refs to let us know who takes the Autonomous bonus. Who takes the Autonomous bonus here? All right, Blue's going to take the Autonomous bonus without win point as we... Now, one thing I'm loving here is that competitors are also looking at the field and doing their own calculations in their head. These guys know the rules. These guys know the points everything scores, and they're going to double check everything as we start off driver control here in 3, 2, 1, and go. Driver control starts. Red automatically starts off by making sure that Blue cannot get that bottom control bonus. And then looking around the field, a lot of match loading coming in from 37960 and that top right match loader, and they're going to take that match load and immediately deposit it into the top long goal. They're kind of uninterrupted there as most of the Blue Alliance's focus is on this bright yellow 950590 robot. Now, minute 13 left in this. Blue Alliance is going to go for some match loads, but the Red Alliance 37960 robot wants to get in their way and not allow any sort of match loads to occur. 950590 gets a free match load. Now they've got a robot full of red blocks, and they're going to take advantage of a gap that they're able to find. Great driving, great driving here. Find a gap, dispense as many blocks as they could, use that wing to take the control bonus for themselves, and now 63780B has themselves in a difficult position as they try to respond. Now Red I think is going to get that control bonus as of right now, and the top long goal control bonus is going to go to the Blue Alliance, but the middle goal right now is where teams are focusing their attention as we approach 30 seconds in this match. Right now, the Blue Alliance has the top and bottom of that middle goal, but as we've seen so far, like a team with match loads in their robot ready to score, they can flip momentum so rapidly. Top of this goal, top long goal, is going to be dominated by Blue as we approach 10 seconds left, and 12914X is going to use that wing to try to prevent any sort of scoring from 37960. 5 seconds left. Those teams are not going to go for parks, but 950590 bails out of a bottom long goal fight. Goes for a park there. All right, we got qual number 56. All right. 29485B, the Robotic Rebels, and 14241M Altitude going up against 9447W Stark Industries and 550X Zog? I got it. Waiting on everybody to start their programs on the JTech Field 2 in the Michelin division. I think I mentioned this earlier, but Michelin does have like a booth right outside that you can go talk to them about the opportunities that they have to offer. All right, everybody's ready. Autonomous is going to start in 3, 2, 1, and go. Autonomous starts. We got 4 robots moving. 550X. They've got an approach here, and 9447W at that top long goal scoring 4. 29485B of the Red Alliance scoring 3 in the top, and no other scoring looks like it happened. Let's see what our refs are going to tell us here. I've talked about like matching merch a little bit. Like 3 of the teams here have matching T-shirts or hoodies, and they've all got wonderful designs. I'd love to see it, guys. I think when I did robotics, we made a T-shirt with had a Cortex on it with a bunch of cracks, because one year we cracked our Cortex like crazy, and that ended up on our T-shirt when we went to Worlds. And I think a lot of the teams that I'm seeing around me have much better designs. Palmetto Scholars got like a bird, and then I think they've got like a cowboy, and they've got like a mountain design. So a lot more creativity than we had. Waiting on our refs to come up with a decision here. Pretty dead even on like Autonomous though. Like I think the top long goal has 4 for Blue and 3 for Red. So anybody's game here. I guess the next thing you could really look at is who has the most match loads, and so that could probably like 550X because they've got like 3 or 4 match loads for their color that are just ready to shoot into any of these goals. I guess, you know, a lot of times you'll see teams have like a ton of autonomous programs depending on which outcome they want to end up in at the end of the autonomous period. So they might not want to like score necessarily. They might want to put themselves in a better position for when the game actually starts. All right, Red's going to take autonomous win point and the bonus here. And we're going to start driver control in 3, 2, 1, and go. Driver control period starts. We got 3 robots on this field moving at the moment. Let's see what we've got. 14241M on the bottom right match loader. They've got their drive team loading into their robot, and they've got a full robot that they're going to aim to shoot into this bottom long goal. Other side of the field, 550X being met by some opposition from a 29485B robot, preventing them from match loading. And one of these robots is making a pretty nasty noise, but everybody still looks fully functional in this 2v1 that we've got going here. Minute left in this match, and Blue's going to get a bunch of blocks scored. Blues found themselves in a pretty tough position here as their, I think their teammate might be stuck or not able to move in this one, but they're doing a pretty good job of finding gaps, outmaneuvering their opponents, and that's a very speedy robot that drives away from the Red Alliance. 550X, they've got about 45 seconds to find some scoring, and they whip out a crazy spin move to try to find a gap, but another red robot in their way. I think what you can see here from the driving out of this red robot is they're playing both sides. So one side is going to be blocked by one, and the other side is going to be blocked by another. And 550X, they're not able to find many gaps, but they find one finally, and they've got 25 seconds to get that wing and score into the control bonus, and then that is so unfortunate for them. Great driving out of 550X, just met by 2 Red Alliance robots in their face. But 14 seconds left, endgame has been activated. A full robot for 550X. I want to see if they can pull something out here, maybe get a park. 3 seconds left. They get a pretty good deployment into that bottom long goal, but not getting it into park here. I think for the situation they were in, they were driving beautifully. Gonna look at qual number 57 now. Got to scroll a long way on this list. 6210M, the Meta Mafia, and 1658S, practice years 2.5 are going to make up our Blue Alliance. On the red, we've got 6277B, Frostbite, and 9447G, Exploding Kittens. Autonomous is going to start in 3, 2, 1, and go. This match starts. All 4 robots are moving. On the top, we see 9447G going for match loads and immediately scoring to the top long goal, while the Blue Alliance is doing the same on the bottom. 6277B scoring 1 in that bottom long goal, but not sure who got the lead here in scoring, but I do see the top long goal has a red control bonus, I think, and then I think the bottom one looks to be close to a blue control bonus, but let's wait on the head ref's decision here. Middle goal definitely looks like it's a lot more for the Blue Alliance.
I think it's blue score either way.
One thing that I'm a huge fan of is like the live scoring, so our scorekeepers are tallying everything up as it happens, and I'm not gonna lie, as an MC, I can barely keep up with all of the possession shifts and the scoring and descoring. I can imagine it's a huge struggle for them as well. I don't think any of these robots are going to start off driver control with any match loads already in the robot, so I'm expecting to see a bunch of robots just dive towards these match loaders, get their, and Blue's going to get the win point. Sorry, Blue's going to get the autonomous bonus and a win point. Sorry, Blue gets autonomous bonus and win point as we start driver control in 3, 2, 1, and go. All right, no one's gone for a match loader quite yet, but 6277B, I think they're going to change that. Looks like the focus right now is on the control zone possession. 1658S recognizes that 9447G backed out and takes a good opportunity to descore. On the bottom here, we've got a blue robot playing really harsh defense on 6277B scoring attempts, and they're not sticking their wing in and camping just yet, but they are hovering, waiting for 6277B to start getting these blocks moving. About a minute 10 left in this one, and the Red Alliance is able to find a gap. Blue Alliance responds, and now that bottom long goal looks to end up in Blue Alliance's possession. The top is going to go for the blue. Top is going to go for the Blue Alliance as well, and 1658S is going to try to match load, and they've got a robot ready to deploy. They found themselves a gap, and a wing from 6277B is going to stop that. Now the middle, I think, has been kind of ignored by the Blue Alliance here, and Red's taking advantage of that and scored in the bottom and top of the middle goal. About 35 seconds left in this one, and we haven't seen a lot of scoring from either team, but rather focus on control of the control zones. Making sure that they can acquire those points at the end of a match. Now 20 seconds left. You've got endgame 6210M recognizing the scoring potential in the middle. Going to de-score a bunch from the red and shift momentum their way. 6277B finds a gap, scores a bunch in that bottom long goal. 6210M on the other side of the field, making sure that the Red Alliance cannot flip their control bonus. Now, 3 seconds left in this one. Wow, great play out of 6277B to deny Blue taking the control bonus. That's going to conclude qualification number. We're going to move on to the next qual.
Qualification number 58. On the Sage Field 1, on the Red Alliance, we have team 2882AA and 8682N against the Blue Alliance, 65162B and 21510W. Both teams are ready as we're starting autonomous in 3, 2, 1. And they're off. Looks like Red picking up a couple of blocks to score in that center upper goal. Grabbing a couple from their match load as well to hopefully score in that long goal. Looks like they're only able to score one, barely not able to get the autonomous win point. Looks like Red takes the autonomous bonus with no win points as we start driver control in 3, 2, 1. 8682N quickly scoring the blocks that had stored up from autonomous, and they're able to clear out a lot of the work 21510W did as they continue to completely load up on those match loads. They've got about 6 blocks in their intake. Wonder where they're going to choose to score them as they're playing a ring around the rosy game with 8682N, pushing and shoving, trying to back and forth, trying to wait for the perfect moment to score their blocks. But 8682N is playing some stellar defense. Down in the bottom low goal, however, we have 2AA Surge scoring a couple of red blocks of their own, completely boxing out 65162B Icarus. Looks like Red is maintaining very solid control of both of these long control zones. As 8682N has honestly putting up a masterclass, stopping any scoring going on whatsoever from 21510W. As they prevent another 2 blocks to fall out from 65 for 21510W. Wow, look at that defense from 8682N. That is some absolutely stellar driving. I think I saw someone in the live stream chat mention that earlier. You are 100% right. This is very well done by them. At the bottom here, let's not also sleep on Surge, 288AA, who was stuck now. It's very unfortunate as 8682N doesn't really want to let go of the fact that they currently have that control bonus. A little bit of tipping 21510W, trying to prevent 8682N from clearing it, and they're able to very easily clear and remove those blue blocks entirely as time counts down. And Red, 8682N, was doing some expert driving to maintain complete possession, shutting out 21510W. Now we're moving on to qualification number 59. We're on the Red Alliance. We have team 8889V versus team 57711N against the Blue Alliance, 7009X and 61568A. I was watching 8889V do some autonomous earlier in the practice fields. They got a very impressive autonomous skills routine. I gotta say that much. These teams are about to get ready. Another shout out to all of our sponsors of this event. Thank you very much to Sage, JTech, Ryobi, and Michelin. All right, both teams are ready. As we have autonomous starting in 3, 2, 1. All 4 robots off to a very quick start. I am absolutely loving this robot by 61568A Genesis. It is such a unique design with what looks like a 4-bar lifting up and down their entire scoring mech. And a little bit of a collision at the top between 8889V and 7009X, trying to maintain possession of that control zone. Blue gets both the autonomous bonus and the win point as it scored 2 and 3 goals and 11 at least. Now we have driver control starting in 3, 2, 1. They're off. 8889V picking up a couple of blocks in order to match those completely with only their color. A little bit of shoving by 7009X in order to try to, a quick deposit by 61568A Genesis in order to get some more blue blocks in that top long goal, and they're able to do so successfully with 7009X, their teammate, cleaning up a bunch of the scraps. It's just blue, all I can see, but 57711N trying to respond with some red blocks of their own as 7009X attempts to de-score a lot of their efforts. Some back and forth, a little bit pushing back and forth between 7009X and 57711N at the top. And at the bottom here, 8889V scoring a couple of their own red blocks to try and prevent 61568A Genesis from scoring. A little bit of a mix-up down here at the bottom, but it looks like blue is able to get the possession there of this bottom long goal. It is still anyone's match, but blue's possession of the center goal might be the game changer here, as red hasn't touched it whatsoever. Some more pushing and shoving as 7009X is able to maintain that blue top long goal. And it looks like it's a bit even on this bottom long goal. Let's see how this match can end. 20 seconds left. Let's see if these teams are able to keep up the defense they want to be able to for the rest of the match. 61568A trying to get possession of this bottom long goal. A bit of finagling, and they're able to get that 10 additional points. Can 7009X keep off 57711N before the end of the match? And they're able to. Some great driving out of this blue team, especially with maintaining that center goals as well. Now we're moving on to qualification number 60. On the Red Alliance, we have 9623F and 42652A against the Blue Alliance, 9447A and 697AR. Looks like both teams are ready. As we have autonomous, starting in 3, 2, 1. 2 blue, 1 red, off to the races. 9447A attempting to score on this bottom lower goal, and it looks like they miss, while 697AR is able to score, I believe, 7 blue blocks on that opposite long goal and push them into the middle for a very nice autonomous, getting the control zone. And blue also takes the autonomous bonus as driver control starts in 3, 2, 1. And they're off. 697AR going over to their master to pick up a couple more blocks to score on this unscored bottom long goal. But 9623F is trying to respond with red blocks of their own, and they're able to. But 697AR does some expert driving to push out any of the red blocks that 9623F had scored. And it looks like 9447A is playing a bit of a dangerous game here with their battery out of the robot, kind of just flinging around. You have to be really careful about that in order to not accidentally disconnect in the middle of the match. A minute 15 left as 9678R goes to the lower center goal, and the 2 other robots are playing a bit of a shoving match in the top right. 9447A having to be very careful with both their battery and their radio, kind of just loose from the robot, while 42625A scores a couple in order to try to get possession of that bottom long goal, and they are able to effectively. a little bit of defense coming out of 6978R, but it doesn't look like they're able to, and they changed my mind. They are able to. They get that possession back. This is some very careful and precise driving. I cannot believe how well 94478 is defending that top long goal, despite the fact that their battery is hanging out of their robot, completely preventing any red scoring. Looks like blue has current possession of all of the different control bonuses, giving them a huge advantage in points as the clock takes down with 10 seconds remaining. 6978R goes to a park with a couple seconds left. The match slows down a little bit as 94478 tries not to get disconnected. And that's the match. As we move on to match 61 over onto field 1.
All right, we got qualification number 61 coming up. All right, 2115P Peekaboo and 730170 Robotopia going up against 14241A Robo Dragons and 3796F Pay Respects. Just looking around as everybody gets ready for this match. 3796F, they've got like an orange and black vibe. I think it matches their merch as well. So I think every single team here has some sort of robotics themed merch on. So a lot of team spirit on this field. Everybody's just making their final adjustments, making sure everything is good to go before we start this match. Match loads in place, ready for Auton. Safety goggles on, but Peekaboo is from Irvine, California, so long journey for them. All right, driver control is now going to start in Auton. My bad, guys. You'd think I get it by now, but Autonomous has the top long goal filled with a couple for both sides, and the same thing on the bottom long goal here, so pretty even scoring. Autonomous is gonna end.
Huh? No, they turned off their program. I'll warn them after the match. Blue takes auto.
Blue's gonna take Autonomous and get the win point as we start driver control in 3, 2, 1, go. Great Autonomous for the Blue Alliance here, but they gotta follow it up with a win in the match itself. Now, 3796F using that wing to try to get control of the bottom control zone. They're met pretty heavily by 73017D Robotopia. Now we're looking at that middle end, 142418 Robo Dragons is going to take control for the Blue Alliance there. And as of right now, it's a pretty even match for my eyes. We've got a bottom control zone for red, no one really taking control of the top, and the Blue Alliance has the middle. A lot of back and forth here between the 3796F and 73017D robot for control of the bottom long goal. Looks like Red Alliance is going to take that, but 3796F has a couple of blocks to respond with. Both of these teams are very, very passionate here, and just goes to show how competitive these games can get. We've got about 48 seconds left. A lot has been going on in that middle goal as the Red Alliance is going to take advantage of the gap that they've been left and score in the middle. A lot's going on in this one. But as of right now, I think the main thing to look at is that bottom long goal. 3796F and the 73017D robot have been going back and forth this whole time. 3796F, they've got 4 blocks that they want to try to use a wing to score with, and 3796F is not going to let that Red Alliance robot de-score. 14 seconds left in this one. 142418, they want to make sure they can try to get the top, but I don't think they've set themselves up well there. But maybe they have. At the bottom, 3796F, they don't want to let Red get any sort of bonus here, but I'm not sure if that went their way. And 142418 was able to take advantage of some time to find the park. Looking at qual number 62. Nope, that's 63. This is a long way to scroll on these ones now. All right, 28625W and 9447V. All right, everybody's ready to go. Autonomous is going to start in 3, 2, 1, and go. So yeah, 28625W Warrior Vex and 9447V Sunny Side Up. We're going to make up our Red Alliance as they go up against 79267W Darth Gator and 16610V Vanadium from Richmond Hill, Ontario. Autonomous is going to conclude with Red winning, and driver control is going to start in 3, 2, 1, and go. I was looking at the live stream earlier, and it looked like Vanadium had some fans from, I'm assuming, Richmond Hill, Ontario. So I'm glad that they're watching from home, tuning into our live stream. But about 1:30 in this one, and 9447V is going to go for some match loads, and they've got a ton in that robot. But 16610V Vanadium is not going to let them do anything with it here. They've got that wing ready to descore the second they back away. And they're one of those robots that have a wing on both sides. Not a lot of robots have that, but I'm glad to see that 16610V is following my train of thought, giving themselves more options. Whoa, and they're able to descore a lot for the Red Alliance here. Other side, 28625W, they're going to get some scoring going, and 79267W is going to take advantage of the fact that no one's in the middle and get some scoring done there. Now, I think 79267W and 16610V, neither of them have gone for a lot of scoring here. They're kind of just focused on camping and making sure that the Red Alliance can't score. So I think they're going to be one of those teams that go for a last-second lunge and get their primary scoring done then. 28625W, they've got almost control of the bottom control zone, and 1610V, recognizing that, is going to use a wing to try to negate that. Other side of the field, the alliance partner 79267W doing the same. 9447W. Not going to back out though, as we've got about 18 seconds left in this. 79267 recognizes the gap and takes pretty good control of that top control zone. His bottom one though, very competitive. 28625W not moving at all. They are not letting 16610V take any sort of opportunity to score that control bonus for themselves. Red Alliance finds a mark. Blue Alliance tips over last second, and that's going to conclude call number 62. Moving on to number 63, we've got 9421W, Wicked Smot, and 29019X, Gridwalkers, going up against 21510R and 91231X. Everybody's ready. Autonomous is going to start in 3, 2, 1, and go. Autonomous starts off with 21510R and 91231X of the Red Alliance, doing most of the scoring here, but 9421W waits until the last 4 seconds to get some scoring going. All right, Red's going to win Autonomous here without a win point, and we're going to go into driver control in 3, 2, 1, and go. Driver control starts. Now, at the end of Autonomous, both the Blue and Red Alliances were dead even at that top long goal, and it looks to be the same way for now. Other side of the field, bottom long goal only has one red block. It was pretty standstill at the top here, but now all four robots are going to move on to other things, and 29019X is going to focus their attention on taking control for the Blue Alliance. About 1:15 left here. No one's really gone for many match loads here, but 91231X is going to go for the bottom control zone. So now Red has control of both. A minute left, and it might look bleak for the Blue Alliance, as the Red Alliance has the top, bottom, and middle long goals in their control, but looks like 29019X has a lot of match loads that they're going to be ready to deploy. 9421W, the alliance partner, giving them a boost to free them, and great driving out of 91231X, not waiting a second at all to descore. Now I wonder, like, what goes into the quick driving out of 91231X? Is it just a lot of practice, or are there physical things that they've designed on this robot to make it easier for their driver to use their robot? And I think one of the things that they've got is like a plate on the side that makes it really easy to line up the wing. 20 seconds left in this one. Red Alliance has control of the top, bottom, and I want to say the middle. As we've seen though, that can change very quickly. 29109X doesn't look like they have a lot of match loads, neither does their Blue Alliance partner. 5 seconds left. Is anybody going to go for a park here? Looks like one Red Alliance robot and one blue. That's going to conclude number 63 here.
We're moving on to qualification number 64 on Sage Field 1. On the Red Alliance, we have team 3796H and 20850W against the Blue Alliance, 65162C, 49631C. As we get ready for this match, once again, another shout out to our sponsors, Sage, JTech, Ryobi, and Michelin. Huge thanks to them. And also a huge thanks to all of our volunteers for making this event possible. These signature events are not easy to run. These tournaments are not easy to run, but thanks to the help of all our amazing volunteers, we're able to get things done on time and put on an amazing show for y'all. Both teams are ready as we have Autonomous starting in 3, 2, 1. Autonomous starts 20850W, picking up a couple blocks to score. Hopefully seeing they can get control of that control bonus as well. 3796H missing their mark, unable to put any in the lower middle goal. But it looks like Red takes Autonomous anyways. As driver control. All right. Red takes auto as driver control starts in 3, 2, 1. And they're off. 65162C dropping off a couple of those blue blocks in that top long goal as they get shoved around and defended by 3796H. 20850W trying to pick up some more from their match load as 49631C tries to shove and prevent them from scoring those. Are they able to get around the defense from 49631C? Oh, and it looks like 20850W can be possibly beached here as they're stuck under a block. Can they get it out with the last couple of seconds? 3796H playing some relentless defense on 65162C, trying to prevent them from scoring whatsoever, but they're able to drop in a couple blocks in that long goal regardless and expertly sweep out all the red from that long goal. You know, continued defense by 3796H, but it doesn't look like it's very effective as 65162C is able to pick up a couple blocks and deposit them in this bottom long goal. And they're able to get one more. Are they able to sweep them out of the way before 3796H can respond? And they are. 3796H constantly trying to get out of the way, but the wing play that 3796H doesn't have is so effective for team 65162C. 49631C is constantly just bumping and shoving into 20850W as they weave and maneuver around, attempting to score a couple more blocks and try to take that blue goal back from them. Right now it's all blue, but can the red team respond? 49631C unable to defend 20850W's onslaught. As 65126C attempts to pick up a last second control zone, and they're able to very quickly in the last seconds and park as well. Wow, what clutch driving coming out of this 65162C team to get the control zone at the last second as we move on to the next qualification. Qualification number 65. On the red team, we have 84260B, Sourpunk, and 7447X Exile versus the blue team, 8682A and 9507Y, Saratoga High, Yabba Dabba Doo. All right, both teams are ready. As we have Autonomous starting in 3, 2, 1. And they're quickly off. All four robots moving. 9507Y, 1Y, almost a perfect Autonomous scoring. Several blocks there, but 7447X tries to respond, but there's a block by 95071Y to prevent 7447X from scoring. Looks like blue picked up the Autonomous bonus and the win point by a great Auton designed by both teams. As we have driver starting in 3, 2, 1. Let's see if they're able. Oh, and a bit of an exchange as both teams clear out this bottom long goal, and all the efforts from Autonomous just disappear. 7447X very nicely clearing out just the blue blocks to leave 2 red blocks remaining in that bottom long goal in the control zone. They have a couple more in their intake. Let's see how 95071Y wants to respond. A little bit of defense coming from the Blue Alliance, 8682A, very low to the ground, but completely preventing that Sourpunk from scoring back. 8682A with a very unique design, staying low to the ground and only going up when they need to, allowing for some very unique scoring. Some constant pushing and shoving as 84-260B attempts to score red blocks of their own in the bottom low goal, but they're unable to as 95071Y push them out of the way. 8682A, so fast, so light, so compact as they're able to scoring on that lower center goal. 84260B attempting to score a couple blocks of their own. They have 2 blocks here, but are they able to get it into the control zone to get the additional 10 points? It does not look like it. They're able to as 95071Y swipes him out. 8682N left all alone on the top, pushing and shoving with 7447X, trading their blocks back and forth in the center upper goal. But it looks like 7447X isn't able to get any back as the blue has complete possession of all 4 control zones as of right now. 9507Y with a couple more blocks. Let's see where they try to score these. They're scoring these on the bottom lower goal, or the middle lower goal, to pick up the control bonus there. 9507Y about to score a couple more, but it doesn't matter. It looks like blue has all the control zones anyways. We're now moving on to field number 3, the Ryobi field, for qualification number 66, where we have on the Red Alliance, Team 6210M Meta Mafia and 9623W Lucky Charms, against the Blue Alliance, 65162A Deja Vu and 10102A Vinsanity. We got the number 1 skills right now on the Red Alliance here. We'll see that skills translates well to the competition. Drive team member is making their way over to the Blue Alliance. Make sure everyone got their eyeglasses on and nice and safe as we have thumbs up from all teams as Autonomous starts in 3, 2, 1. All 4 robots are off. 9623W picking up a couple from the middle and dropping him in that center upper goal as 6210M scores a couple blocks of their own in the top long goal. Wow, there's a lot of scoring going on here. A lot of blue and a lot of red in every single goal. But it looks like the center upper goal is going to be the deciding factor for the Autonomous bonus. Yep. Is that correct? All right, looks like red takes the Autonomous bonus, but both teams also get the win point. All right. Now we have driver control starting in 3, 2, 1. Immediate clearing of this bottom low goal by 65162A, trying to remove any of those red blocks scored during the autonomous period, and some wing shoving back and forth between 6210M and 10102A as they're locked in a bit of a stalemate, trying to get the other to back off so they're able to use their wing to clear out that top long goal. The center goals are also a bit of a mix and match, some red and some blue in both the upper and the lower. Let's see how these teams respond to the situation. 9623W picking up some more red blocks, trying to outmaneuver 65162A and drop off some red blocks of their own in this bottom low goal. And it looks like 10102WA and 6210M finally released from the little wing shoving match that they had going on. A very interesting way to play the game, but probably what's most advantageous at the moment. 6210M loading up on a bunch of match loads, and they're able to deposit 6 blocks just like that. 10102A turned away for just a second, allowing them to get the time to drop the blocks in, as well as stop blue from having possession of the control zone anymore. Some great driving by 6210M to get that advantage. And 65162A sneakily puts out the wing to clear out that bottom long goal to get an even control zone. Some more shoving between 10102A and 6210M. And 65162 62A and 9623W. They're just locked in fighting for a single block to possibly shift who owns the control zone. But it looks like blue also has possession of both of the center goals, which might be the deciding factor here. As time counts down and the match ends with the blue having possession of two of the center goals, probably being the deciding factor for this match.
All right, our next qualification over here on Sage Field 1. I gotta scroll so far to find it. All right, are you ready? Yep. All right, we're gonna have autonomous start here in 3, 2, 1, and go. 233828, Fifth Dimension, and 29485B, Robotic Rebels. On the Red Alliance, we're gonna go up against 3796G, Goated, and 95059D, Wubba Duckies on the Blue Alliance. A lot of scoring from both teams here, but I think blue may have gotten the lead. All right, blue's gonna take autonomous and win point. So driver control's gonna start off in 3, 2, 1, and go. Great defense coming out of that 23382A robot at the top of the field here. Other side, 3796G on the blue alliance doing the same thing. A lot of robots here that I've been fans of today. We got 233828, that dump truck style design, 95059D. They've got a really beautiful painted robot. Same thing with 3796G. Apart from aesthetics, though, in terms of performance, these robots are pretty even, with blue taking the top control zone and red taking the bottom one. 233828, I think they want to change that, though. They've got their wing out, just deployed a bunch, and they're going to take the top long goal for themselves and prevent a response from the Blue Alliance 95059D robot. All right, 50 seconds left here. Looks like the middle is going to go towards blue, but 29485B recognizing that, they're going to try to compete for the middle here with 3796G. Looks like the Red Alliance has control of the top and bottom control zones now. I want to see which robots are going to recognize that that cannot be good for them on the Blue Alliance. So 3796G, I think they're going to try to fight their way in, but this robot does not want them to. About 20 seconds left. This is where we start seeing robots, maybe not prioritize parking and instead go for control zones. And blue looks to have done that on the top, taking one for themselves. On the other side, 233828 is going to make sure that control remains in the hands of the Red Alliance. As time winds down here, looks like we're not going to see any B2B scoring except for that top control zone with 23382A who was able to D-score. All right, we got qual number 68 now. And on the Red Alliance, 65162B Icarus and 6277B Frostbite are going up against 3142C Cuties and 3796D Dynaco. Autonomous is going to start in 3, 2, 1, and go. Auton starts. We've got 3 robots moving here, and 6277B going to score 1 or 2 in that middle goal, while the Blue Alliance is going to score about 5 across both top and long goals here, and get the control zone for themselves on the bottom. This should give blue the autonomous lead. Let's see here what our head ref has to say. Blue's going to take autonomous here. And driver control is going to start in 3, 2, 1, and go. Driver control starts, 6277B Frostbite immediately taking control for the Red Alliance of that bottom control zone. As of right now, a lot of pushing and shoving on both Red Alliance and Blue Alliance robots, and it's turned into the classic 1v1 on both sides of the field that we've seen in so many of these matches. 3796D and 6277B do not want to let either team control the bottom control zone, and right now Red looks to be on top. Great driving from 3796D met by great defense from 6277B. Looks like their alliance partner 3142C is going to find an opportunity to get a gap, and I don't know what this is going to result in for either alliance here, as Red has control of the bottom and Blue almost has control on the top.
Little spin move from 3796D frees them out, but they're met by 2 Red Alliance robots on the bottom long goal. 3142C able to flip the bottom long goal for themselves. All 4 robots in this bottom left corner. Let's see who's going to release themselves first. All right. A lot of movement here from 3142C as they approach their match loader. They have a robot full of blocks, and they're going to dispose of them into the top of the middle goal. 25 seconds left. This one, 3796D. I think they descored a couple of their own, but that's going to give them pretty firm control of the bottom control zone. 3796D, I know they want their top control zone to go their way as well. It has turned into a 2v1 at some point in this match, and Blue has taken thorough advantage of that and taken the top, bottom, and middle goals for themselves, as well as a robot. I think they want to park here. The Red Alliance was able to park, though, and we're going to move on to qualification number 69. 2771X and 79267B on the Red Alliance. They're going to go up against 889V and 77079E. Autonomous is going to start in 3, 2, 1, and go. Auton starts. We've got 1 robot on each side moving. I don't know if this is going to be like a solo win point type of deal or what, but as of right now, top and bottom long goals are both full of blocks. Looks like 8889V opts to maintain the control zone on the bottom long goal, and the red long goal at the top. The top long goal is going to go to red. No win point, and then blue is going to win autonomous as we start driver control in 3, 2, 1, and go. Driver control starts. 8889V immediately lifts up their wing to make sure they're not breaking the rules, but they look to be playing possession of the bottom long goal, and they're going to react to a move from 2771X. 8889V takes a gap to fill their robot up with the correct colored blocks. 79267B. There is no sort of restrictions on match loading here, so I'm wondering if they're going to go for a strategy where they prevent the Blue Alliance from match loading it all by just stealing all of them. The top long goal hasn't been touched much in this one, and it's currently leaning towards red. The other side of the field, 2771X, is going to try to flip the bottom for themselves. A minute left in this match. No one's really focused on the middle. I was talking about no one really going for the top, and it looks like all 4 robots have realized that, and now they're fighting at the top while blue has control of the bottom. Interesting strategies here. You usually see like the 1v1 on either side, but right now it's just been like the entire field shifting towards the long goal. I think blue has control of that top one for now, but red is in a great position to descore, and they're going to be able to do that. We've got control for red at the top, control for blue at the bottom. Middle looks fairly even as we approach about 20 seconds left. Blue shifting momentum at the top. All right, now we have the final 20 seconds. With how dead even this match has been, I'm interested to see if any teams are going to try to shift momentum by parking. Other side of the field, 8889V is going to move towards the bottom. 7 seconds left. I think they're going to want to park. 2771X, they've done this in a few matches now. They're going to wait till the last second to get a park, but I don't think they've got the control zone for themselves, and neither alliances go for a park. That's going to be the end of our match here on Ryobi field number 3.
We're moving on to the Sage field number 1 for qualification match number 70. On the Red Alliance, we have team 7009X and 44252S against the Blue Alliance, 3004A and 93400A. Love to hear the cheers from the crowd. Let's get this match started up soon as we have teams filling up their pneumatic tanks to be completely prepared for the match. A lot of different pneumatic components on a lot of these robots. Most of them are controlling all these fancy little wings you see out here. And they've been a huge game changer since they were legalized in VEX. All right, autonomous starts in 3, 2, 1. All 4 robots are off. 3004A picking up a couple of blocks to score against what 7006X was able to do. 7009X. Looks like Red's picking up the autonomous bonus. The win point as well. Red gets the bonus and the win point as we have driver control starting in 3, 2, 1. Yeah. 44252S using their wing to push some of those red blocks in the way. A bit of a mistake causing not the exact alignment that they were looking for. But 44252S quickly scooping up all of the match loads, holding on to 6 blocks to load into that bottom long goal. At the top there, you have 3004A battling against 44252 or 7009X. 7009X picking up a couple more blocks, hoping to see if they can get a free opportunity against 3004A to score them. But 3004A is playing some excellent defense, preventing them from really moving anywhere important. 93400A taking advantage of the empty center to score into that middle, the center upper goal, picking up some points there as the blue is able to get the control bonus before that block fell. 2004A having a couple in their possession, looking to score. Several blocks in 3004A's possession, looking to score that center upper goal. Are they able to drop them off? But there's a lot of defense coming out of 44252S, kind of just stopping them from getting anywhere. It's a very red, heavy focused match so far, guys. And really, most of these matches have been coming down to great driving and a great autonomy. Getting that control zone super early in the match and being able to maintain it allows basically for a very effective strategy to consistently win matches. That qualification number 70 comes to an end. Moving on to qualification number 71 on the JTech Field 2. On the Red Alliance, we have team 1658S and 61568A against the Blue Alliance, 84260V and 14241M. Both teams are ready as we have autonomous starting in 3, 2, 1. All 4 robots off, 1658S and 84260V trying to battle for that center upper goal, but it looks like Red was able to take it. 65168A getting that center lower goal. Let's see where rest. Blue got the autonomous bonus because Red knocked the ball out. And no win points for either teams. All right.
No, you don't get 1 point because you violated a rule.
All right, autonomous over. Driver control. All right, driver control starts in 3, 2, 1. This 61568A Genesis team has been dominant all day with a very unique off-meta robot. I want to see them succeed. They're currently, I believe, the #1 ranked team, but losing that win point there might affect this, shake up the standings a bit. A little bit of defense coming out of 61568A, trying to stop 14241M Altitude from really picking up any blue blocks, but they managed to get away. Hopefully they're able to score, and they're not able to due to the persistent effort of Genesis. On the opposite end, we have 84260V and 1658AS just pushing and shoving. Red's able to maintain current possession of that control zone and swipe that blue block out of the way, meaning Invasion will have to pick up a couple if they want to be able to get that control zone back. It looks like Altitude is able to do it instead. It's some accidental shoving by Invasion, knocking out their own blue blocks, putting 1658AS in a great position to own that control zone. Such an aggressive robot coming at 61568A Genesis with the arm that swings all the blocks all at the same time. 1658AS getting that more control for Red as they are able to get the center upper goal. Looks like the robot parts on the field as well as we count on the last 20 seconds of this match. And a lot of this has been such an interesting game of just constant pushing and shoving. Yeah. This Genesis team drives so well to prevent any real scoring out of this blue team. And 84-260V is also prevented from scoring in the last of that match, leading to a dominant win by the red team. We're now moving on to qualification number 72. On the Red Alliance, we have team 550J Jetstream and 8889A 99% against the Blue Alliance 79267S Grease Monkeys and 4873S Safety Not Guaranteed. We got some cheers to the blue team in the audience. Let's see if blue can pull it off as Auton starts in 3, 2, 1. One robot from the red team, 2 from the blue. What are they able to pull off here? 4873S attempts to score in that center lower goal, but they miss. But it looks like the Red Alliance, 8889A, is able to score a lot of blocks on their own. Red's able to take both the autonomous bonus and the win point using only one robot's autonomous. Very impressive to them. But let's see what happens now in driver control as we start in 3, 2, 1. All the robots are off. 4873S picking up the blocks they dropped in the autonomous period in order to score in that lower center goal. And 8889A quickly picks up 4 or 5 blocks from their match loader to deposit somewhere. 79267S filled up with both red and blue, trying to make sure they only score their color, having to go back and forth between dropping the balls from the intake and scoring their blue ones. Right now it looks like red has a lead, but can they hold on to it as 8889A attempts to defend 79267S from scoring any more blocks. On the opposite side, 4873S picking up a couple of blue blocks that were dropped off by their partner to see if they can score and take back possession of this control zone. Dropping off 3 additional blocks as 8889A patiently waits for their moment in order to push out all of the work that 4873S has done. They're just waiting and camping there with their wing, ready to de-score at any moment, the moment 4873S lets up. And it looks like they're moving a bit out of the way, giving 8889A the opportunity. 79267S, on the other hand, filling up with their match load blocks, 1, 2, 3, 4, in their intake. Can 550J prevent them from scoring all these blocks? Some more match loads coming out of 4873S, trying to de-score a lot of these this red control zone on the bottom. They're lining up for their wing. And they're just barely not able to push them out of the way. While it looks like red also has possession of 2 of the center control zones as well. Those center goals really making the difference here. As red also is able to get the park off, leading them to have what looks like all 4 control zones as we move on to the next match.
All right, on Sage Field 1, we've got qual number 73 waiting on a controller to be connected, but in the meantime, 63780B and 88909X are going to make up our blue lines as they face off against 86400B and 33011Z. Everybody's ready. Autonomous is going to start in 3, 2, 1, and go. We got all 4 robots moving during autonomous here, and now the blue alliance is going to score in the middle, and we've got, looks like, 2 robots trying to get control of the bottom, but at that top long goal, the red alliance takes the control zone. All right, red is going to take autonomous without win point here, and we're going to start driver control in 3, 2, 1, and go. Now, one thing I noticed is in the break between, when autonomous ends and driver control starts, the Red Alliance was having some intense strategy discussions going over what they're going to do, and it looks like they're having a great job celebrating their strategy successes here. They also have one of their drive team members just, communicating with the other Alliance team. And I love that drive team members are a part of this game because, it's so easy to just say, oh, it's the driver, right? But so much communication happens between the teams and between the drive team and his driver. Now that top long goal, 33011Z, has their wing out trying to control the top long goal, but the Blue Alliance takes advantage of a mistake that they made and takes that for themselves. On the bottom, we've got the Red Alliance. I think they're probably in the best spot to take control of the bottom long control zone, but we'll see what happens here as we approach 50 seconds left. The middle is still going towards Blue, and the Blue Alliance wants to add on to that. 40 seconds left, 33011Z finds a gap. They have their wings deployed, but they're not able to do anything with it as of now. 30 seconds now, and 88909X parallelogram D-scores, and now both control zones are going towards Blue. Endgame's going to start here in a second. I don't know if any team's going to want to park here because a lot of the control zone play has been very volatile, constantly shifting. 10 seconds left. You can hear these teams having discussions on where they want to go. Blue Alliance elects to park on one side and maintain control of the control zone on the other. So great teamwork from the Blue Alliance, great communication from the Red Alliance throughout that entire match. We've got qual number 74 now. 2787V, 2787V, Windforce, and 3239V, Vanguard, make up our Red Alliance. We're going to start autonomous in 3, 2, 1, and go. On the Blue Alliance, we have 9447W, Stark Industries, and 4873K, Chaos. Autonomous starts with, it looks like 3 robots moving, 9447W and 2787V are going to try to fight for control of the bottom long goal. Other side of the field, the 3239V took control of the middle. Red's going to win autonomous as well as get a win point, and we're going to start off driver control in 3, 2, 1, and go. All right, all 4 robots are moving. 2787V is going to try to fight for control of the bottom long goal, but 9447W parks their robot there and does not allow any momentum to be shifted. Other side of the field, that top long goal looks to be going in favor of 3239V. Great driving to precisely maneuver those blocks into the dimensions of the control zone. 9447W, the Blue Alliance had a bunch of their blocks knocked out, but they're going to respond instantly and just fill it right back up. 2787V is not in a great position here, and I'm not sure if they're going to be able to de-score unless they add some blocks of their own. Fairly even on the top and bottom long goals, but the middle is going towards the red for sure. Ooh, some weird sounds coming out of one of these robots here. Hopefully they remain functional, because right now it looks like a lot of momentum has shifted in the Red Alliance's favor. But those two blue blocks on the bottom are something that I'm going to keep a lookout for, as it's going to allow either alliance to make a play. At the top, it looks like 4873K wants to go for a shift, but they weren't able to do so. (9447W), they wanted to get something in the middle, but a Red Alliance robot blocks them. So 20 seconds left. Red Alliance, they definitely want to just play defense, not lose control of anything. I don't know if they're going to risk a park here, but the Blue Alliance, they're going to play aggressive for sure. And I'm not sure what they're going to be able to pull out. They're going to go for a park with one robot on the other side of the field. Red Alliance, great design, allows them to get a park with just a few seconds left. Qual number 75 is what we've got next. All right, everybody is linking up. 8682N, Nighthawks, and 44252C Cobalt are going to make up our Blue Alliance. Everybody's ready. Autonomous is going to start in 3, 2, 1, and go. Red Alliance is going to have 26728 LED Robotics A and 12914X Omega Bots. Looking at Autonomous now, it looks like the Red Alliance is going to want that top and middle goal for themselves. They're going to try to fight for that bottom one, but 8682N will place their wing in the way to prevent that. Yeah, Blue is going to win Autonomous since Red knocked the ball out, a block out. Driver control is going to start in 3, 2, 1, and go. All right, the minute 45 driver control has started. 12914X is going to go immediately for match loads, get their robot full of their red blocks. looking around at that top long goal, it looks like the Red Alliance just wants to maintain firm possession there. And a lot of the fighting is going around the bottom long goal. 12914X has their wing out, gonna D-score, and it's interesting to see the strategy here. I love to see it, right? Because 2 blocks is like the ideal for these teams. So they don't want anything more, anything less. Because I think it just makes it more opportunistic for the other Lions to go for a D-score. And it looks like this match is going to be a lot of just shoving around from the Red Alliance, preventing any sort of opportunities for the Blue Alliance to develop. 8682N able to find 1 block. They're going to line themselves back up, use that mechanism they have in the front, and easily get about 4 more into that long goal. Great defense from 12914X, recognizing that they don't want that to happen for their team, but it looks like the Blue Alliance has taken the advantage there, and they're able to switch that for themselves, maintaining control of both the bottom and top long goals. 25 seconds left, almost nearing the end game here. Haven't seen a lot of prioritization on parking until maybe the last 5 seconds for most teams, so I'm expecting to see a lot of just control zone gameplay until we get to about 5 seconds left. 44252C recognizing that they don't have top or bottom control. They wanted to get the middle, but they're not able to do so. 8682N, they've got an opportunity to D-score for the other side, and they're able to do so very well. That's going to conclude qual number 75.
We're now moving on to qualification number 76 over on Sage Field 1. We're on our final 3 matches before the break. We have on the Red Alliance team 11444X Clairvoyant and 7447G the Dysfunctional against the Blue Alliance 57711N Zip Ties and 14338A. 14338A the Amazing Abigail. All right, both teams are ready. We got Autonomous starting in 3, 2, 1. 7447G picking up a couple from the match load, but accidentally exploding a couple of the blocks out of their match loader. As they score 3 in that center tall goal, and 11444X unable to score an additional 2. Red knocked the ball out, so Blue takes the Autonomous bonus, and we have driver control starting in 3, 2, 1. And they're off. 7447G picking up all of their match loads thanks to the no possession limit for any of the amount of blocks you can have. And they're dropping off, I think, 6 blocks all at the same time and shoving out that blue block as well. 11144X responds to the huge clear of all the blocks 7447G just deposited, but it looks like the red team still has possession of that logo control zone. And on the other side, 11444X trying to drop off blocks of their own from their match load, but 57711N preventing them and maintaining control the bonus control zone. A lot of clearing out back and forth. Not many blocks scored right now, and several of them all exited from the match load just all over the field, leaving plenty of scoring elements for anyone to pick up anywhere. 57711N attempting to score a couple blocks of their own as they get defended by 11444X. And it looks like it was a very successful defense as they're able to de-score a couple of their blocks and still maintain control of that control zone. And it's taken right back by Zip Ties as they clear out all of the red blocks all at the same time and have 3 of their own blue blocks in that control zone. At the bottom here, it looks like red is currently winning this interaction as 14338A accidentally clears out a couple of their own blocks and trying to take back that possession, but 7447G is not letting it up as they continually use their double wings to have control of that control zone. And time expires with red controlling 3 out of the 4 control zones. Now we're moving on to match number 77. On JTech Field 2, on our Red Alliance, we have team 21510W and 9447G against the Blue Alliance 18799M and 70407R. Both teams are ready? As we have Autonomous starting in 3, 2, 1. Looks like both red robots are moving. It looked like only one initially. 21510W trying to drop off some blocks in that long goal, but they completely miss due to a misalignment from a drop block earlier. Looks like it's a tie for Autonomous. Unless this robot is touching this block. And it looks like Blue will be taking the Autonomous bonus. Big for them as driver control starts in 3, 2, 1. And we're off. That red team is filling up their match loader in preparation for later. 9447G trying to clear out some of these blue blocks. But Brass Monkeys is trying to stop them from getting there. 9447G completely loaded up on match loaded blocks. That's 6 of them ready to be used. Looks like they're going for that lower goal, dropping all 6 of them, but only scoring 2 as they try to pick up a couple more to make up for that. 9447G picking up a couple more blocks, leaving Brass Monkeys alone to completely maintain possession of that lower control zone. A little bit of pushing and shoving at the top there. 21510W trying to get a couple of red blocks in the way, with 70407R expertly defending that, preventing any red blocks from entering that center control zone. As the match progresses, we see 70407R dropping off a couple blocks in that center goal. It looks like the centers are often untouched, and if you're able to find time to grab possession of the center goals, that's often the decider in most of these matches, as the long goals end up pretty even. But it looks like 9447G is able to take possession back of that upper long goal, center goal, dropping off, I think, 4 blocks. There's a lot going on in the center here, while Blue is able to maintain possession of one long goal, and Red able to get possession of the other. Not much time left on the clock as teams get ready to park, and drivers need communication. And Blue takes that center long goal at the last second, possibly swinging the control bonus and the match, as they also have Autonomous bonus to go with it. Now we're moving on to qualification number 78. On the Red Alliance, we have team 13722A Greenhouse and 550X Zog against the Blue Alliance 288828A Surge and 10W Exothermic Willy Wonkers. We got some cheers from the crowd for the Red Alliance. Let's see those cheers motivate them to win this match, as we have both teams ready and Autonomous starting in 3, 2, 1. 2 red robots jumping off to a great start. What Greenhouse picking up a couple, 4 blocks in that center goal. And it looks like Red is able to completely maintain possession of 3 out of the 4 goals. They have the control zone over there, but Blue is not giving up, as they also have a couple of blocks ready to be scored quickly in the event that Red backs off and gives them the opportunity to push them out of the way. Look at that center lower goal, folks. It's 2 red blocks in there. It's untouched for the rest of the match. Red takes the bonus and the win point. Huge. Red takes the bonus and both teams get the win point, as we have driver control starting in 3, 2, 1. And they're off. 13722A quickly clearing out those blue blocks, preventing all the work that Autonomous routine had done. 2882AA trying to get a couple of blue blocks of their own to get possession of that control zone back. And it looks like 10W is able to clear out Red's efforts on the top long goal, getting control zone possession there. Greenhouse playing some stellar defense, but it looks like Surge is able to clear out all the work that was done in Autonomous. And it looks like it's swinging a bit in the blue favor. Can Red come back? 13722A dropping off a couple of blocks in that center upper goal, trying to find some more blocks to pick up in order to score on these 2 long goals that are both completely owned by Blue. 550X trying to clear out these blue blocks, and they're forced to leave, pushing out 3 of the blue blocks. Can blue respond to 550X's onslaught? 550X playing some defense here, preventing 288A from scoring. Let's see what 13722A battling wings back and forth with Surge. And Surge looking like they're about to come out victorious, but the Red Alliance takes back that control zone. At the top there, 10W has completely maintained possession of that control zone. As we count down the last 10 seconds, and see if anyone is able to swing the match. This has been an incredibly competitive match despite the low scoring. Can neither team was able to get the park off. What a match there. But that, is that the last one? I'm unsure about who will be taking this as both teams try to do the calculations to see who's winning this match. Looks like we have a replay match. Qualification 50. Couple people still in the stands. Nice to see y'all still here, rooting your teams on. We're replaying a match, qualification 50 on Sage Field 1, as we lose the live stream. I guess the people don't need to know what happens in this match. Oh, it's back. I lied. How's everyone doing? Again, really excited for 12 a.m. New Year's. Are you excited? How's our live stream chat doing? All our viewers? I don't know if our viewers are going away because we're about to go on break. So leave a comment, make sure to subscribe, like the video. Is this a real thing? Make sure y'all use your hype points to hype the live stream. Very important. What? I don't have the live stream though.
There's like a hype button.
This is the dumbest thing ever.
It's so stupid.
Once again, big shout out to all our sponsors, Sage on Field 1, JTech Field 2, and Ryobi Field 3, as well as Michelin for sponsoring the entire division. These events are not possible without our sponsors, or also without our volunteers. About to be 6:30, maybe like 5.5 hours till New Year's. Who's excited? Is the crowd excited? I don't really see much reaction from the crowd. What I do see though, is that I think there's Lucky Charms out there on the bleachers. They're here scouting out their opponents for the rest of the competition, I think. Unable to take a break. A couple teams are getting ready for our rerun match. I think the qualification we just did had a team there that's participating in this rerun, so they gotta get the robot re-aired up, cool down, and all that. Is the live stream good? Can I see, get the live stream up? Yeah. Can I see chat?
Okay, we're gonna have to give them like another minute, and then once that reaches 1:33:30, we're gonna start this match. Okay?
Hopefully everyone can get down here in time. I'm gonna make sure this goes smoothly so we can get out of here and get a little food in our systems. I know it's been a long day for a lot of people, and it's about to get even longer as we're here till midnight. Let's take a little comment from our other MC. What are your thoughts on these matches so far?
I've loved them. I like seeing all the variety, all the passion from everybody. It reminds me of like why I'm back here volunteering. And I think that's why all of us are volunteering, right? Because robotics has such an impact on our lives.
That's true. I would not be where I am today without robotics, and I'm glad about how many friends I've made, all the experiences I've gained. But enough about us. We're here to look at these robots compete in one last match before break. We got a couple people in the crowd. Who are we cheering for? Are we cheering for blue? Nope. No. There's one blue fan in the crowd. Can we get a cheer coming out? Yeah. What about the red team? Anyone cheering for the red team? We got a couple more people. That's good to hear. All right, Autonomous starts in 3, 2, 1. Looks like red has both robots out with Autonomous. 3004A picking up several blocks from their match loader and depositing only 4 to try to get a couple in that center upper goal. And it looks like they're able to. Very well done from both teams, actually.
Red gets both autonomous and autonomous.
Red picking up bonus and the Autonomous win point. Now we have driver control starting in 3, 2, 1. 3004A quickly trying to remove the blue blocks and maintain possession of that control zone. Let's see how blue responds. 4873K almost tipping over. It looks like they beached themselves on the edge of their robot. Maybe their partner will come back and, they're able to right themselves just in time. A little bit of pushing match between 3004A and 13722A. Let's see how the rest of this match plays out. A lot of pushing and shoving as Greenhouse doesn't want 3004A to get any leverage to add more blocks to their own control zone. 4873K pushing them as well with a couple of blocks they're trying to possibly score. All this while 20850W is left all alone to score on those center goals, getting possession of both the upper and the lower goals. 20850W depositing only a single block to hopefully knock the blue out of that top long goal. Very great use of that wing to remove 2 of those blue blocks. And it looks like red has possession of all the control zones, but blue is able to take out a couple of those red blocks in the process. I don't think it matters though, as 20850W has a couple more blocks in their intake, ready to deposit and make up the difference. But a great sweep by Greenhouse as they try to gain possession back of that center, of that control zone. A lot of screaming and yelling from both the fans and all the drivers. Let's see how the rest of the match plays out. 3004A with several blocks waiting in their intake to completely take over that control zone within the last second. Wow, what a match. That's all we have for now, folks. We're going off to break. We'll be back around 8 o'clock, I believe. They confirmed, nope, our AP gave us a thumbs up. Thank you, Mr. Bennett. We'll be back at 8, folks.
All right, we're getting ready to kick our event back off here in just a moment. It is currently 7:46. We will be starting our next match promptly at 8 p.m. If you are not on field, you may miss your match. We do expect teams to start queuing in the next four minutes, so we do want to see you at the queuing tables by 7:50, so we know you're ready. We will put you on field at 7:55 and 8 o'clock. We will start to kick off the last set of matches before New Year's. Again, I should see teams on queuing tables by 8:50. We'll be on field by 7:55, and at 8 p.m. we're going to start match 79. All right, we're getting ready to come into our pits, up to the fields to get started here. So we want to make sure our teams for our first 3 matches are coming to the queue tables. Right now, before we get everything started, we do have a unique thing that you won't be able to find anywhere else, and that is one of the few Vex Air Drone Hornets. We're going to be flying that around up here by our fields for a moment. So if you've ever wanted to see one of the Vex Air Drones, we're going to have that out. It's currently flying over our middle field. So if you want to see a Vex Hornet, we do have one live here today.
right there.
I've actually decided that I have no. Hello? All right. So we are going to start qual number 79 pretty close to 8 p.m. So that's 3796E. We actually have them on the field. So I think 81208G on Sage Field 1 in the Michelin Division. Looks like we have all 4 teams for our first qual, but for qual number 80, that's going to be our second qual. If we can get 3796H, 9447V, 21510R, and 44252S.
Let's focus on getting on the field. Let's focus on getting on the field. We can talk strategy once we're on the field.
If we can get qual number 80 and 81 on the fields as well. Remind everyone our cycle times are faster, so we're going to have to pick up the pace. Okay. Just as a reminder from our head refs, our cycle times are aiming to be faster. So if we can get everybody to kind of pick up the pace a little bit, make sure that we are keeping this tournament on time. All right, everybody's good, so we're going to start off qual number 79 in 3, 2, 1, and go. This match has 3796E Caution Student Drivers and 84260K Cobra going up against 9623F Warp Drive and 8120AG Leroy Galaxy. Auton's going to end with, I want to say, blue getting the top goal and red getting the bottom one. Red's going to take autonomous here, and we're going to start driver control in 3, 2, 1, and go. Driver control starts. It's not immediately apparent what these strategies are going to be, but I'm sure that'll develop here soon. 8120AG, they looked like they de-scored a bunch of their own blocks, but I think they have a deeper plan that I'm not aware of. On the bottom long goal, Red has taken complete control of that, and 9623F wants to change that, and they've got their wing deployed, and they're tussling with a Red Alliance robot, but no success for them yet on that bottom long goal. Red has instead shifted their focus to focus on the the middle of the field. About a minute left in this one. 84260K going to go for some match loads. Put themselves in a competitive position to try to destabilize that top control zone. Other side of the field, the Blue Alliance robot doing the same thing, 9623F. They've got like a dump truck style robot, and they haven't filled it up yet, but I'm sure that they'll have a ton of blocks ready to go here shortly. One of these robots, 84260K, they've got like a dangling battery. Really hoping that doesn't disconnect so that all 4 robots can remain functional in this one. About 30 seconds left. Not a lot of change on the top and bottom long goals like we usually see. It's still just like blue up top and red on the bottom, but now 81208G right on cue. They're gonna make sure that I'm wrong here. 379 succeed. They're gonna retake control of the bottom. The top is still all blue. 81208G, last second here, going for that bottom control. And I think this is a situation where their strategy is gonna take the win for them. 81208G going for a park at the end. So we end up with 1 blue and 1 red robot parked. All right, qual number 80. 3796H. Can y'all please end up on JTech Field 2?
Y'all have 1 minute to get here. I got to watch here. 8:03 and 7 seconds, and we're starting. 3796H. If y'all are in the 3796 organization, let them know. Right on time. (3796H), the Hooligans, and 9447V, Sunny Side Up, are going to be on the Red Alliance, going up against 21510R, Graveyard Shift, and 44252S, Sulfur. All of these are teams that I'm sure that have faced each other before. They're all from the South Carolina area. So this might be a rematch, I'm not sure, but they're definitely aware of what each other's robots can do and what they're capable of. And while we wait for call number 80 to get started, if everybody for qualification number 81 could end up on the field. If the Red Alliance for qualification number 81 could end up on the field, that would be great. Looks like everybody's green here on J-Tech field number 2 in the Michelin division. Just waiting on the final go-ahead from our refs. As a reminder, please do not take the blocks off the field, whether that's in the competition fields or the skills fields.
Red is good, blue is good. We are ready to start.
Autonomous is going to start in 3, 2, 1, and go. All 4 robots are moving here. We've got a narrow miss from 21510R on the bottom long goal, and a narrow miss from their alliance partner as well. 3796H able to score 1 in that bottom long goal, and their alliance partner doing the same. We're going to end up with 1 score to the top and bottom long goals, a couple in the middle for red, and 1 for blue.
Red bonus.
Red's going to take the autonomous bonus, and we're going to start driver control in 3, 2, 1, and go. Driver control starts. We immediately see 3 robots back right up onto their match loaders. Now, this is something that I haven't seen in a ton of matches. Usually people will just like vie over control in the middle, but I don't think there was enough blocks to even go for that. So 21510R, they're going to fill up their robot with as many of those blue blocks as possible. Their alliance partner, 44252S, Sulfur, is going to maintain control of the top long goal. Blue Alliance currently has control of the top and bottom, going for some blocks in the middle as well. On the Red Alliance's side, 9447V, they've got their robot poised to be in a prime position for match loading, but the Blue Alliance does not want to make it easy for them. About a minute left here. 21510R, it's clear that their strategy is just to defend on this bottom long goal, and they're doing a great job here. They're taking the shortest possible path between these 2 ends, and wow, this thing totally just got faked out by 3796H, but they were able to recover from that. A lot of this is just a mind game. Like, you know, you have to predict where these bots are going to go, and 3796H is trying to outthink the 21510R team. Other side of the field, 9447V turning the tide for the Red Alliance, giving them a chance on the control bonuses. The middle's pretty dead even too. I think blue might have a slight edge there. 21510R coming back, taking it back over for the Blue Alliance, and rushing back to defend that bottom control zone as well. So really great driving out of the Blue Alliance team. With about 4 seconds left, doesn't look like the Blue Alliance is going to go for a park. I lied. Both teams end up parking. All right, qual number 81. (79267B), the Metagators, and 426258 Iron Patriots Grogu are going to make up our Red Alliance here. On the Blue Alliance, we're going to have 4873S, Safety Not Guaranteed, and 3796D, Dynaco. Safety Not Guaranteed, that's an interesting name. I hope our safety is guaranteed.
They don't have a battery cable. All right, blue, everyone ready? They don't have a battery cable. Are you good with them being there now? They cannot move. You're allowed to attach the battery, not the battery cable. No,
Just waiting on everybody to be ready, and they are. So now qualification number 81 is going to start in 3, 2, 1, and go. Call number 81 starts. Just looks like the Blue Alliance side is going to move here in 3796D and 4873S. All they've got to do here is score a couple, and they should take that autonomous bonus. They're going to hope for no mistakes, and it looks like they're going to get it. No win point?
No win point.
Blue's going to take autonomous. Driver control starts in 3, 2, 1, and go. Driver control gets away, and we've got 3 robots moving on the field, so an automatic like 2v1 for the Red Alliance. We've had a couple of those today, and usually they've remained pretty competitive, so I'm interested to see how 79267B adapts to this situation. Looks like the Blue Alliance isn't doing too much at the moment, and 79267B is going to go ahead and score in the middle. 4873S, safety not guaranteed. They're coming from Buford, Georgia. I'm looking at their license plate. I like the aesthetic they've got going on there, the design of their robot. A lot of painted metal as well on that robot. So they've done a great job of creating a functional as well as beautiful looking robot here. And you've got to have a lot of confidence in what you're building to dedicate any sort of time towards making it look good. And so I'm glad that 4873S has been able to do that. About 45 seconds left in this one. A lot of scoring from the Blue Alliance on all 3 of the goals, but 79267B does have some in the bottom of that middle goal. This hasn't been a game where we've seen a ton of play from the wings or scoring really, but a slow-paced game that gives us a chance to really look at these robots and just admire how they've been built and all the time that's been put into them. We're in end game now. Looks like the Blue Alliance, I don't know if they're going to go for a double park here. They're kind of lined up like they want to. This might be a good chance for them to practice, maybe end up as potential alliance partners in the future. On the other side of the field, Red Alliance is able to park, and I don't think Blue's going to get the double park, but we'll leave that up to the head refs. All right, that's going to be the end of call number 81 on Ryobi Field 3.
We're moving over to qualification number 82 on Sage Field 1, where we have the Red Alliance 16610V Vanadium versus 550J Jetstream against the Blue Alliance 8682A Apollo and 6156AA Genesis. I'm a big fan of the 2 robots over here on the blue side. 2 very unique designs with the 4-bar lift on 8682A and the large sweeper for 6156AA Genesis. Both teams getting ready up for autonomous. One of the Red Alliance is selecting their autonomous program on their Cortex. All right. Autonomous starts in 3, 2, 1. And the robot's off. Blue with a very aggressive start. 6156AA dumping off 4 blocks in their long goal. 8682A trying to pick up some from their match loader, but looks like they failed. A lot of scoring by both teams here. A couple in the lower center goal, 1 in that upper center goal. But it looks like each team also got their own control zone in their long goal. All right. Looks like Auto taking the blue bonus, no win points. As we have driver control starting in 3, 2, 1. And they're off. 8682A picking up a couple of the blocks that are left over in the middle of the field in order to take possession of that center lower goal. 16610V sweeping out some of their previous blocks to put in some new ones in order playing a little bit of defense here, waiting for 8682A to drop their blocks in, maybe potentially sweeping their way as well. But it doesn't look like they're able to, as 8682A looking a bit shaky with their rear geometry due to how high their center of gravity is whenever their lift is up. 6156 8A, picking up a couple blocks from their match loaders, completely preventing 550J from getting any sort of scoring going as they completely maintain possession of that bottom long goal. 86-82A swerving around to go ahead and take complete possession once more of that lower center goal as they battle out with 1-6-6-1-0V, trying to see who can get the most possession of that top long goal. And it looks like the red team is able to prevail, pushing away out all those blue blocks. 550J picking up that center lower goal despite the defense from 6-1-5-6-8A Genesis. So there's plenty of match loads left. 86-82A picking up some more blue blocks to return the favor back on 550J, erasing their work on that center long goal. 20 seconds left, and 6-1-5-6-8A with a huge clear, relieving only a singular blue block in that top long goal in the control zone. A huge bonus for them. And if they can just play a little bit more defense to close out this match, I think blue will have it. As they go for a park from both teams, it looks like both teams are able to get it. And that is qualification 82. Moving on to qualification number 83. On the red team, we have 79267W. We got Otto starting in 3, 2, 1. On the red team, we have 79267W, Darth Gator, and 88909X Parallelogram against the blue team. 3796F, Pay Respects, and 79267S, Grease Monkeys. Looking at this autonomous, it's looking a bit of an even fight from both teams, but red picks up that control zone, giving them autonomous bonus and the win point. As driver control starts in 3, 2, 1. And they're off. Red immediately clearing out a block, and 379F returns a favor, trying to clear out some blocks of their own, immediately leaving only one red block in this bottom control zone. 3796F looking for their own response to Red's immediate advantage with the autonomous bonus. 79267W trying to stop their sister team 79267S from scoring those blue blocks and maintaining that control zone. Are they able to stop them, carefully lowering their wing and waiting for 79267S to release? 3796F trying to stop some of the scoring from 79267W, and they're unsuccessful as 79267W now maintains both of the long goal control zones. And there goes 88909X picking up the center lower goal, trying to fight against 3796F, who brings it right back for their team. And up in that corner over there, the two sister teams, 79267W and 79267S, kind of battling out. But it looks like Red is still able to maintain possession, and they can push their sister team, 79267S, out of the way. 379F loaded up with a couple more blocks, trying to push these two blue blocks all the way out of the way. There's a lot of shoving between red and blue here at the bottom long goal. 20 seconds remaining, parking's protected. Will either team go for the park as 88909X continues to shove all those blue blocks out of the way, protecting what possession they have, but it doesn't look like they're able to get that control zone as all of their blue blocks are completely gone in the last couple of seconds, and both teams managed to land a park as well. Moving on to qualification number 84. We have 2672A and 9447A on the Red Alliance, and 65162A and 33011Z on the Blue Alliance. We got autonomous starting in 3, 2, 1. And they're off, all four robots. 9447A trying to pick up some match loads, but it looks like they had a little bit of a jam. 65162A going for both the long goal and the lower center goal. And 2672A and 33011Z battling out for complete possession of that long goal up top there.
Well, no, are they touching that blue ball? Is that
robot touching that block, the blue one? Okay, so then
blue only gets bonus, no win points.
you're contacting that blue block with your robot? If you're close, guys. Sorry.
Looking like blue picks up the autonomous bonus as we have driver control starting in 3, 2, 1. 65162A immediately moves or blocks as close to the center as possible, trying to stop 9447A from scoring any of their red and taking back possession of that control zone. 2672A trying to score a couple of their own to fight against 33011Z. Are they able to sweep the wing through? And 33011Z instead is able to completely knock out those red balls, meaning 2672A will have to pick up a couple more if they want to compete here. 9447A attempts to score a couple of the red blocks despite the defense of 65162A. And it looks like the defense from 65162A will prevail, clearing out some more red blocks. There's just all I see is blue in all of these control zones. And I don't think a single red block is scored right now. Can red take it back in order to win this match? 65162A picking up a bunch of match loads, ready to increase their lead if necessary. 9447A trying to clear out those blue blocks from those control zones, but is unsuccessful because of the defense of 65162A. 9447A picking up a couple more blocks from their match loads, while their teammate 2672A tangos up there with 33011Z. But 33011Z is playing some excellent defense, not allowing a red ball to be in there for even more than 10 seconds. Constantly just keeping 2672A out of the way. 9447A attempts to score a couple of blocks, but 65162A responds by blocking it with their wing and pushing them, shoving them out of the way. They completely clear out those red blocks from that bottom goal. The top goal seems pretty clean as well, as both teams attempt to go for a park. And
all right, going to move on now to qualification number 85. We've got everybody ready. We're going to start. All right, everybody's ready to go. Auton's going to start in 3, 2, 1, and go. On the red alliance, we have 14338A featuring the amazing Abigail and 2771X XR. On the blue alliance, we got 12914X Omegabots and 3796G Goated. Auton's coming to a close here. It looks fairly even. Blue's going to win the autonomous bonus, and we're going to start off driver control. Oh, 1 second, guys.
No, you don't get win point because of it.
Blue. All right, Blue's going to win autonomous, but not get the win point. We're going to start off driver control in 3, 2, 1, and go. All right, driver control starts. We got 12914X immediately backing up, getting the match loads in. No one else really going for much. And then we see our red alliance are about to go for a move on that bottom long goal. And 3796G quick to counter, but not quick enough. And they've given up control of that bottom long goal to the red alliance. That top long goal is currently in Blue's favor, and 12914X is going to leave it alone and go for the middle, filling up that top central goal with some of their blue blocks. 3796G and 2771X tussling over this bottom long goal, but as of right now, no one's coming out on top, and 2771X, they've got advantage, and 3796G knows that. They're going to try to punish any mistakes coming out of this Red Alliance team and flip that control zone for themselves. Now, the middle looks like we haven't seen a lot of this today. Not a lot of teams are focusing their efforts on the middle, but it seems like in this match, a lot of competition is happening over the middle goals. There's that middle high goal and the middle low goal. As teams evolve throughout the season, it's almost like there's no difference for them. They can come up with mechanisms that can score in either one effortlessly. As of right now, we got about 30 seconds left. Pretty much even on the control zones. So maybe these teams are right to focus on the middle here. Since these control zones are so even, it might come down to the middle. 2771X, they're going to take control of that top long goal with about 14 seconds left. I don't know if 3796G is going to have time to respond up there, but 12914X of the Blue Alliance is going to try to respond on the bottom. 12914X trying to spin move, 3 seconds left. They know they need that control zone, and they're going to get that as time expires. Moving on to qual. My bad, guys. Moving on to qual number 86. I think I've beat the refs here, but we've got 10-10-2-8, Vinsanity, and 73017D, Robotopia, going up against 6277B, Frostbite, and 95059D, Wubbaduckies. What an awesome name. I think we're waiting on 10102A. I don't know if there are robots here, but it's saying controller disconnected. You do need to control that. I've got the results of call number 84, the 65162A and 33011Z was able to win that match against 2672A and 9447A with a score of 85-14. As a reminder, I have looked at the skills line and there wasn't one. So if you have any sort of spare time in your schedule, go ahead and get those skills runs done. I think one team here has a #1 autonomous score in the world. I cannot remember who. I will come back to y'all with who that is in a second. I think they're like 9th in the world on skills or something like that. But yeah, there's Lucky Charms, #1 autonomous score in the world, #9 overall. And I think they have some driver runs yet, so they're gunning for #1 in the world in skills. And hopefully we're going to be able to witness that at this tournament. Yeah, they have 2 driver runs left, so they have plenty.
They have 2 Auton runs.
Oh, sorry, they have 2 Auton runs left, so they have a chance to improve.
6 for sure.
That's crazy. That is very impressive. Everybody's ready on qual number 86. We're going to start autonomous in 3, 2, 1, and go. Autonomous kicks off. We've got all 4 robots moving. 6277B is going to start off scoring in the middle. The Red Alliance is going to respond in the middle, and on the top long gold, 10102A is going to take control of the top zone.
It's going to be a blue bonus because Red had a rolling block violation.
It's going to be a blue bonus because Red had a rolling block violation. With that in mind, we're going to start off driver control here in 3, 2, 1, and go. Driver control is going to start. We've got 950590 immediately backing up, collecting match loads. Red Alliance is going to realize that and try to pressure them, but not going to be able to prevent them from taking control of the bottom long goal. Now, this is the type of match that we've seen all day. A bunch of robots separated, taking their isolations in the top and bottom of the field. And right now, it looks like Blue Alliance has control of the bottom and Red has control of the top, but as we've seen so many times today, this can change. I like looking at which robots have match loads available to them because that gives them the best chance of flipping the momentum. And 6277B has a lot of match loads in their robot. And so they're going to have to use those effectively if they want to regain control of the top. On the bottom here, the 73017D Robotopia robot doing a great job competing for this bottom long goal, but their Blue Alliance counterpart is not making it easy. 6277B able to find a gap, and 10102A wants to negate that. They're able to do so pretty successfully, but 6277B getting in the way. Still anyone's game up at that top long goal, but I think 10102A is going to make me regret saying that. On the bottom here, wow, I love this like chess match that we've got going on between the robots. Both teams know that they can't just leave their wings in there, and they're waiting for one to act. And the Blue Alliance loses out, giving no control to anybody on that bottom long goal, but now the Red Alliance has control of that top one. 10 seconds left. Parking might be the game changer here. No one really has match loads for the bottom. Blue takes control up at the top. 3 seconds left. No one's got control at the top, but Blue does get a park it. All right. Call number 87. Everybody's ready to go here on call number 87. We're going to start autonomous in 3, 2, 1, and go. Auton's going to start 49631C, all natural, and 70407R refraction. Making up our Red Alliance. Their opponents are going to be 30048 QWERTY and 2787V Windforce on the Blue Alliance.
Blue knocked out a block. Red windpoint if they're off the park.
Blue did end up knocking off a block that we're going to find out if Red gets a win point here. And they are able to get the win point.
Win and win point.
So they're going to get the win and the win point as we start off driver control in 3, 2, 1, and go. Driver control starts. Blue immediately taking control up at the top, and red doing the same up at the bottom. This is a very interesting starting position for these teams, because that middle goal is loaded, and each alliance has control of one control bonus. So anyone's game here, 3004A realizing that they've got a disadvantage in the middle, they're going to look to change that here. I'm not sure if they flipped it, but they definitely negated any red advantage. Up at the top, we've got 4 in the control zone for blue, and something similar now at the bottom for red. About a minute left in this one. Blue making the move on the bottom control zone. Now they've got both in their favor. 2787B on the blue alliance, negating any red points in the middle. 70407R of the red alliance. They want to try to make sure that they can take control of that bottom. But wow, great driving out of 3004A, only knocking out a red block while keeping theirs in. 7407R. They've got some match loads and a wing that they're going to take advantage of. And let's see. I think at the conclusion of that interaction, red comes out on top, but they've still got some ground to make up on the top and middle. 30 seconds left. We're approaching the end game. No one really looks like they're keen on match loads, but 3004A already has some in their robot that they're going to take advantage of. And let's see what they've got. They got a massive sweep for them, changing the momentum even more in their favor. Red did start off with the autonomous bonus and win point, but the rest of this game has not really played out too well for them. As time counts down, they're going to need a big move in order to regain control of any of these zones. Blue gets a park, red unable to do so. That's going to be the end of the Ryobi Field 3 qualification number 87 match.
Moving over to qualification number 88 on Sage Field 1. We have 165AS on the red team and 14241A as our alliance partner. And on the blue team, we have 3796E and Auton in 321 go. On the blue team, we have 3796E and 11444X Clairvoyance. 14241A impressively scoring about 7 blocks in their long goal. And it looks like red is going to take the autonomous bonus and the win point, as we have driver control starting in 3, 2, 1. Very interesting design here out of the red team's 165AAS. I haven't really seen tank tread used too much throughout the tournament, and a very horizontal loading mech. But 111444X denying all the blocks scored by 165AS with their wing. Up there at the top, however, we have 14241A playing some aggressive defense, just trying to prevent 3796E from really getting anywhere with their blocks. We can see 165AS going for the center lower goal in order to, as these center goals are often, in my opinion, very underutilized throughout the game, as they're worth almost as much as the long goal control zones, but aren't really as interacted with as often. 11444X attempting to de-score some of those blocks by 165AS, but it doesn't look like they're able to, as 165AS is able to respond as well as push out a couple of those blue blocks as well. Up there at the top, that we still have 12441A aggressively pushing up against 3796E, just denying them of any opportunity to score, chasing them down all the way down to the lower half of the field. Yeah. But throughout that commotion, 11444X is able to take possession back of that the bottom long goal. 165AS trying to get possession back of the long goal of the control zone, and actually knocks out the red balls instead. And it looks like red was gonna, a last second scramble for that control zone at the bottom there is gonna go to red as we move into our next match. Qualification number 89 on Field 2 JTech. All right, we have autonomous starting in.
Red. Hold on. Red. What?
All right. Starting?
Yeah, we're good.
All right, we have autonomous starting in 3, 2, 1. On the blue side, we have 9623W with their sister team, 9623F. And on the red side, we have 84260B Cyberpunk with 10W Exothermic Willy Wonkers. we have our skills champion, or our probably soon to be skills champion, 8th in the world, 96-23W on the blue side. See the deciding result of this autonomous period. Even on both sides, pretty even. Let's see what the score says though.
Jackson, that's 5. And this one's blue. Let him score.
All right, looks like blue picks up the autonomous bonus as driver control starts in 3, 2, 1. And off we go. 84-260B trying to drop off a couple of blocks that they have in their intake. 96-23F scooping out some of the blocks over on the opposite side's match load possibly. We have a bit of a scuffle up at the top of there where it looks like red is able to win that interaction, completely maintaining possession of that long goal. 10W driving excellently here to fend off 2 blue robots at the same time. 86420B trying to stop 9623W from building any more of a lead in this bottom long goal as they shove them into the corner, preventing them from really moving around too well. 10W, such a fast robot, able to outmaneuver 9623F with a little bit of effort and while driving. Look at them spin around. And as I go, 10W in a great spot, able to drop off 3 blocks just in that bottom long goal. Are they able to get them into the middle though, despite 9623F's relentless defense? 9623W has some blocks in their intake, trying to get possession of that top long goal. Instead they go for the center upper goal, 3 blocks very well placed there. And 9623F loses possession of that long goal. This is such an aggressive match, y'all. 10W trying to clear out some blocks, and they're able to, leaving a singular red block in that bottom tall goal, long goal. 10W looking for some more blocks to pick up, hoping to score some within the last couple of seconds of the match. Only 10 remaining. There's still some time to park too. 9623F bullying and just going for the park instead. Another park from the red team, and a possible attempt at getting the center goal by 10W. As we move on to our next match, qualification number 90. All right, we have auto starting in 3, 2, 1. On the red side, we have 8889V Vortex and 2882A Surge against the Blue Alliance, 86400V the Mavericks, and 95071Y Saratoga High Yabba Dabba Doo.
Red both?
Looks like red takes the bonus and the autonomous win point. We have driver control starting in 3, 2, 1. The red surge on the bottom here, quickly clearing out a lot of these blue blocks, maintaining full possession of this control zone, while 8889V Vortex tries to score in the center lower goal. But while they're distracted there, 86400V attempting to push out a lot of those red blocks that they built up during the autonomous period. A little bit of shoving and pushing back and forth within that top long goal between the different wings. 95071Y attempts to drop in 3 blocks, but they miss all of them thanks to the efforts of Surge. 8889V possessing a couple more red blocks, trying to drop them off into the center upper goal, but they're getting defended by 95071Y. 8889V instead taking the opportunity to drop off a couple additional blocks in that bottom long goal. And Surge is up there, just absolutely battling it out against 2 of the robots at the same time, able to push out 3 of the blue blocks and get 2 of their red of their own. Are they able to maintain possession of this control zone? And they are. It's completely sweeping out all of the 86400V's blocks. 95071Y, trying to clear out the red blocks down here at the bottom here. Able to clear out about 5 of them, but are they able to get possession back at the long goal? While Surge up at the top is battling up against the Mavericks, going back and forth, trying to see who will end up with the most possession of these blocks. And it looks like it'll be the red team moving out those blue blocks in a last second effort. 2 seconds left on the clock. And as time expires, that was a very well driven match with a lot of back and forth. And we're moving on to our next match.
All right, we've got qualification number 91 on Sage Field 1. Both teams are ready to go, so we're going to start autonomous in 3, 2, 1, and go. The Red Alliance is going to have 4873K Chaos and 44252C Cobalt facing off against 9421W Wicked Smart. I hope I'm saying that right. And 2115P Peekaboo. Looking at the results of autonomous here, I want to say blue has done the majority of the scoring, and they're able to get the autonomous bonus as well.
Blue takes autonomous bonus. They did not cross. Thank you.
Driver control? I thought you were talking. All right, blue's going to take the autonomous bonus, no win point, and driver control is going to start here in 3, 2, 1, and go. All right, we got qualification number 91. Driver control started. Right off the bat, we see the Red Alliance robot going for a, I think they might have gotten themselves stuck here with that wing, and that's going to be a first for what I've seen today. Let's see what they can do. Their alliance partner, I think they want to help them out, but that wing is stuck in an awful spot.
Hey guys,
Oh wait, they may have freed themselves thanks to some help from their alliance partner. One thing I did not say is that I think both of these Red Alliance robots, 4873K and 44252C, they look to be the dump truck style of robots. So I want to see them pick up as many blocks as possible and see what they can do there. I've seen some really interesting strategies where they wait till the very last second, get one gap, and they're able to flood a long goal. Looks like 44252C has set themselves up for that strategy very well. On the other side, 4873K not doing as much of that at the moment. 44252C was able to find a gap, but they weren't able to capitalize on it. Control is still in Blue Alliance's favor on all 3 of these goals. About 30 seconds left here, 2115P solidifying their lead on the bottom. 44252C, I know they want a gap here, but both Blue Alliance robots doing a great job on defending, and 44252C unable to make any sort of play on this bottom long goal. 15 seconds left. I don't know which teams are going to want to park here. I know the Red Alliance needs to take control of the control bonus here, but as how this game's been going, it's going to take a miracle for them. Red Alliance goes for a park, so does Blue. Blue for sure is able to hit it, and at the last second, I think Red is as well. That's going to finish off number 91. Going to go over to qual number 92 on the JTech Field 2. Here we've got 14241M altitude and 8898 99% on the Red Alliance, going up against 3239V Vanguard and 20850W Accelerated Dragon. We're good to start this match. Autonomous is going to start in 3, 2, 1, and go. We've got like 3 robots moving during autonomous. Blue Alliance going to score in both top and bottom long goals. 8889A, 99%. They're going to go for a few in the middle and the bottom. Let's see what that yields them. Very good autonomous off all teams here.
Really? Yeah. Okay. From here it looks in. Okay. So red bonus, no win point.
Red's going to get the autonomous bonus and no win point. We're going to start off driver control in 3, 2, 1, and go. Driver control starts. Red is in a great position on the bottom. Top is going to go towards blue. Let's see what we're doing here. A lot of back and forth on that top long goal. This bottom looks to be red dominated for the time being, and now 14241M is going to try to take control of the middle top. Top, middle, top, whichever one it's going to be. 8889A on the Red Alliance, playing a lot of defense on that Blue Alliance robot. Right now, both teams have control of one control bonus, but that could change super quickly, and I think 20850W is going to go for that. 20850W going to go up top, take control for the Blue Alliance. Very back and forth competition on that top long goal, but I don't know who's going to end up on top just yet. I do see a Red Alliance robot match loading. They've got a lot at their disposal here, a lot of options. They're going to take control of the bottom long goal while their teammates fight for the middle. Let's see, 35 seconds approaching. A Blue Alliance robot gets a ton of match loads going. 20850W. I'm sure they're going to dump those and take control of either of these long goals. They're going to go for the middle instead. Not something we've seen a ton of today. Usually teams prioritize the top or the bottom, but let's see, 3239V. They're going to take a few seconds, line themselves up, go for a big push, and I don't think it's going to do exactly what they wanted here. Red has pretty firm control up at the top. Blue's going to try to vie for control at the bottom. The middle looks like it just shifted in Red's favor. Blue wants a double park. Red wants one. And I'm not sure who's going to end up on top with there. All right, number 93. We're missing a block here, I believe, but Alex is on it. While we wait, I'll go ahead and introduce our teams. We got 28625W Warrior Vex and 65162C Antares on the Blue Alliance. Their opponents are going to be 91231X, Irvine, I cannot, my bad guys, Irvine something, and 29485B Robotic Rebels. Irvine Raguan, that's their team name. 91231X.
Hey, we got a block.
All right, everybody's good here on qual number 93. Autonom's gonna start in 3, 2, 1, and go. Auton kicks off, 65162C scoring for their alliance on the bottom long goal, going for the middle, scoring a few there. Looks like a solo win point attempt from them, and they're going to get quite a few in the top goal as well. Red Alliance is able to do the same on the bottom and the middle. I don't know if they've...
Blue win point, blue win.
And Blue's going to end up with the win point and the win here as we start off driver control in 3, 2, 1, and go. Driver control starts. Red Alliance immediately negating any sort of autonomous benefit for the Blue Alliance up at that top long goal, trying to do the same at the bottom. Great driver strategy out of these Red Alliance robots, immediately taking away any of the benefit that they got, and any of the benefit the Blue Alliance got from the autonomous. 65162C looking like they're struggling in the match, so it's able to resolve the issue pretty quickly. Now they've got a full robot that they're going to want to take advantage of. Their alliance partner 28625W looks like they want to go for some scoring on the bottom long goal. They're lining themselves up pretty well, but they're going to bail out of that, go for some different scoring opportunities instead. Other side of the field, Red Alliance is going to go for some match loads. Now we've got one robot on each side that is full of match loads, and 65162C is going to be the first to dispose of them, taking control of the bottom long goal, immediately negated by the driver on the 91231X robot. I do like the design of the wing for 91231X. They've got like a plate that makes it easier for their driver to align. They also look like they have some sort of mechanism that kind of lifts up whenever they want to score. And as of right now, I'm going to say it's doing them justice. 20 seconds left. We're in that end game now. 91231X taking firm control of that bottom long goal for the Red Alliance. They've got the top one as well and the middle. So not a single blue block is scored at the moment. And I'm not sure what the Blue Alliance is going to be able to do to respond. 65162C fighting for their lives here at the top long goal. Great driving out of them, but 91231X finding the time to get rid of their advantage. I want to once again announce, please do not run away with the blocks from the fields. Please. No blocks in your robot, in your pockets, in your sweatshirt when you leave the field. Thank you.
Moving on to match number 94 on the Sage Field 1. We have teams 84260K and 93400A on the Red Alliance, and 8682N and 18799M on the Blue Alliance. Very diverse set of teams here from Arkansas, Georgia, and Indiana. All right, we have Autonomous starting in 3, 2, 1. And the teams are off. 86-82N grabbing the 3 blocks in the middle there, seeing if they can score on this long goal. And they're only able to drop 1 in before they attempt to push it down to that control zone, and they're able to. 18799M missing the push in, but they're still able to score 1 block. Blue takes the bonus with no win point, and driver control starting in 3, 2, 1. A4260K dropping a couple of blocks down there in the center logo, while 8682N attempts to maintain complete possession of this bottom long goal. Fighting now with 93400A pushing back against them, trying to prevent any more scoring done by 8682N. Up at the top there, 18799M Brass Monkeys fighting and trying to prevent any scoring by 84260K Cobra. Couple of teams picking up some more match loads, getting ready to drop these all at one time. And 93400A able to sneak in a couple of blocks while 8682N wasn't working, but they popped them out anyways, preventing any chance of Red taking back that control zone. 8682N dropping off a block in that center lower goal as they drift around to possibly help their teammate get some more possession, dropping in an extra block while coming back to their original long goal to defend it from 93400A. 93400A attempts to actually maintain control of that center long goal, while 8682N preps up 3 more blocks, possibly to take this back from them, pushing up against 84260K Cobra. 20 seconds left on the clock. 8682N and 93400A are in a bit of a stalemate, but 8682N comes out away with what looks like the control there, with 4 blocks are there too, as parking stops. 18799M with a quick park down in the middle, and that's a match. Moving on to qualification number 95 on the JTech Field 2. We have teams getting ready here. All right, we have Auto starting in 3, 2, 1. On the red lines, we have 6978R Roger 67 and 9447W Stark Industries versus the blue lines 81208G Leroy Galaxy and 13722A Greenhouse. Let's see how this Autonomous comes out. It looks like Red has control of 2 of the long goals, but Blue has a lot more blocks in the center. Looks like Red takes the win and gets the win point as we have driver control starting in 3, 2, 1. A little bit slow movement from some of the robot. 81208G attempting to de-score for those red blocks very effortlessly, preparing for their own attack on that control zone. 81280G attempting to help out 2 wings against the 1 wing there from the red team. But 9447W takes advantage of the opportunity to rescore the blocks that 81208G originally de-scored. A little bit of fighting and shoving up there from 697AR and 13722A. Neither team really getting anywhere with the control zone as they just go back and forth on each other with the wings. It looks like Red has a pretty steady possession here, but double team down at the bottom here is 9447W getting completely swept out from under their feet thanks to the teamwork of both of these blue robots. And 81208G finishes the job and completely has possession of this bottom long goal. 6978R isn't going to take it though as they attempt to de-score blue blocks themselves, and they are able to, cleaning up 9447W's work. 9447W switching a bit of their priorities to the center goals, getting both possession of the center low goal. They had possession of the center upper, but it was knocked away by one of the blue robots. Some more fighting up there as one of the red robots attempts to completely push out all of those blue robots in the last couple of seconds. Can they get a ball back within the control zone within the last couple of seconds? some parked in the last couple of seconds. And only looks like one blue robot is able to. We're moving on to qualification number 96. See both teams get up and ready. We have Autonomous starting in 3, 2, 1. On the Red Alliance, we have 57711N Zip Ties and 77079E the robot against the Blue Alliance, 9447G Exploding Kittens and 3142C Cuties. 57711N attempting to score a couple blocks, but looks like they jammed their intake a little bit, unable, leaving Blue to take the Autonomous bonus as driver control starts in 3, 2, 1. Let's see if 57711N is able to respond and unjam their intake in order to respond to 9447G's initial Autonomous onslaught. 3142C up at the top there, scoring a couple more blue blocks and able to get almost all of them inside of that control zone. 77079E, the robot trying to fight back against 3142C, pushing and shoving. But it doesn't look like they have the wing capabilities in order to descore some of these blocks. 57711N attempting to descore or descore the blue and score some of their own red blocks in the process. But 3142C coming in for a little bit of assistance in order to push the red blocks out of the way. And it looks like one of the red robots is stuck on the long goal at the bottom here, unable to move, with a bunch of red blocks left there. 9447G very careful to push out all the red blocks out of the way without interrupting the fact that that red robot is stuck. Can 77079E get their teammate unstuck possibly and come back for a win here? We have 3142C up at the top there, continuing to pile on to the lead that they currently have, adding a couple more blocks into that long goal. As 9447G takes it a bit slow, looking for things to do. 9447G collecting up a couple more blocks just in case, and goes ahead. And one of these teams might park soon with about 20 seconds left. 3142C continues to fill out that long goal, ensuring their lead. Yeah, 7 seconds left on the clock. 770E attempting to score on one of these lower goals as 3142C goes to a park, and that's the match for qualification number 96.
All right, we've got qual number 97 about to start here. All right, we're gonna start this match in 3, 2, 1, and go. On the Red Alliance, we have 63780B. Conductor, we have a problem in 65162B. Icarus going up against 29019X, the Grid Walkers, and 7009X, Acceleration. I look back up at the conclusion of Autonomous, and I'm gonna say, okay, Blue's going to take the Autonomous bonus and the win point. We're going to start off driver control in 3, 2, 1, and go. All right, minute 45 of driver control has started. As of right now, Blue just needs to defend both the top and the bottom, and I think they do some work on descoring for themselves in the bottom here, but still going to be their advantage on the top, bottom, and middle goals. They do also have the Autonomous bonus. I haven't really been keeping track of scores much this time, but I have heard that the Autonomous bonus has been making a big difference in the results of these matches. I like the design on 29019X. They've got like a black painted out robot. Every piece of metal on there is blacked out, polycarb is blacked out. I think it gives it a unique look for sure. And they also have complemented that look with some unplugged looking wires. Hopefully that's not affecting their capabilities in this match. I think the scoring here has been exactly where it was about 40 seconds ago, but 63780B is going to look to change that, scoring some red blocks in the bottom long goal. They've got that wing out. They're going to go for it, but Blue's ready. Red's going to get that first push. Blue's going to probably respond here, and yep, they're able to do so and negate every single piece of effort that Red Alliance robot put in, but they don't have the control zone yet. Red is recognizing that, trying to push them away. 7009X, they find a gap, take control back for themselves, and now we've got end game here, and not a lot of scoring for the Red Alliance. This has been some great driving from both sides, but I think as this match draws to a conclusion, we can say that a great amount of control has been shown from the Blue Alliance robots to negate any sort of scoring attempts from the Red Alliance. All right, call number 98. Everybody's good on this field. Can I start? All right, we're ready to start here. 3, 2, 1, and go. Qualification number 98 is going to start on JTech Field 2. We've got 7447X Exile going up against 233828, the Fifth Dimension. Sorry, they're alliance partners. They're going up against 550X Zog and 21510W, the Wistical Wizards. This is going to be a pretty tight autonomous here. A lot of scoring from the red and blue. Blue has a lot of blocks scored, but they don't have a control bonus. Let's see what our refs say. I've been a huge fan of, let's see. All right, I think our refs have come to a decision. I love the deliberation that I can hear between multiple people, multiple points of view. Oh, they're all double checking each other, ensuring the most accurate ruling. Blue's gonna win auto.
You need 10 blocks. You need 10 blocks.
Always willing to explain the rules, and these competitors are always eager to get the best ruling. All right, Blue's gonna win auto, not gonna win point. Driver control's gonna start in 3, 2, 1, and go. Driver control starts, 7447X, happy with the position they're in, and 550X does not care, and they're gonna be able to score for themselves on that top long goal. Their alliance partner, 21510W, doing the same thing, taking control of both top and bottom long goals pretty swiftly. Now 7447X hits a spin move, goes to the middle, and is pushed away by 550X of the Red Alliance. 23382A, Fifth Dimension. They've got that dump truck style robot. They were able to get some poured into the bottom long goal, but it's not going to be enough to get them the control bonus until they finish off with the wing. 21510W immediately canceling that out. Up at the top, 7447X and 550X, they're just kind of stalemating with each other. They can both move freely, and they're both just choosing not to. 23382A on the Blue Alliance. They've got a lot of those blocks in their robot ready to deploy. As of right now, that could be the game changer, as there's not any firm control on the top, middle, or bottom. Red almost has a control bonus, but it's not guaranteed. 23382A deploys all their blocks, gets the wing going. They're going to try to go for the other side, and they're not able to compete. They're able to outcompete 21510W. Up at the top, 7447X and 550X still going back and forth, and now with 20 seconds left, 550X backs out. Maybe they were doing that on purpose, and now they got a game plan to execute with. 550X, that boss is mighty speedy. 10 seconds left in this one. They're going to try to get a control bonus from themselves, unable to do so on the top. Blue has a control bonus on the bottom. As time winds down, that's going to be the end of call number 98 on JTech Field 2 in the Michelin Division. Call number 99 is about to start. We've got 10W, Exothermic Willy Wonkers, and 6210M, Meta Mafia. That's going to be our Blue Alliance. All times we start in 3, 2, 1, and go. Red Alliance is 84260V Invasion and 7447G, the Dysfunctional. Got a lot of teams from all over the place in this one. 84260V Invasion, they're from Arkansas. Meta Mafia is from Indiana, and Exothermic Willy Wonkers is from Washington. We're going to let our refs figure out who wins autonomous here. All right, Blue's going to get the autonomous bonus and the win point as we start off driver control in 3, 2, 1, and go. Driver control begins. Blue has control on the bottom. Red has control on top. Blue immediately, maybe by mistake, negating their control of the bottom, but let's see what they've got here. Up at the top, 7447G, that's going to be the Red Alliance team. They're going to defend their control of the top control bonus. They're doing a great job of using their wings strategically to negate any sort of movement from the Blue Alliance. Now 10W, that's the Blue Alliance robot. Earlier they may have made a mistake by negating their bonus, and they've got a ton of match loads ready to deploy, and they're going to camp out here, wait for any sort of move from the Red Alliance, recognizing that they're not going to go for one. They try to make a move, and it's negated by 84260V Invasion. Up at the top, we got 6210M Meta Mafia in a standoff, and as of right now, they're going to end up on top there. A lot of back and forth, a lot of good driving out of both teams, but the Blue Alliance does a great job of making sure that not a single red block ends up in that top control zone. 35 seconds left here. 10W still has a lot of blocks in their robot to play with. A lot of options for themselves. As we approach endgame, I'm wondering if any team's going to attempt a park, a double park, or if it's still going to come down to these control zones. 6210M, they know what they're doing. They're camping out that control zone, doing a great job of negating any sort of attempt. I would love to see some data on what type of driving strategy is most effective. 10W, with the seconds counting down, they're going to want to try to take control of that bottom control zone, but Red's right in their way. Time expires, 1 second left. Red gets a park, Blue does not. That's going to be the end of call number 99.
As we move on to qualification number 100, quick little reminder, there is no vaping in the building. I repeat, there is no vaping in the building. Now, back to some robotics. Qualification number 100, we have autonomous starting in 3, 2, 1. On the Red Alliance, we have 21510R Graveyard Shift and 3004A QWERTY against the Blue Alliance, 14241A Robo Dragons and 2771X XR. Looks like pretty even autonomous so far, both red and blue scoring a lot of blocks here. Look at so blue. Looks like blue takes the autonomous bonus and gets the win point as driver control starts in 3, 2, 1. And these robots are off. 21510R attempting to try and descore some of those blue blocks. They weren't moving there for a second. I was wondering what was up with that. 3004A getting bullied over here by 14241A, able to maintain possession of that control zone and descore all of 3004A's effort. A little bit pushing there as 14241A immediately chases down 3004A and stops your attempts to descore. 21510R and 2771X are playing a bit of a game of chicken up there, where they're both patiently waiting for the other to use their block sub so they can descore against the other. A little bit of an interesting mind games going up there. While at the bottom here, 3004A is able to descore some of the blue blocks and attempt to get possession back in the control zone. In the center there, you can see red also has almost full possession of that center lower goal, but 14241A attempts to change it by placing in a couple blocks in that lower goal. 3004A is completely loading up on blocks, but 14241A is pushing them out of the way, preventing them from doing much with them. 21510R trying to stop 2771X's blocks. I think they're able to successfully and clearing out one of the blocks that they didn't actually place. Not much scoring being done as 2771X attempts to and successfully regain control of that center upper goal, but it looks like 21510R wants to get it back, but 14241A is fighting and trying to keep 2771X's lead that they built. 3004A attempting to score a couple more red blocks in the last couple of seconds for those additional points besides the 10 control bonus points, as so does 2771X as they attempt to descore but aren't able to, just barely missing the goal. And now we're moving on to qualification number 101, where we have autonomous starting in 3, 2.
Restart autonomous.
That's my fault.
Reset autonomous. Let them reconnect when you activate the field.
How do I end it? Will, how do I end it? Do I just resume and abort? That was a mistake on my fault, guys. I'm very sorry about that.
And this is why
it's a good thing we're so ahead of schedule.
I got
I queued up the next match, and no one got reconnected, and I saw the auto. It was like waiting on you. It was like, yes, we're starting right now. Starting to board the match.
No tablet? Hey, we can start it off the tablet. I thought you could restart it on the phone too.
It just says resume.
Skylar!
I'm a fool.
Yeah. Wait, what do I need to do? The tablet.
All right, we're getting teams connected back up. Sorry about the bit of a delay, everyone. All right, I think they're ready this time. We have Autonomous starting in 3, 2, 1. On the Red Alliance, we have 8889V Vortex and 79267W Darth Gator against the Blue Alliance, 84260B Sourpunk and 3796H Hooligans. Let's see who comes out on top in this Autonomous period. And it looks like Red has most of the possession there. We got Red winning the Autonomous bonus with driver control starting in 3, 2, 1. Driver control is off. 7927W looking to pick up a couple of the blocks that they left on the field during the autonomous period and score on that center lower goal, while 3796H and 8889V play a bit of a tango up there, trying to see who can maintain that one block possession lead. A little bit of a switch up by both teams. 8889V coming down to the bottom long goal, while 79267W instead is responsible for the top. 84260B attempting to load up a couple blocks, but let's see who is able to actually get possession of this control zone and the end of it. And it looks like it will be the red team if they're able to clear out these blocks in time, but 84260B is very well placed to prevent them from doing so. And at the bottom here, 8889V playing up against, matched up against 3796H, spinning around, trying to get free as they are able to push that blue robot out of the way, giving the Red Alliance an opportunity to clear out those blue blocks. Very well done driving by both teams and some great coordination between the two. 8889V loading up that center upper goal with a couple more blocks to get the control bonus, while 3796H attempts to push them out of the way, but isn't able to before they're able to score. And a bit of a shoving match up at the top there, 7927W and 84260B Sourpunk pushing and shoving as 79267W doesn't want 84260B to score any of their blocks. Some continued shoving down at the bottom here as well between 3796H and 8889V. But 8889V has been driving so well, maintaining possession of 3 of the control zones, as 3796H opts to go for a park instead, as the last 2 robots are stuck next to each other. Now we're moving on to qualification number 102. Everybody teams ready? We have Autonomous starting in 3, 2, 1. On the Red Alliance, we have 9447A Doofenshmirtz Evil Incorporated and 3796G Goated against the Blue Alliance, 14241M Altitude and 79267S Grease Monkeys. It looks like a lot of misses from some of the Autonomouses but blue is able to score a couple of blocks, giving them the autonomous bonus. Now we have driver control starting in 3, 2, 1. And they're off. 9447A picking up a couple of blocks from their match load in order to fill up this empty long goal, as 7927S does the same. 3796G at the top there, trying to see if they can de-score a couple of those last blue blocks out of the way in order to put in their red blocks. 14241M able to score a couple of blocks of their own, despite 3796G's defensive efforts. At the bottom here, we have a bit of interesting mix-up with some red and blue both in the mix, as red attempts to clear out a couple blocks and is successful, but 7927S is able to put some blocks back in response. Will 79267S be able to clear out all of the red blocks currently in the control zone, as 3796G is left all alone up there to see if they can take advantage of the opportunity in order to take possession of that long goal up there. 79267S playing some defense here against 9447A to see if they can prevent the de-scoring. And it looks like 9447A is able to get one block out. I'm not sure they're able to get much more. 14241M, it looks like they're stuck or their battery died and they're unable to move, leaving it a 2v1 for this red team. Let's see if they can capitalize on the huge advantage there, as 3796G goes ahead and is about to clear a bunch of blue blocks in that top long goal. The two robots down here at the bottom still battling out, 79267S and 9447A. Continuing pushing and shoving, but it looks like red is able to maintain possession of two of the long goals. Can 79267S change it at the last second as time expires and they're unable to? Now is match 102 on the Ryobi Field 3 as we move on to our next one.
All right, we've got qual number 103 on the Sage Field 1, 8682N, and 33011Z on the Red Alliance. Everybody ready? We're going to start off autonomous in 3, 2, 1, and go. Auton starts. And on the Blue Alliance, we have 426528, Ian Patrice Grogu, and 9447D, Sunny Side Up. I will say, Sunny Side Up is not a great name for how early it gets dark now. It's like 5:30 and it's pitch black. Let's see what the refs tell us about the results of autonomous. All right, that's going to be an autonomous tie here. Driver control starts in 3, 2, 1, and go. We start off driver control. That bottom long goal is barren. No one has scored yet. Top long goal has now been shifted to red's control. On the bottom, we got 9447B disposing of the red blocks and getting their blue blocks in. 33011Z they're able to take some time to get their red blocks into that bottom goal. Top goal hasn't seen much action yet, but the bottom one has been some fierce competition between a red and blue Alliance robot. I'm sure that at the top, with Red Alliance being in control, they just want to play some defense. And now, looks like 42652A is going to try to help their teammate out at the bottom, but they've got like a block that's kind of stuck in the way. We've seen this a lot today, like a block will end up wedged right at the entrance of the long goal. And it does a pretty good job of negating a lot of the mechanisms that these teams are building. I want to see if there's anyone that's kind of worked around that problem, or if the meta changes to have a different mechanism that becomes the go-to. 9447V of the Blue Alliance. They've got a lot of blue blocks and a wing that's been deployed. They're going to try to push them in, but Red Alliance isn't making it easy. That bottom long goal not yet in Blue's favor. They're super close. We got 23 seconds left here, and it's now finally going to go towards that Blue Alliance. 33011Z is going to want to change that. They've got that wing on their robot as well. They're going to go for a push, fail on the first attempt. And now they're in a weird spot where they can't actually get the control bonus, and it looks like they may have helped out Blue unintentionally. Blue ends up with a park. Red does not, but they do have that top control bonus going their way. Moving on to qualification number 104. We've got 70407R and 11444X on the Blue Alliance.
That's Refraction and Clairvoyance going up against 3796D Dynaco and 81208G Leroy Galaxy. Everybody's ready to go, so we're starting off Autonomous in 3, 2, 1, and go. Autonomous kicks off with all 4 robots on the field moving. We see some action at the middle with Blue taking a pretty solid control of the top and bottom. The top goal goes towards Red's favor, and we see the wings come out pushing towards the middle, and no one's able to go for the bottom here. Now, it may look like Blue have outscored Red a lot here, but that control bonus is going to be huge in Red's favor, and so I want to see what the refs tell us about the results of Autonomous. A lot of the competitors here are much better at math than me. They're going to be calculating their scores in real time as they play the game, figuring out what the most optimal decision for their robot's going to be. Our refs are making sure everything's right. They've got a list. They're checking it twice. Thrice. All right. I think we're going to find out the results of Autonomous here. Let's see what we've got. Red's going to get the Autonomous bonus and no win point. Driver control starts in 3, 2, 1, and go. Right off the bat, we've got 70407R Refraction getting rid of the bonus the control bonus that Red had acquired during Autonomous. It really goes to show that no matter what the results of Autonomous are, it can change instantly. And that 37960 is going to put in some work to regain the top control bonus. On the bottom, it's a pretty good fight between 1144X and their Red Alliance counterpart. 81208G, I think, has taken the better end of the stick here, ending up with 2 in the control zone for sure, and they're going to try to negate any possibility of Blue taking that run back. 37960 on the other side of the field going up against 70407R for control of the top. Middle looks to still go towards either team pretty even there, but 37960 taking control of the top, and been a lot of back and forth in this game, so it's hard to tell who's going to win this one. As of right now, Red does have control of the top and the bottom control bonuses. I wonder what teams talk about when they end up in a position like this, back and forth, back and forth. Is your strategy to kind of just camp some blocks in your robot, or what are you looking for? If you know that it's a pretty stalemate on the control bonuses, and as we see here, 1144X goes for a few blocks and then gets canceled out by the Red robot. The same thing goes the other way around as well. So now we've got the end game here. Parking is protected. The top control bonus has been pretty solidly in Red's favor for a large amount of this match. We've got about 7 seconds left in this one. Time winds down. Not sure who's going to be looking to park here. At the last second, Red takes the bottom control bonus and Blue parks. We've got qual number 105. 65162C and 77079E making up our Blue Alliance. Everybody's ready to go? All right, we're good to start this one in 3, 2, 1, and go. Qualification number 105 on Ryobi Field 3 starts. We've got 77079E, the robot, and 65162C and Taurus as the Red Alliance. They're going up against 3239B Vanguard and 95059D Wubba Duckies. 77079E, the robot, their team is from Memphis, Tennessee. If they were from Nashville, I'd say they're from like Music City, but I don't know any fun facts about Memphis. Blue wins Autonomous. Blue's going to win Autonomous, and driver control is going to start in 3, 2, 1, and go. Driver control starts here. Looks like we've got a couple of match loads going into 95059D. Same thing from 65162C. So now they've left themselves with a lot of options. 65162C chooses to immediately deploy their match loads and take control of the bottom control bonus. The Red Alliance wants to negate that, able to do so pretty well, but Blue counters immediately, and now 65162C has completely gotten rid of all of the red blocks in the bottom control zone.
the top is pretty solidly in Blue's favor, but 3239V has a solid opportunity to negate that because they've got a lot of excess blocks for Blue. Elvis Presley is from Memphis, Tennessee. I should have known that. That guy is famous.
So true, that team.
I think the next famous thing we're going to see is 77079E, the robot, as they're going to look to win this match. 3239V, the Red Alliance partner for Vanguard, is going to go get the control bonus up top. Not a lot of back and forth on this one, but whenever control is flipped, it's kind of been hard for the other team to control. 65162C immediately proving me wrong as they take control of the top. They still have control of the bottom, and I'm going to take a look at their driving strategies here. I know that they want to make sure that the bottom and top control bonuses remain in their favor. They're going to try to push off a Red Alliance robot. 3239V, they're going to try to negate something, but they're unable to do so on the other side of the field. While I wasn't watching, 95059D, Wubba gets the red bonus and then immediately gets it flipped. 2 seconds left. Great driving for the Red Alliance to cancel out that top control bonus, and now we're gonna hand the mic off to our field one.
Here on the Sage Interior Automotive field for qualification number 106 on the Red Alliance, we have 93400A and 9421W against the Blue Alliance, 2882A and 8889A. I gotta say, that Blue Alliance Surge team is a very difficult number to say. A lot of repeating 8s and A's, a little bit difficult, I'll be honest. So I'll probably be referring to them as Surge most of the time. I hope they don't mind. Yeah. Once again, a quick thank you to our sponsors, Sage Interior Automotives, JTech Automotive, and Ryobi Tools, as well as Michelin for sponsoring the entire division. And for our live stream viewers, make sure to subscribe and like the live stream. It's very important. And once again, as a reminder from one of our EPs, there is no vaping in the building. Please, no vaping in the building. Let's see where these teams are from. We got Polynesian Legion from Beaufort, Wicked Smat from Framingham, Massachusetts, Surge from Greenwich, Connecticut, and a little bit of a silly mistake by one of our other MCs for accidentally hitting the start button. It's okay though, because yes. What do you have to say about that mistake?
I'm sorry, guys.
Shame. No, it was him. He did the second time. All right, these teams are getting up and ready to go. Make sure everyone has eye protection as well. Looks like both teams are ready as we have Autonomous starting in 3, 2, 1. All 4 robots going off for Autonomous. 9421W trying to collect some of their match loads and score in that long goal up at the bottom there. 93400A able to de-score from their match loads as well. 8889A tries to score a couple, but doesn't look like they're able to. Looks like Red gets the autonomous bonus and the win point as... I take it back, sorry. Red just gets the autonomous bonus as driver control starts in 3, 2, 1. (9-4-2-1-W) looking to score and de-score some of the blocks that the blue robot immediately put in right at the start. And blue is able to eliminate all of 9-4-2-1-W's attempts at scoring early in the autonomous period. Let's see how this tango at the bottom here results as Surge able to meticulously put the blocks exactly where they need to be to barely be touched by the red robot. And a bit of a shoving back and forth with all the wings, but it looks like Blue's coming out victorious with 4 of their bots as they go back and forth. Up at the top there, we have 8889A using their wing to very swiftly remove all of the red blocks through the collisions of the blue blocks. 8889A collecting a couple more blocks, pushing and shoving against 93400A as they attempt to score in that center upper goal to get possession. 9-4-2-1-W fighting up against 2-8-8-2-8-A, able to clear out the blue blocks and get their own control zone down at the bottom here for the red team. 9-3-4-0-0-A attempting to push out some of the blocks that were placed in by 8889A as 8889A moves around the field, moves to a different position to score this bottom long goal instead, since they already have possession of that top long goal. A bit of shoving by 9-4-2-1-W as they push out away 8889A. 8889A drifts around, trying to team up to get that control goal, but a bit of blue on blue action, hitting each other. Not much time left in the game as time expires to see if Blue's able to get the control bonus, but it looks like they're able to just nullify Reds instead. Now moving on to qualification number 107 on the JTech field number 2 with teams 2787V and 7009X on the Red Alliance and 18799M and 550X on the Blue Alliance. Both teams are ready as we have autonomous starting in 3, 2, 1. And they're off. All 4 robots immediately going for various parts of the field as a red robot attempts to score on the center goal, but actually knocks a ball out, and 2787V tries to de-score some of the efforts of 550X, but aren't able to. Spencer. One of the blue blocks got knocked out. What? The bachelor block got knocked out. I think Kaylee moved it. Where? Kaylee moved it.
Oh.
I think Kaylee moved it to the blue side.
So, but it came out of the field?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. I was more trying to figure out who was the other source that saw it.
I don't know where she went. She's over there. If you want to verify it. Blue? Looks like Blue takes the autonomous bonus. All right, are we good to truck driver? All right, driver control starts in 3, 2, 1. A little bit of battle here at the bottom between 2787V and 550X. A bit of a stun lock, trying to move the blocks out into the advantageous position for each individual team, as we have 7009X scoring in that center upper goal while given the freedom to. 18799M collecting a couple more blocks, seeing where they're going to go with a lot of these additional blocks in their intake, but it looks like Red has most of the possession so far. 550X battling against 7009X to pick up a couple of the match loads and try to score, while 7009X comes behind and just stop them from intaking the match load. 2787V left with full control over the center field, able to score a couple more blocks in that lower center goal, and one of the blue robots accidentally descores its own block from that long goal. 550X and 7009X in a little bit of a chase and a battle here. There's plenty of blocks in 550X intakes, but I'm not sure they're able to get them off due to the relentless defense of 7009X. 2787V attempting to regain control of the long goal that it just lost to the blue robot, and they are able to, with only a single block left. Let's see if they can push them more neatly into the center to prevent any more descoring. 550X opting to instead go for the center lower goal with the box that they had in their intake. Let's see if they're able to pick up another control zone at least before the end of the match. This is some relentless defense by 7009X, but they aren't able to stop 550X from scoring some blocks, but they aren't able to push it in the control zone in time. Now rating qualification number 108. As robots link up, we have Autonomous starting in 3, 2, 1. On the Red Alliance, we have 29019X Gridwalkers and 21510W Mystical Wizards against the Blue Alliance, 1658S and 73017D Robotopia. I think it's the first match I've commentated for them, Robotopia. Blue wins the autonomous bonus with no win point as driver control starts in 3, 2, 1. And the match is off. Let's see what 29019X has to say about all of these blue blocks scored. And they aren't able to do much as 1658S continues to load up to try to keep their lead. They're trying to prevent 29019X from scoring any more red blocks, and they are able to, but a single red block does sneak through as they're able to push that one through and neatly align 3 blocks in their control zone. On the opposite end, we have a bit of a battle between 73017D as it actually moved down to this bottom goal, and 1658S goes ahead and scores in the center upper goal. A bit of pushing and shoving with that 21510W team as they attempt to score some more blocks, but 1658S is left all alone to completely do what they need to do in order to remove that red block. Looks like Blue has most of the possession so far, playing some aggressive defense in order to keep this lead up, and a great clear by 1658S to prevent 21510W from getting a chance of getting the control zone back. A couple more blocks placed in by 21510W. Let's see if they're able to actually get the control zone bonus, and they're not able to. Some very well-timed wing usage by 1658S. 73017D picking up a couple of blocks in that center goal, trying to stop 29019X from scoring, and they are able to, maintaining possession of the control bonus down in the center there for both the upper and the lower. 29019X trying to get a couple more blocks to de-score the blue to see if they can bring this lead back before the end of the match, and instead they opt for a park as time expires. And that is the end of match 108.
Qualification number 109. Looks like we're ready to go. Auton's going to start in 3, 2, 1, and go. 7447G, the dysfunctional, is teamed up with 9447W, Stark Industries. That's going to be our Blue Alliance. On the Red Alliance, we've got 28625W, Warrior of X, and 4873S, Safety Not Guaranteed. Auton draws to a close. A lot of scoring from the Blue Alliance. All right, Blue's going to get Auton win point and the Auton bonus. Driver control is going to start in 3, 2, 1, and go. Our minute 45 driver control period has started. Blue has maintained control of the bottom zone, at least for now. 28625W, Warrior Vex. They're going to put some red blocks into that top control zone, into that top long goal. Other side of the field, we've got 9447W fighting against 4873S. 4873S, they're at a disadvantaged state here. They want to make sure that they can take any sort of control bonus for themselves. And as of right now, 9447W is locking them up. 7447G, one of the robots here that have a double wing design, wing on either side. That's going to give them more versatility when it comes to competing for these control zones. And as of right now, that's been proving advantageous for them. Not a single red block scored on any of the goals. 45 seconds left in our driver control period. Despite not scoring anything as of yet, the Red Alliance 100% can make a comeback here. That's just the nature of this game. All the work you put in the rest of the driver control period can go away in a matter of seconds. 30 seconds left. 7447G showing off their precision driving by getting rid of only the red blocks that were scored. It looks like they're going to try to hold the opponent team to 0 here. 18 seconds left. Parking is protected. 4873S. Looks like they might be stuck on the match loader in the corner. With 12 seconds left. Red's going to go for a park. Blue Alliance, 5 seconds left. I think they want to get that park as well. And I believe they're able to do so. Qualification number 110. It's going to get started here shortly. We've got 3796E caution student drivers and 86400B, the Mavericks, making up our Blue Alliance. On the red, we've got 79267B Metagators and 4873K Chaos. We're on JTech Field 2 here. Everybody's ready to go. Auton's going to start in the Michelin division now. Auton starts off. We've got 79267B spinning around, going for the middle, trying to score for the Red Alliance. On the other side, the Blue Alliance has scored in the top, bottom, long goals, and they're able to get that bottom control bonus. Blue gets autonomous without a win point. We're going to start driver control in 3, 2, 1, and go. Auton starts a minute 45 for these drivers to face off against each other. Right off the bat, 3796E is going to try to maintain control of the bottom control bonus. Showing off how precisely they can drive by only removing the red block, and 79267B prevents them from doing that. No one's really gone for match loads yet, but I'm sure that this dump truck style robot on 4873K Chaos is going to change that here. They find a gap. 4873K is trying to get that wing in. They know they need this control bonus for themselves, or at least to get rid of the points for Blue, but they had a great opening there, but 3796E recognized it, came to stop them. Other side of the field, we've got 86400V solidifying their control of that top long goal. A lot of blue blocks scored here, but a lot of these robots have wings that are really, really good at descoring, so I'm interested to see who can put them to use. 35 seconds left here. 3796E has a lot of blocks in their robot. They were going for it earlier. They're going to descore the single red block and kind of show off their driving ability. Here's some nasty sounds coming out of one of these robots. Hopefully they're able to sort that out after the conclusion of this match. Parking's now protected. We've got no one looking to park just yet. All these robots recognize the importance of maintaining the control bonuses, and as we've got 5 seconds left here, Blue looks like they might want to park. As time runs down, they're going to get that park for themselves for sure. All right, qual number 111. This is 3796F Pay Respects and 9623W Lucky Charms. All right, everybody's ready to go. Auton starts in 3, 2, 1, and go. 26728 LED Robotics A, and 3142C Cuties makes up our Blue Alliance. The Blue Alliance teams are from Newport Richey, Florida, and Atlanta, Georgia, so pretty good distance away from each other, but hopefully they can get some synergy to win this match. Let's see what we get here. Huge shout out to our sponsors, Michelin for the entire division, Ryobi for Field 3, J-Tech for Field 2, and Sage for Field 1. Red's gonna win autonomous and not get a win point. Driver control starts in 3, 2, 1, and go. Driver control is underway. 3142C looks like they're gonna try to play for control of that top bonus. They recognize they've got a gap to get some match loads in, and they're gonna fill the robot up with a ton of blocks for their alliance. Other side of the field, we got 9623W, another team that has a plate to make it easier to align the wings. 9623W was able to put that to really good use, and now they've got 3 blocks in the control bonus. This is kind of the ideal position for an alliance to have because the other team cannot use a wing to influence the outcome of the match. They're forced to place a block in, and that's just a whole lot harder when you've got a robot like 9623W trying to prevent that. Great driving from 9623W, making sure not to tip over their their opponent. Other side of the field, 3142C Cuties and 3796F pay respects, going back and forth. Right now, 3142C is on top, but 3796F has a great mechanism that's able to push and score without utilizing a wing. They're going to deploy that wing though and remove any blue blocks for the 3142C team, but they're going to add them right back. We do have a robot that's stationary on the Blue Alliance. Very unfortunate for them. Now it's turned into a 2v1 for 3142C. They have done a great job of solidifying the blue control on that top long goal for the last few seconds, but I think this 2v1 is going to make it much harder as 3796F is supported by 9623W. 10 seconds left here. We got one Red Alliance going for a park. They're going to bail out that park, take control of the middle. One robot going for a park, a Blue Alliance going for a park as well, and that's going to be the end.
We're moving on to qualification number 112 on the Sage Interior Automotive's Field 1. So all teams look like they're ready to go. As we have all right, both teams look like they're ready. We have autonomous starting in 3, 2, 1. These robots are going off. We're going to start 8682A, looking to score a couple in their own long goal, and they are able to, scoring 4 over there, while 44252C looking to do the same with their match loads. And they're able to get 1 as a blue team attempts to shove some of those to the control zone, but it looks like they're not able to. And red takes the autonomous bonus with no win point as driver control starts in 3, 2, 1, go. 44252C looking to pick up a couple of blocks as 44252S is able to score very effectively with their autonomous block that they picked up. 8682A picking up all of their match loads, having a couple in their bot as 63780B attempts to defend them. A bit of almost a huge tip from the two sister teams, both from Lexington, South Carolina. 8682A able to take advantage of some of the chaos and get 2 red blocks of their own inside of that long goal without much interference in the way. It's looking like mostly a red game right now as they're able to control all 4 control zones at the same time. 8682A is all over the field all at the same time. Driving very well in order to stop these robots from scoring their blue blocks. 6380B is attempting to deny 8682A, however, with their own wing, but it looks like the victorious team will be the red team as they push out all those blue blocks completely, leaving just red in that top long goal. However, at the bottom here, 44252S was able to score 2 blue blocks of their own, maintaining possession of that control zone as they completely sweep out all of the red progress in one go. Very well done by 44252S as they continue their onslaught. 8682A attempts to get one of the bottom long goals back in their possession. Almost a very close hit from 8682A, but they're able instead to take advantage of the fact that they got to the goal first to clear it out. 3 seconds left on the clock as teams going for a park, and we see both teams pulling off a park in the last seconds. Very interesting low-score game as a lot of blocks are cleared at the last second. Now we're moving on to qualification number 113. So both teams get ready and the robot prepared for this match. All right, autonomous starting in 3, 2, 1. On the red side, we have 13722A Greenhouse and 6210M Meta Mafia against the Blue Alliance, 2115P Peekaboo and 7447X Exile. Let's see how this autonomous plays out. It's looking like a bit even until that blue robot dropped in about 8 blue blocks at the last second to take that control zone. Is it enough to win the autonomous bonus? Blue auto, red win point. We have driver control starting in 3, 2, 1. Off they go. A lot of blue blocks in this bottom long goal. Let's see if blue is able to maintain possession there. 7447X trying to get full access to that control zone, and they're able to very carefully remove just the red in order to get access there. Down at the bottom here, 13722A did a great job clearing out a lot of Blue's autonomous progress from the start to see if they can drop in a couple of red blocks of their own and regain possession. 2115P is getting in the way of some of their scoring. Let's see if 13722A can respond, and they just sub blocks back into their intake, but it doesn't matter as 13722A would not let any of these blocks leave. They're gonna push out of the way. Up at the top here, we have a bit of a battle between 7447X and 62110M. Let's see who comes out victorious in this wing battle, and it looks like it'll be the red team barely surviving with a block left in the control zone as 2115P goes ahead and places in leaves behind 2 blue blocks in this bottom long goal. So much descoring going on here, back and forth between the two teams. As 2115P carefully places 4 blocks in that long goal, can Greenhouse respond with red blocks of their own to get the control bonus? As they tried to place a couple, but 2115P immediately pushes back there for blue. And a huge push by 7447X up at the top there in order to get possession of that long goal, immediately dropping away about 4 or 5 red blocks. Can 7447X get one additional block in the last couple of seconds? They're not able to, but let's see how this match ends in the last couple of seconds as time expires, with blue also getting a park. We're now moving on to qualification match number 114. Both teams getting ready as we have autonomous starting in 3, 2, 1. On the Red Alliance, we have 2850W Accelerated Dragon and 88909X Parallelogram against the Blue Alliance, 84260K Cobra and 57711N Zip Ties. See how this autonomous plays out. It's looking like red has a bit of an advantage here. Let's see what our refs think. Red gets the autonomous bonus as driver control starts in 3, 2, 1. 88909X is off immediately, picking up those blocks from their match load in order to score on this empty long goal down here. 84260K trying to score on this center lower goal to pick up maybe a couple of untouched bonuses. There's a mix of red and blue inside of 8909X's intake as they try to tie up the lower control bonus. And a lot of defense being played up at the top by 20A50W. Very well done so far, judging by the fact that they have still possession of that long goal. and A4260K Cobra stockpiling up those match loads to counteract the work of 88909X. And they're able to get a couple blocks in there. They're up block to lead to that bottom long goal. Are they able to actually get the control bonus there before 8909X scores and completely sweeps blue out of the way? 84260K is forced to pick up all the blocks that 888909X push out of the way and try to reclaim that control zone. Up at the top, however, a fierce battle continues between 2850W and 57711N as they're constant pushing and shoving. But 2850W is playing some great defense here, completely shutting out any of 57711N's scoring attempts. 57711 instead opts to go for one of the center goals with their blocks, but 2850W even is denying that out of the Zip Ties team. 88909X clears out one last blue block from that long goal. Let's see how the rest of the match plays out in the last final seconds, and if Red is able to seal onto their advantageous win. And that is match 114 as we move on to the next one.
Yes, you're allowed, but the robot off the field, yes. Like, I'm not telling you to leave.
All right, as we wait for qualification number 115 to get started, I'm gonna go over the results of Q113. 2115P and 7447X were able to win out against 137228 and 6210M with a score of 67-9. It's gonna be Q113, that was the results of. Right now we're waiting on qualification number 115. We've got 651628, Deja Vu, and 12914X Omegabots. They're going up against 65168 Genesis and 9447G Exploding Kittens. I'm looking at this 12914X team. They've got like this polycard piece that they're placing on the field. I'm sure that's to align their autonomous, make sure everything is squared away. Let me see. And yeah, it looks like that's what that's for. All right. Just waiting on one team to get plugged in here for qualification number 115. Golly. I am glad that we're running on time so far. I do not want to stay later than midnight. All right, everybody's good to go on Q115. We're going to start off autonomous in 3, 2, 1, and go. Auton starts, and we've got immediate scoring in the middle from both alliances, the top and bottom alliances being controlled by the blue alliance. Great autonomous from 65168, waiting till the last second to push, and that's going to give them both control bonuses. I think that might be a win point. Let's wait on our head refs.
Both get win point, blue auto.
Both teams are going to end up with an autonomous win point, but blue is going to win autonomous. We're going to start driver control in 3, 2, 1, and go. Great autonomouses from both sides ending up with that autonomous win point. If you take a look at our rankings now, you'll see that a lot of teams have the same win-loss, but number one is being decided by autonomous win points, so they really do make a huge difference. As of right now, I think a lot of the scoring we saw in the autonomous period has been taken away. 65168 on the blue alliance has a lot of match loads that did not end up successfully going into a bottom long goal. Other side of the field, the 12914X Omega Bots. They've got their wing deployed, and the Blue Alliance robots counters it immediately. Some great back and forth between 65168A Genesis and Omega Bots here. So this bottom goal has been the priority for both of them, but they're now shifting their sights towards the middle. Red Alliance is able to take control for themselves in the middle there. They've got that top control bonus for themselves. Their wing slips off a block, and now they're pinned up by 65168. They're able to break out 12914X. Omega Bots getting control for themselves, trying to make sure that the Blue Alliance doesn't get any points here, and they're doing a great job of ensuring that. The middle does look to be controlled by Blue, but I think 12914 Omega Bots is realizing that, trying to score some in that top. They've got a special mechanism designed specifically for de-scoring on the top, and they're going to make good use of that. That top long goal control bonus is going to red. Bottom doesn't look to be going for anybody. They both want to park. And they both get crazy good last second parks here. All right, qual number 116, Radio's linking up, and Autonomous is going to start in 3, 2, 1, and go. On this field, we've got 6978R, Rogers 67, and 29485B Robotic Rebels on the Red Alliance. They're facing off against 14338A, the Amazing Abigail, and 6277B Frostbite. Autonomous is going to finish here with a lot of scoring for the Blue Alliance. Let's see if they win the Autonomous bonus here. Blue wins Autonomous, and driver control starts in 3, 2, 1, and go. Driver control kicks off. We got one team immediately going for match loads, and they're going to immediately deploy those into the bottom control bonus, trying to take the advantage for the Red Alliance. They use their wing on one side, go towards the other, and they're trying to make sure that it's not easy to de-score, and they do a pretty good job there. That top control bonus, while I wasn't looking, has gone to Blue, though. 6277B, they've got a wing deployed and almost got that control bonus there. Some precise driving is able to guarantee it for them on the other side of the field. Their alliance partner getting the bottom control bonus back for Blue. A lot of back and forth, a lot of usage of the match loaders here, but as of right now, it's mostly been to the benefit of the Blue Alliance. Great work from all of these teams here to play some back and forth gameplay, swapping control constantly. Red gonna take control of the bottom now. 40 seconds left, anybody's game. You're watching these robots go back and forth constantly, and Red now has control on the bottom. Blue still going up top. These control bonuses are everything to play for. I mean, the middle ends up being a tiebreaker at times, but teams are prioritizing these control bonuses over everything. 29485B looks like they're going to spend majority of their time making sure that they can keep their control bonus, and with 10 seconds left to go, I don't think 14338A is going to be able to do anything about it. 5 seconds left. Red goes for a park with one bot. Blue has a couple seconds left. They get a park of the bot. And time expires. We move on to qualification number 117. All right, here we've got 91231X and 16610V going up against 84260V and 49631C. Auton starts in 3, 2, 1, and go. We've got 3 robots moving on the field here. Red starts off scoring in the middle. Blue counters with some scoring on that top long goal and in the middle. 84260V misses the bottom long goal, but 91231X on the Blue Alliance getting something into the bottom middle goal. Blue's going to win Autonomous here. We start off driver control in 3, 2, 1, go. Driver control starts. 16610V Vanadium. I like the robot design a lot. They're able to kind of camp the goals and play defense in a way that no other team really can here. Their alliance partner 91231X, they have the wing, the plate that allows them to guard the plate that helps them align their wing. And that it goes to crazy good use there as 49631C attempts to D-score, but the Blue Alliance is able to counter it. Not a whole lot of scoring right now. I just think the Blue Alliance's strategy is focused on maintaining possession. And as you can see here, they didn't try to score all of their blocks. They only went for 2. So they're only going for control bonuses here. They don't care about anything else. Getting rid of a red block, making sure their 2 are in the zone. 45 seconds left here. Blue looks to be maintaining their strategy, just keeping the control bonus for themselves in the top and the bottom. Great driving out of 91231X to swipe a red block out. I love when drivers make these moves look effortless. I mean, it really goes to show how many hours are put into these bots, from the people building them, the people driving them, the people coding them. It really is a team effort to get a robot that can create wins. 84260V Invasion invading the bottom goal, getting 2 red blocks and their wing. They want to use their wing to score, but the Blue Alliance is going to deny that. Time is winding down. You can see it right here, 16610V doing something that not many robots at this tournament can do by going underneath the long goal and playing defense from there. All right, that's going to be the end of the Ryobi Field 3 competition. Going on to our Sage Field 1.
Over on Sage Field 1, we have qualification number 118 with 95071Y and 10102A on the Red Alliance, and 9623F and 550J on the Blue Alliance. See them get ready, prepping their robots on the field. Once again, big shout out to our sponsors, Sage Interior Automotives, JTech Automotives, Ryobi Tools, and of course, Michelin for sponsoring the division and the whole event in different fields. It's very much appreciated. Thank y'all so much. These events would not be possible without them. While we wait for these robots to get set up, another quick little plug. Make sure to subscribe to Man Robotics for all my live stream viewers out there. These games are getting set up. They're about to start qualification number 118. Make sure teams that y'all are ready to get on the field whenever your match comes up, so we don't have too much of a delay, so we're not here for too long. I know y'all are excited to bring in the New Year's. I am too, but I'm not really trying to say pass, like maybe 12:01 at the latest. It's been a great day so far. Some stellar robotics from all these teams. Very quality competition at the signature event. All right, we have autonomous starting in 3, 2, 1. And they're off. All 4 robots quickly moving. 95071Y scoring 2 in that center goal. And 10102A is able to score a couple as well. Looking like Red will be taking that autonomous bonus. Let's see what the ruling is. Looks like blue.
Blue auto win, no win point.
Blue takes the auto win there. Due to bit of a dispute here. It looks like there's possible crossing by the Red Alliance. Looks like blue takes the autonomous bonus. As we have driver control starting in 3, 2, 1. Let's see how they respond to the bit of a mishap at the start of the match, giving blue the autonomous bonus. Ten, 2-8. It looks like red has pretty confident control right now. 10-2A is able to block off 9623F's efforts. I'm hearing a lot of great communication out of this red driver team member from making sure that their driver is able to effectively complete the task as they need to do. 9507Y spinning around, trying to pick up some blocks and score them in that low center goal. Let's see how this match plays out. It's currently looking like a lot of red as 550J attempts to stop some scoring from 10-2A, but they're unsuccessful as they're able to completely flood that center lower goal. 95071Y with a couple more blocks, pushing and shoving, stopping 9623F from de-scoring any of their blocks from the top long goal. 10-2A goes ahead and scores a couple more as well in that center upper goal. They have plenty of control here, and you could just tell if you listen to one of 95071Y's drive team member. Some great communication out of this red team. But can blue keep it up and get control back within the last 20 seconds? Not much time left on the clock as 550J attempts to score in the center lower goal, but it's completely denied by 95071Y. They're attempting to park in the last couple of seconds, and only one robot from each team gets a park. And we're moving on to the next match, 119. Qualification number 119 on the JTech Field 2. Let's see everyone ready to go. And we have autonomous starting in 3, 2, 1. With the Red Alliance, we have 65162B Icarus and 23382A Fifth Dimension against the Blue Alliance, 4873K Chaos and 2771X XR. Not much scoring being done by any of these robots except for 2771X in the middle, but red gets the autonomous bonus to a crossing. We have driver control starting in 3, 2, 1. And they're very quickly off. 65162B looking to shove and push this 2771X robot, trying to give their teammate the opportunity to score some blocks. But instead they ditch and go instead on to pushing 4873K Chaos. A lot of 2v1 action going on the top there. Can 2771X prevail and keep possession of that control zone? They opt for picking up a couple of blocks on the park in the red parking area, and instead try to score on this bottom long goal, but they're unable to due to the defense of 65162B, chasing them down. 4873K tries to pick up a couple in the match load, but they're not able to because of some interruption. Let's see what they do now instead. And I see some rubber bands flying across the field. I wonder if this will be impacting any of their intakes. 65162B constantly pushing and shoving, chasing down 2771X, trying to deny anything they get done. But 2771X is a bit too fast, just escaping from them with a couple more blocks. Can 23382A has a bunch of blocks in their possession. Will they score these in the last second, or are they hoarding them for something special that we're not ready for? 2771X scoring a couple of blocks in that bottom long goal as they maintain control. Of the control zone. A bit of pushing and shoving down here at the bottom. And blue It's just absolutely dominating this match with possession of 3 of the 4 control zones so far. 2771X ensuring complete control of that top long goal and able to score a couple more in the center upper goal as well. We're moving on to qualification number 120. Is everyone ready to go? We have Autonomous starting in 3, 2, 1. On the Red Alliance, we have 3796G Goated and 10W Exothermic Willy Wonkers against the Blue Alliance, 14241A Robo Dragons and 70407R Refraction. Let's see how this Autonomous period plays out. 10W with a really stellar Autonomous here. Picking up. Red getting the Autonomous bonus and the win point as driver control starts in 3, 2, 1. A huge lead by this red team thanks to 10W's Autonomous efforts. Will the blue team be able to come back and take control of some of these control zones away from 10W? 10W just playing some great defense here against 14241A, preventing them from really scoring any of their blocks, and any blocks that they are going to score. It looks like 10W is planning to descore them instead. And they are able to score 2 of them, but the blue robot just eats it back up and spits it back out. 70407R battling up against 3796G at the top there, able to remove one of the red blocks, hoping for another additional blue block in the center in order to maintain that control bonus, and they are able to. 14241A taking advantage of 10W, leaving them alone for a second and scoring 2 blocks, but are they able to get them into the center to get the 10-point control zone bonus as well? A little bit of fighting between the different wings at 3796G and 14241A. Such meticulous driving out of all of these teams in order to precisely place the blocks where they need to go. 10W gathering up some more blocks. They lost control of that top long goal. Looking like 3 blue up there. Down at the bottom here, red still has possession. And in the center goal, it's looking like 10W is going for a center lower block placement. Let's say 3796G attempting to stop some scoring out of 14241A, but they're unable to as they place in a couple blocks in that upper center goal. Not much time left on the clock. Let's see if anything swings drastically in terms of possession and control. Not much time left. 3796G goes to the park, and 70407R steals possession at the last second of the center lower goal. And that's the match. 123 as we move back, or 120 as we move back over to Arv on field 1.
All right, we're on stage field 1 in the Michelin division. Everybody's ready to go, waiting on a program to start running. All right, Autonomous is going to start in 3, 2, 1, and go.
It's fine. They were like this far off.
2672A and 9421W are going to be our Red Alliance. They're going up against 9447W and 73017D. We're on qual number, what's up? Red's going to take Autonomous, and we're going to start off driver control in 3, 2, 1, and go. Now we're on qualification number 121 here. We've got a lot of matches here. And I want to say all of the matches that I've seen today have been some very high quality competitive matches. It's been great to see how the game has evolved and how everyone's able to keep up with it, and how all of these hours from everybody is coming together to create some really, really narrow victory margins. So, as for this game, we've got really, really fierce competition for this bottom long goal between 73017D and the Blue Alliance robot of 2672A. Now, Blue Alliance is going to take the win here on the blow. The Blue Alliance is going to be victorious in the bottom long goal, but now on the top, Blue's got control for now, but we've got 2 red robots fighting for control of that top control bonus. So anybody's game up there. 26728 goes for a spin move, does not get it. That may have been an opportunity for a double wing design to be advantageous, because they had to spin around in order to go for a play, and that's what gave the other Alliance's robot time to come in and deny anything. We're seeing a great amount of defense from 73017D on both long goals now. They're kind of just bouncing back and forth. They're finding a gap to go for the middle, and they're going and scoring there as well. About 18 seconds left now. A few match loads, I think, want to come out of 9421W, but I don't think they have that time. 10 seconds left. Teams are going to look at parking here in a few seconds, but they're making sure that the long goals are protected. Blue's going to go for a park with their last few seconds, unable to do so, but red is. All right, we got qual 122. Got to scroll on the list here. Everybody ready? And with that confirmation, Autonomous will start in 3, 2, 1, and go. 13722A, the Greenhouse is going up against 9623W Lucky Charms and 1658S Practiceers 2.5. Greenhouse is going to be joined by 44252C Cobalt on the Red Alliance.
That rolled and contacted red.
But still, Auton win. No, 1 point.
No, because they rolled, they can't win.
It's a rolling.
I'm going to let our head refs discuss the results of Autonomous here. These guys do a really great job of making rulings. I mean, with 122 qualifications, you're going to end up making a mistake or two, and a competitor just love to make the biggest deal out of those mistakes, but these guys are watching a lot of games, and I haven't seen any mistakes out of them today. They've been doing a great job of verifying everything. We've got like 3 people per match watching and coming together to come up with the most accurate calls.
But that is not the right choice.
I remember when I was a competitor, like, you know, you only get 9 quals, right? So if there's an error in one of those, you're really freaking out about it. But on the ref's perspective, that's like that's a very small subset of matches, right? It does kind of change your perspective when you're on the other side of it. These guys are going from match to match to match. It's a lot of robotics they're watching. All right. All right, let's see what the ref has to say. Red is going to get the bonus and no win point here. All right, red gets the bonus, no win point. Driver control starts in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, a minute 45 driver control period has started, and immediately we end up with a back and forth here between 1322A and 1658S. 1658S, they've got a couple of blocks in their bottom long goal. Going to go for match loads now, so 1658S has a completely full robot. Their opponent has done a great job of negating the advantage they had on that bottom long goal, but with those match loads, they're going to go and try to regain that. They got their wing deployed, and on the other side of 13722A perfectly times a comeback, but it's crazy to see this chess match play out. 1658S currently on top, but 1322A recognizing that they need to maintain control, and they're coming right back for more. They do have a battery dangling, though. That's something for them to look out for. 1658S destroying any of the red blocks in that bottom long goal, and now they've just got 2 in the top and bottom, as well as the middle. So all scoring currently going towards the Blue Alliance. 13722A going to change that, and 1658S immediately responds. 35 seconds left here. Blue Alliance playing a really, really smart strategy. I like how they're not trying to outscore. They're just trying to maintain control. They've got a strategy revolving around where the blocks are, now how many blocks they have. As we approach the end game here, I'm sure they're going to focus on defense. 1658S recognizing the threat from this 13722A robot, waiting for a move on the wings, and now they're going to counter it. We got 5 seconds left. 1658S, really effective time usage here, going for the negation on the Red Alliance robot and trying to park, but I think at the end there, a Red Alliance robot did end up losing the battery. All right, moving on. This is qual 123. This is like a counting tutorial. All right. We got 86400V and 8682N going off against the other team, which I'm going to announce in a sec. Auton starts in 3, 2, 1, and go. On the Blue Alliance, we've got 21510R, Graveyard Shift, and 1144X Clairvoyance. You know, I would expect Graveyard Shift to get better as we get later into the day. Now let's see if that holds true. Auton looks like Red may have gotten the control bonus up top, but we're going to find out from our head refs here in a second. Let's see what they have.
I don't know. Okay, bonus cancels out.
Huge shout out to Michelin for sponsoring the whole division here. I like saying the phrase Michelin division. I don't think it rhymes, but it's like pretty close. Blue?
Blue takes auto.
Blue's gonna take autonomous. Driver control starts in 3, 2, 1, and go. All right, driver control is gonna start off with 21510R going for match loads. They've got that robot full, and an immediate push from a Red Alliance robot's gonna cancel out that. They got one block that they were able to use to try and de-score the Red Alliance's advantage there, but it wasn't 100% successful. We got some blocks flying around, but staying inside the field, thankfully. Blue Alliance able to get a lot more into the top long goal. Let's see what they've got. Their wings out. They're going to try to negate anything from the Red Alliance. They're able to do so. The middle looks like it's going to go towards no one as of yet. And the bottom has one for the Blue Alliance. We've got a minute left in this one. We do have a couple of robots with some match loads in them, some blocks ready to deploy, and 8682N going to go ahead and do that on this bottom long goal. They're going to pull that wing out. And wow, great driving from them to only keep the red blocks in the goal and put them into the control zone. They're going to try to do the same thing on the other side. They got one, and they remove a blue block as well. So it looks like 8682N bouncing from control zone to control zone and shifting the tide in favor of red. Call it a Crimson Tide. 11444X on the same, trying to do the same thing. I've talked about like how some teams have plates to help align their wing. They've got these wheels that help them kind of roll along the edge, and so I'm sure that's going to be huge for them in this play against the 86400V robot. And as I was saying, they are able to take control at the bottom. At the top, we've got red in control. No one looking to park here except for red. All right, we got qual 124 coming up next.
We have qualification number 124 here on Sage Automotive's Interiors on Field 1. Both teams are ready for autonomous to start in 3, 2, 1. 3 out of the 4 robots up and running. 3, 2, 4, 1, C. Looks like they started their robot the wrong way on accident, or was running a different program, causing them to mess up their autonomous. But 8889V able to soar successfully, as well as 550X. All right, Blue takes the autonomous bonus with no win point as driver control starts in 3, 2, 1. And they're off. 3142C Cuties with the pink robot and the pink cowboy hats. Big fan of their whole vibe and their aesthetics as they attempt to score a couple of these red blocks in response to 8889V. And they're able to push out a couple out of the way as they have a bit of a fighting match down there. 550X picking up a couple blocks, going over to fight with 28625W, and a huge D-score by 8889V, leaving only a singular blue block in that long goal. 8889V going ahead trying to score instead for the center upper goal, successfully able to possess both that one and the lower. Some more fighting down here at the bottom between 3142C and 8889V as a very nice D-score by 8889V occurs. Up at the top there, it's all blue all day. with 550X absolutely preventing 28625W from getting any kind of progress, just pushing and shoving them into that corner there. There's a red license plate on the field of 3124C, Cuties. A bit more fighting and shoving. Can 8889V get that wing into that long goal?
They're stuck on each other. There's a bolt receipt panel.
And it looks like these two robots might be entangled as 550X zooms along to potentially free their partner, and they do, allowing more freedom for that Blue Alliance. 8889V zooming around, trying to grab some blocks out of the match load, while 550X attempts to completely clear Red out of that long goal. Blue has possession on the top and the bottom. They have possession of all 4 goals, actually. Moving on to qualification number 125. Both teams ready? On the Red Alliance, we have 9447G and 44252S. And on the Blue Alliance, we have 95059D and 33011Z, where we have autonomous starting in 3, 2, 1. All 4 robots off to a quick start. The Wubba Duckies with their yellow robot, picking up some blocks to score in that long goal, but only able to score 1. In the back here, we have 9447G getting control of that control zone, while 44252S has several blocks. Red on the other side. Red gets win point and autonomous bonus as driver control starts in 3, 2, 1. And the robots off they go. 9447G trying to clear out the blue blocks from their match load and get completely filled up with red blocks. Very well done by them to time that perfectly. And Wubba Duckies, on the other hand, scoring several blue blocks. That top goal is absolutely filled to the brim with blocks on all sides. But 44252S cleverly descores a lot of the blue blocks from the side rather than with their wing. Wubba Duckies attempts to score, but it looks like 44252S has the edge there, able to maintain only red blocks in that top long goal. As the fight continues, 9447G at the bottom here, picking up a couple blocks as 33011Z attempts to fight back, but they aren't able to, losing all their blocks in the process. 9447G pushing in 2 blocks into that center control zone, completely untouched unless 33011Z decides to pick up some more blocks. At the top here, 44252S depositing a couple more blocks, shoved out of the way by the Wubba Ducky teams, preventing them from scoring as they continue to maintain possession of that long goal control zone. 44252S trying to grab a couple more blocks while they still can, and Wubba Duckies is leaving them alone with all the time in the world, but can they get the defense back in time? And they are not able to as wings collide in the middle. 33011Z is trying to score a couple blocks on their own, trying to regain possession of this bottom long goal control zone. And Wubba Duckies at the top with a huge clear, leaving only a singular blue block in the middle that will be almost untouched by the Red Alliance if they aren't able to get there in time with the clock winding down. Not much time left. Only 5 seconds on the clock. Let's see how this match changes as 33011Z attempts to get one last control bonus in the last second, but they aren't able to. Very fast back and forth match as we move on to our next one. On the Ryobi Field 3, we have qualification number 126. Are both teams ready? All right, we have autonomous starting in 3, 2, 1. 7009X and 20850W on the Red Alliance, and 6978R and 2115P on the Blue Alliance. A lot of autonomous coming out of both teams, with several blocks being scored everywhere. We might need to do a bit of scoring here. I don't think our refs can do the mental math this easily with this many blocks being scored. And both win points?
You guys score it. I've got blue. What do you have?
bit of debate here. Let's see who comes out on top with the autonomous bonus. This is going to be a ridiculously high scoring autonomous period and a very close bonus. Let's see what our refs have to say. I wonder who's going to come out top with this autonomous bonus. Probably going to be the game decider, as these four teams are all very skilled to get this many points in autonomous alone. I will say it was very impressive for both teams here to also pick up the autonomous win point. A huge boosting to all of their standings here. And we do have a top 10 team in 7009X on the Red Alliance. This will be huge in their rally for the 1 seed in order to get their best pick of alliance selection. Look how close this autonomous is, man. Isn't it beautiful?
Yeah, this is, wow. That's very close.
Red wins the autonomous bonus as they both get win points, and driver control starts in 3, 2, 1. And the teams are off. 697AR threatening to push them all out with a wing, but immediately get their get back. 7009X pushing all those blue blocks out of the way. But 678R is able to very quickly sweep some of those blue blocks in as they're going back and forth. And it looks like Red is winning the exchange on both sides. 2115P and 20850W are duking out at the top there as well. 3 blocks for Red, 2 blocks for Blue. Let's see who's able to get possession of that top long goal as they're just going back and forth, just with the wings, sweeping back and forth. And it looks like 7009X is able to get the advantage here at the bottom, sweeping out all the blue blocks, and now are able to play some great defense on 697AR. But they managed to get away, dropping an additional 2 blocks that is immediately swept out. At the top there, we have 20850W playing some great defense. They have complete possession of that control zone and are just bullying and pushing around 2115P, preventing them from doing any more scoring. 7009X looking to push around 697AR a bit and just prevent them from really getting anywhere and being productive. 2115P looking around, trying to score some of the blocks they have in their intake. Let's see if they're able to do that successfully. And they're attempting to score on this bottom long goal. Let's see if they can get the sweep off, but they're not able to get the sweep off thanks to 7009X's defense. And on the other side, 697AR is left alone, but they're not able to do much with the time as they can't get any blocks in that control zone. But they're trying to push out Red, but it looks like Red still has 1 block back in, and if they can get the control zone back, I think they'll have this match. Wow, what stellar driving out of the Red team in qualification number 126 as we move back over to Sage Automotive Interiors on field 1.
All right, qual 127 about to start here. We got 81208G, Leroy Galaxy, and 14338A featuring the amazing Abigail on the Blue Alliance. On Red, we've got 77079E, the robot, and 42625A, Iron Patriots Gogu. That's our Red Alliance here. Is everybody ready? Everybody ready? Yeah. Autonomous starts in 3, 2, 1, and go. Autonomous kicking off with only the Blue Alliance robots moving at the moment, and they're looking like they're moving in perfect unison. One going for the top, one going for the bottom of that middle goal. Autonomous is going to close with no one scoring in the top or the bottom long goals. Blue's going to win Autonomous. We start off driver control in 3, 2,
1, and go. Driver control kicks off. We do have all 4 robots moving. 42652A, Iron Patriots Grow Group going to start off by getting some match loads in. 81208G doing the same on their side of the field. Now that they've got that match loads in, the Red Alliance going to try to put them into that top long goal, and 81208G immediately using that wing to de-score. Their alliance partner, 14338A, doing a great job of precisely maneuvering 2 blocks into that control bonus zone. Looking around, looks like not a lot of scoring going on for that Red Alliance, so about a minute left for them to bring this back. Some chain coming off of a robot here. Make sure to pick that up after the match. 42652A of the Red Alliance. They've got like 4 blocks ready to score. They found a little gap that the Blue Alliance robot wants to make sure they can get rid of, and they go to the other side of the field to get rid of some red blocks. And I want to say that that Red Alliance spot does a great job with driving strategy, because now they've got control of the bottom control bonus. That Red Alliance 42652A robot has a wing out. This is back and forth between these guys, and it could be anybody's game. They've both got a lot of leverage that they can use to score for themselves. Right now, Iron Patriots Grogu is taking control of the bottom long goal. Looking up top, that's all blue. Looking at the middle, that's all blue as well, and blue does have a park. Red going for a park as the seconds wind down. That's going to be qual 127. All right, we got 128 ready to start here. Just waiting on robots to connect, and in that time, all right, everybody good? All right, autonomous in 3, 2, 1, and go. We got 6277B Frostbite from Katona, New York, with their alliance partner 3796E Caution Student Drivers. On the Blue Alliance, we got 7447X Exile and 2787V Wind Force. All right, our autonomous period runs out. Let's see what our refs are going to say about the score. Blue wins autonomous. We're going to start off driver control in 3, 2, 1, and go. The driver control period starts. 6277B. At the end of autonomous, they position their robot to immediately be able to match load him. Now, they're one of the only robots here with complete control of what they can do. They can load any of these goals up. They're going to elect to use their wing here in a second. I lied. They're going to turn around and start deploying into that bottom long goal. The top long goal is currently in 3796E's hands, and 7447X has done a good job of taking control of the middle. 2787V using some precise driving to try to de-score the red blocks, but 6277B just keeps shoving them in. 6277B not letting up. And now they've got about 5 blocks that they want to get into that middle. We got a wing almost getting stuck. That's the danger with these wing designs, is that a driving error can kind of end up with some entanglement with the field. Top of the field still is belonging to red, and it's 3796C playing a game of cat and mouse with 7447X. I don't know if any of y'all have siblings and y'all have chased each other around a table, but that's what I'm seeing out of 7447X and 3796E. On the bottom, 6277B and 2787V have not let go of this bottom control zone. 15 seconds left. Blue does have the advantage. 6227B can actually make this up, though, because they've got a lot of blocks to be able to push with. 2787V went to go for some match, so they had a gap left open, but red going to park instead, and 1 red, 1 blue control zone there. All right, 129. All right, qual 129, 16610V and 14241M on the Red Alliance, going up against 84260B and 63780B. Auton starts in 3, 2, 1, and go. The Red Alliance has, I think, one of the most interesting designs in this tournament, Vanadium, with that robot that's able to go underneath the long goals. Their teammate Altitude is going to be from Charlotte, North Carolina. On the Blue Alliance, we have Sour Punk from Arkansas, and Conductor, we have a problem from Georgia.
Red takes auto.
Red takes autonomous. Driver control starts in 3, 2, 1, and go. All right, driver control is now underway. We got a Red Alliance robot immediately backing up and getting match loads in. 84260B. I don't think they went for match loading necessarily, but they do have a couple of blocks for the Blue Alliance that are going to end up in that bottom long goal. The middle is currently in Red's hands, top and bottom. The top is currently in Blue's hands, but 14241M is trying to take the Red Alliance. Is trying to take the Red Alliance higher with the bottom control zone. 1610V playing a slower game here, trying to just shove the Blue Alliance robot around. Not focusing a lot on the scoring of the top control bonus. I think they're just trying to play defense on the middle and the bottom. Just make sure that the Red Alliance is able to maintain control where they have it. 84260B, a dump trucks or shopping cart style robot. Haven't seen them make use of it quite yet, but that's the danger of these guys, is that they can match load pretty rapidly and just hold it for the whole match, and when you don't see it coming, they can flip an entire goal for themselves. 30 seconds left in this one. Looks like the top long goal is still in Blue's hands, and the middle is going to Red, as well as the bottom. 16610V, man, that is a great design. Able to sneak underneath that long goal and play some defense. And I'm not gonna lie, if I was a driver for any of these teams, with every single robot having to play the cat and mouse game around the long goals, it would throw me off to have someone that can go underneath. And that, I mean, maybe just the element of surprise is gonna be a huge advantage. It may be a potential alliance partner pick for 16610V. And that's gonna conclude Ryobi Field number 3's match, and we're gonna move on to qual number 130.
We're on qualification number 130 over here on Sage Automotive Interiors on field number 1. We have 57711N Zip Ties and 550J Jetstream on the Red Alliance, and 65162B Icarus and 93400A Polynesian Legion on the Blue Alliance. See them get their robots ready for this autonomous period. Blue team is ready. Is Red team ready? They are ready. We have autonomous starting in. All right, now we have both teams ready as autonomous starts in 3, 2, 1. All these robots are off. 5771N picking up a couple of blocks to score in that center upper goal. Are they able to? They're able to drop off 2 as 550J does the same, but on the lower goal instead. 57711N with several blocks in their intake, unable to score at the last second. But Red did take the autonomous bonus as driver control starts in 3, 2, 1. 5711N trying to immediately deposit some of the blocks they've got stored off from autonomous, but there's a little bit of defense being played on them by the Zip Ties, by Icarus actually, sorry. 57711N carefully scooching in 4 blocks into that control zone, while 93400A attempts to get a control zone of their own, dropping off 4 blocks on that top long goal. They're going to continue trying to push a couple more in. It looks like they have almost 6, and they are able to get that many into their own long goal. But it's a bit difficult to get these blocks into the control zone without the possession of wings. 65162B and 57711A are in a bit of a tango here at the bottom here, but 57711N leaves them completely alone to score blocks of their own in that top control zone. Let's see if they're able to get it all the way through and kick out Polynesian Legion. 550J attempting to clear some of their blocks, but they're not able to due to 93400A sitting there, just simply just sitting there and protecting that goal. At the bottom here, Red still has possession of that control zone as 57711N attempts to clear out any progress 65162B made. Let's see if they're able to do it. but a bit of defense by 65162B prevents them. 934008 sits at the top of your screen, completely just holding on to that control, but it looks like a bit of a mishap by Zip Ties, and they're able to get free. 934008 not really moving out of the way, completely holding on to all those blocks they have in that long goal. And let's see if someone gets a park at the last second as well. And it looks like only blue is able to. Both teams ready? Moving on to qualification number 131. As both teams are ready. And we have Autonomous starting in 3, 2, 1. On the Red Alliance, we have 91231X Irving Ruiguin and 8889A 99% against the Blue Alliance, 6210 Meta Mafia and 3796F Pay Respects. Let's see how this Autonomous ends up. It looks like Red getting possibly the edge with that control zone. Blue takes the bonus?
Blue takes it, no win point, because that robot crossed.
Blue takes the Autonomous bonus with no win point due to crossing.
Wheel's over.
Some dispute by 8889A, as this is an issue earlier in the tournament. But we have driver control starting in 3, 2, 1. And they're off. 3796F with a great push, immediately taking over that long goal at the bottom. 91231X attempting to grab a couple of blocks from their match loader. But 3796F denies that sweep back as they're sitting there completely possessing that long goal. 8889A trying to get possession of the center lower goal, but they're only unable to, leaving a singular blue block there. They instead opt to go for the center top upper goal, and they are able to. Very great play by 6210M, clearing out all those blocks from 8889A, leaving nothing but blue in both of these long goals. Good back and forth here as 91231X attempts to clear out another blue block, and they are able to, but there's still a single blue block in the center of that long goal at the bottom. 8889A sneakily pushing into extra block to try and take that control bonus, but so does 6210M. Let's see who actually comes out on top with the bonus here. But 8889A dropping off several blocks. If they're able to clear away these blue blocks, they would get the bonus very easily. And they are able to, expertly shoving all of the blue blocks out of that top long goal. While at the bottom here, we have a bit of a fight between 91231X and 3796F. Right now, it looks like 3796F has possession of the control zone, but let's see if 91231X is able to respond, or they choose not to, simply from having more blocks. Bunch of contact between all these two teams as 6210M attempts to get some more blocks, but some great last-second driving by 8889A to get possession of that long goal control zone and park at the same time. Now we're moving on to our next match. Qualification 132 on the Ryobi Field 3. We have some great teams here. Let's see if everyone's ready to go. We have a top-ranked team here. 65162A is 8th place right now. Let's see if they're able to get a win point to continue boosting them up the rankings. Yeah. Once again, huge shout out to all our sponsors. Sage, Ryobi, JTech, huge thank you to all of y'all, and Michelin as well for giving us some money to run this event. All right, blue team getting set and ready. Autonomous starts in 3, 2, 1, and they're off. 2 blue robots here moving. Let's see what we got out of these teams. Autonomous is 65162A, scoring a couple on that center upper goal, as well as a couple on that long goal as well to go with it. 2882AA scoring some of their own. Let's see who takes that bonus. Blue takes the autonomous bonus as we have driver control starting in 3, 2, 1. And they're off to 88828A, moving those blocks expertly to the middle of the control zone. 65162A having possession of 3 blue blocks. Let's see what they're going to try to accomplish with this. And then instead they go to play a bit of defense against 4873S, trying to prevent them from taking any possession back of that long goal control zone. While all that's going on, the Surge team is able to take possession of the center upper goal, and they try to prevent 29019X from scoring blue blocks of their own. A little bit of pushing and shoving here. Let's see what this red team is able to do against 29019X. Very stoutly just standing there, preventing any sort of defense from occurring. 65162A at the top there, playing some great defense, stopping 4873S from getting any red possession there. And looks like a very interesting game. That beautiful driving by Surge here to get rid of those blue blocks, despite the fact that 29019X was sitting there trying to protect. A lot of close driving here. We have Surge at the bottom, maintaining possession of this control zone, while 65162A at the top is able to hold on to both that center upper goal and possibly that center lower goal as well. But wow, 29019X was able to clear out all of Surge's red blocks and get control zone possession. And it looks like blue all is everywhere I can see. Can they stop Surge from pushing in all of their red blocks to get the control zone bonus back? Some pushing and shoving as clock ticks down. It's just a matter of time. Can Surge and red team pull off the comeback with a miracle play by the blue team to get several control bonuses back at the last second as we move on to our next match?
All right, we've got qual number 133. Everybody's ready to go. And we're going to start off autonomous in 3, 2, 1, and go. On the Red Alliance, we got 8682A, Apollo, and 7447G, the Dysfunctional. On blue, we've got 21510W, Wistical Wizards, and 94478, Doofenshmirtz Evil Inc. As I look up from my phone as autonomous concludes here, it looks like a lot of red scoring, but
Red takes it, no win point.
red is going to win autonomous, but not get a win point here. Driver control starts in 3, 2, 1, and go. All right, we immediately have one team going into the match floaters and one for the Blue Alliance as well. It's interesting to see these strategy differences from teams. Some teams will immediately go and try to de-score. Other teams will go immediately back into the match loaders. Another thing to look out for this match is 7447G, as well as their alliance partner 8682A. I'm not 100% sure on this, but they might be the only 2 robots in this competition with wings on both sides. And that's going to give them a lot more options. And 8682A not only has wings on both sides, but is also able to travel underneath the goal. It's going to give them a lot more options on defense. And so I'm a huge fan of the 8682A design, and I want to see how they do in other matches as well. So right now, they're just kind of hovering underneath that bottom long goal. They know that they can move pretty freely here. 7447G going to make sure that the Blue Alliance isn't taking any control of the bottom long goal. We got a Blue Alliance robot going for match loads. And 8682A, they got a couple of these blocks in their goal and then their robot, and they're going to dump them all into that middle bottom goal, while their teammate 7447G taking advantage of that double wing design to play some pretty crafty defense on 21510W. As we enter the endgame phase, though, that top looks to be pretty firmly in Red's control as well as the middle. The 7447G of the Red Alliance is going to want to make sure that bottom goes their way as well.
Now 21510W, the Wistical Wizards have been pulling some magic against the 7447G, but they end up getting tricked out by 7447G's move at the end. With 1 second left, Red gets a last second park and control of all 3 goals. 134. All right. We're on JTech Field 2, qualification number 134. Everybody ready to go? Auton's gonna start in 3, 2, 1, and go. We're on JTech Field number 2 in the Michelin division. We got 79267S, the Grease Monkeys, going up against with their alliance partner 233828, the Fifth Dimension. They're going up against 79267B, the Metagators, and 12914XO Megabots.
Blue both.
Blue's gonna win autonomous and get the win point as we head into driver control in 3, 2, 1, and go. All right, we don't see anybody immediately go for these scores. We instead see 12914X go for the match loader, as well as the dump truck style robot of 23382A. Right now, Blue looks to have that bottom and the middle, but the top is pretty heavily contested, and 23382A is going to shift it towards the Red Alliance. Now, a minute 20, a lot of time left in this match. 23382A lines up and uses that shopping cart style robot to deploy at least 3 red blocks. They've got their wing out. Blue Alliance is ready to capitalize. They've got their wing out and they're going to counterplay immediately, but they're out chest matched by 23382A. A lot of physicality between these robots here, and right now it's looking like it's favoring Red. 12914X got a couple of blocks in their robot, but that's all of the blocks that the Blue Alliance has in their possession. 23382A does have that advantage by being able to immediately dump just so many blocks into any of these goals, and they're going to go ahead and show that off on the middle. 30 seconds left here. The top is going in Red's way. We do have a battery about to fall out for that 79267B robot. Hopefully it doesn't. Right now the Red Alliance is taking control of the top. I wanted to say the middle and maybe the bottom here as well. This game could come down to parking. 23382A wants to solidify their lead by using that wing to secure the control bonus. 4 seconds left. I don't know if they're going to get it. They were unable to do so. No teams end up parking in that one as we move on to qual number 135. All right, we're waiting on some radios to link before we start off qual number 135 on Ryobi Field 3. We're going to start this match off in 3, 2, 1, and go. On the Red Alliance, Saratoga High, Yabba Dabba Doo, and Invasion are facing off against the Blue Alliance Robotic Rebels and Hooligans. Autonomous draws to a close, 95071Y and 84260V. The Red Alliance take Autonomous and don't get a win point.
You needed 2 in here. You only have 1. 2 balls across 3 goals.
Red wins Autonomous, and we're going to start driver control in 3, 2, 1, and go. 3796H and 29485B of the Blue Alliance are going to work hard to overcome the autonomous bonus deficit. 3796H immediately backing into a match loader. They've got a lot of blue blocks in their possession. Looks like a lot of them fell out on the way, but as of right now, 29485B, their alliance partner, is going to try to line up with that bottom long goal, get at least 1 blue block in there to enable them to de-score the Red advantage in the control bonus zone. 3796H, we hear some gears grinding, but it's working really well for them as they're going to try to use their wing now to take advantage of the blue control zone. I think the Red Alliance robot accidentally did it for them, and they're going to undo it just as quickly. 95071Y, they're showing some elite control of their robot, easily able to bounce in and out of that long goal in the bottom. And that driving ability from both Red Alliance robots has given them really solid control of all 3 goals in this field. We've got about 35 seconds left in this match. 29485B deploys a blue block, whips that robot around and tries to negate the red block advantage, but they're unable to do so. And 95071Y, recognizing the threat, meets them in the bottom, gets a lot of red blocks deployed, uses that wing to push them in and secure that control bonus for themselves. Now, as time sets to expire in 15 seconds, red has control of the top, the bottom, and the middle here. Blue's going to have a lot of work left here in 10 seconds. Time counts down, 3796H as the Blue Alliance goes for a park. We have 1 Blue Alliance robot parked and 1 Red Alliance robot attempting to park but not able to do so. That's going to conclude qualification number 135.
We're moving on to qualification number 136 here on the Sage Automotive Interiors field. Safety glasses on, folks, as we're ready to get started with Autonomous in 3, 2, 1. On the Red Alliance, we have 65162C Antares against 61568A Genesis. And the Blue Alliance, we have 3004A QWERTY and 9447V Sunny Side Up. Let's see how this match plays out. I've been a huge fan of 61568A's robot so far. I'm excited to see how much further they go in this tournament. Red wins the autonomous bonus and the win point. Driver control starts in 3, 2, 1. And they're off. Red picking up an early lead as 65162C attempts to maintain control of that control bonus. It's some great driving there to maintain there. We see 65168A have half blue and half red blocks in their intake, which is a very interesting problem they have to solve because whenever they deposit all of them all at basically the same time. Let's see, 65162C at the bottom here, defending against 3004A, preventing any real scoring from going on. And there's a tip robot in the top left corner of 9447V. Very smooth 1v1, 1v2 going on here by the Red Alliance and Team 3004A, wondering if they're going to be able to attempt to right their teammate or instead attempt to just simply play out the 1v2 and see if they can beat both of these great robots at the same time. 3004A is attempting to score, very well maneuvering around these robots in order to score a couple blocks in that center upper goal. Let's see what more they can do and if they're able to keep up the constant pushing and shoving of both opposing red robots. Not much time left on the clock. 3004A needs to have a bit of a miracle in order to come back here in this 1v2. As everywhere they go, they're just getting absolutely shoved, preventing any sort of real scoring from going on. But 3004A does manage to get a couple of blocks in that long goal at the top there, but it's immediately denied by one of the red robots. Not much time left as a red team attempts to park. And can they get it with the last couple of seconds? They're not able to. We're moving on to the next qualification. Qualification number 137 on JTech Field 2. As both teams get ready, and we have Autonomous starting in 3, 2, 1. On the Red Alliance, we have 1010-2A Vinsanity and 49631C All Natural against the Blue Alliance, 79267W Darth Gator and 84260K Cobra. It's looking like mostly red ruling this autonomous period, but they do have that control bonus. I wonder if that's going to push them over the edge. Let's see who takes home this autonomous bonus. All right. Red takes the autonomous bonus with no win point, as we have driver control starting in 3, 2, 1. And these robots are off. I'd like to quickly apologize for my mispronunciation of 91231X's name earlier. I saw someone complaining about that in the live stream chat. Very, very sorry to disappoint you. I'll get it figured out at some point. We're all just trying our best here. 79267W attempting to stop 10102A from scoring any more red blocks, and they are able to, but 10102A accidentally pushes in mostly blue into that center goal. Up at the top there, we have 84260K Cobra playing some great defense against 49631C All Natural, preventing them from really getting anywhere and completely holding on to that blue control zone. 79267W looking to extend this lead by scoring in that center lower goal. Let's see what red does to respond. 10102A possessing a couple of blocks, and they were also able to get access to that top long goal control zone. Blue's got a bit of a wobbly battery. It's a bit dangerous, but if that's like how they like to live, we'll see the result of that later. A bit of screeching between these robots. Never want to hear it, but some very aggressive play. 84260K. It looks like they're drifting a little bit. I'm not sure why. 79267W trying to score a couple more blocks and regain possession of that long goal up there. But 49631C wants to stop them, but they're unable to as they get the control bonus and also clear out any red blocks in that goal as they both attempt to bark. And that was match number 137 as we move on. We're now on qualification number 138 on the Ryobi Field 3, with the Red Alliance being 9623F and 18799M, and the Blue Alliance being 88909X and 3239V. All right, we have Autonomous starting in 3, 2, 1. These robots are off. 3239V trying to score a couple of blocks of their own, but it looks like their intake jammed at the last second, causing them to be unable to score on that long goal. But 88909X is able to score a couple on their own.
Red takes Autonomous. Blue knocked a block out of
All right. Blue knocked a block out of their match loader, causing Red to take Autonomous as driver control starts in 3, 2, 1, and they're off. 3239W doing a bit of, V doing a bit of pushing and shoving against that red robot at the top there. 88909X picking up a couple blocks, trying to score on one of these center goals, but they're quickly shoved out of the way by 9623F, playing some defensive driving here. Lots of shoving here. 9623F constantly trying to chase down this blue robot, but they're able to get away and score 4 blocks. Are they able to also push them in with their wing? Yes, they are, having several blocks now, both long goals in the for blue control zone.
Do not unplug.
I think we have a disconnected robot, red robot at the top there, and it's just 9623F left all alone to play the 1v2. Are they able to outdrive both 3239V and 88909X? With the advantage here, 3239V or 88909X is able to completely load up that long goal without much interference, as 3239V attempts to score a couple more blocks on that lower goal, but they're pushed out of the way quickly by 9623F. 9623F constantly just running around the field, trying to defend both teams at once, but it's a very difficult task when they're able to switch back and forth on you. Not much change of scoring going on, but a quick score of several red blocks by 88909X for some reason, possibly to boost their strength points. 3239V picking up a couple more blue blocks. So you can see they're depositing them in this long goal, along with carefully dropping out a red block as well. And a huge D-score by 88909X of their own blocks. As we move on to our next qualification match over on Sage Automotive Interiors Field 1.
Qual 139 is about to start. Let's see. Let me see if I can use a phone. Yes. 9447G Exploding Kittens is teamed up with 2787V Windforce. Auton starts in 3, 2, 1.
All right, we've got 37960 Dynaco and A4260B Sour Punk on the Red Alliance. All right, Auton ends here. Let's see who's going to come out on top.
Okay,
Red gets the autonomous bonus, but does not get a win point. We're going to start off driver control here in 3, 2, 1, and go. All right, this is qual 139. Let me see who we've got playing here. 9447G Exploding Kittens. They're currently ranked 12 and have a skills rank of number 5. Their teammate 2787V Windforce, currently ranked number 4 and is undefeated in quals as of right now. So they're going to look to extend that streak. Each team is playing 9 quals, and currently Windforce is 7-0. Windforce is on the Blue Alliance 2787V, and as of right now, it does not look like this game is entirely in their favor as they completely descore the entirety of the top goal, but the middle and bottom is going for the Blue Alliance. 58 seconds left. Is 3796D going to try to ruin that streak for the Blue Alliance? They get a few blocks loaded up, and they take the control zone for the Red Alliance, but 2787B immediately responds. On the bottom, you got 84260B of the Red Alliance not allowing 9447G to do anything, but 9447G pushing them right back in the area, just agreeing to have a stalemate here on the bottom. 2787V at the top. They see that Red has some control. They're going to deploy their blocks into the long goal, flip over, use that wing, and take the control for their Blue Alliance. 18 seconds left. You can kind of see why 2787V is undefeated as of right now. This is a robot that's able to adapt very well. And they've adapted to the pressure from 37960 and taken complete control of that top long goal. You look at that 2787V robot, doesn't look like anything particularly special, but something about it is a winning formula. All right, 140. Qual 140, that's so many quals. All right, 9447W and 33011Z make up our Red Alliance. That's gonna be Stark Industries and Critical Air Buffer Overflow. The Blue Alliance has 20850W Accelerated Dragon from Rockville, Maryland, and 3796G Goated from Greenville. Just waiting on a controller to connect here before we start off qual number 140.
All right, Blue, good?
Both sides good. Auton starts in 3, 2, 1, and go. All 4 robots are moving here as an autonomous. I love to see that. We got the Blue Alliance starting off scoring on that top long goal, scoring some blue blocks. Red responds with the top and bottom. 3796G on the Blue Alliance scoring 2 into the bottom, and the Blue Alliance robot of 20850W gets 3 into the middle. A lot of scoring in autonomous here, so interested to see if any win points are handed out or who's ending up with that autonomous bonus. The results of qual 139, 9447G and 2787V take the win there 76-19. So 2787V is going to extend their unbeaten streak. No win point here, but Red does take autonomous. Driver control starts in 3, 2, 1, and go. Red's going to have a slight advantage heading into the driver control period. They do also have that top long goal that they've taken for themselves. The bottom is pretty contested, but it might be in Red's favor here. 1:30 left. Not a whole lot on this bottom, but then 20850W Accelerated Dragon looking to change that. Now we've got all 4 robots on the bottom here, but 3796G sticking around, making sure that control is maintained for their side. 3796G D-scores a few, and 9447W is not able to respond. Other side of the field, we got their teammate 20850W Accelerated Dragon. they're trying the best to maintain control of the top control zone for the Blue Alliance. Right now it is a blue dominated game, but 3796G wants to make sure that stays that way. 9447W, they got a couple of match loads into their bot and they're able to deploy them onto that long goal. 3796G, I know that they don't want this to go in favor of the Blue Alliance, or in favor of the Red Alliance, so what are they going to do here? They've got that wing deployed. It's clear they're lining up the D-score. 9447W attempts to line up their robot to prevent that, and they do a pretty good job. And that bottom long goal is going towards red. 25 seconds left. This match is almost drawing to a close, but 9447W is going to try to maintain control for as long as possible in the bottom. The top is in blue's favor, and so is the middle, though. 13 seconds left. Red needs to make sure they don't let go of a single control zone and hit a park. 3796G get in the park off, while 9447W gets a few more blocks, and their alliance partner attempts to park. All right, that's going to conclude the JTech Field 2 match. Moving on to Qual 141 on Ryobi Field 3. We've got 65162A and 6978R on the Red Alliance going up against 21510R and 57711N. Everybody's ready to go. Auton starts in 3, 2, 1, and go. Auton kicks off with all 4 robots with a roaring start. 21510R on the Blue Alliance, scoring a ton into the bottom blue goal. But the Red Alliance taking control of the top and the middle. Now we see this a few times from teams where they'll wait to the last second to get a push off, and 21510R was expecting that, positioned the robot to not allow the Red Alliance to take the control zone. It's a lot of blocks though for this Blue Alliance, for this Red Alliance, so I'm interested to see if they're going to get a win point out of this.
Red gets win point and bonus.
Red's going to take the autonomous win point and an autonomous bonus. Driver control will start in 3, 2, 1, and go. Driver control is underway. No one looks to be moving on this bottom control zone, but at the top we've got, someone tried to back off, but they were right back there. So 21510R, it's clear their strategy is to maintain control for the Blue Alliance. The Red Alliance perfectly reads that, takes advantage of their mechanism, and goes for an alternative strategy to attempt to de-score, but it may have given 21510R a better position. Looking at the top, that is 3 red blocks for the Red Alliance. 21510R, that's a speedy bot. They're going to move around, prevent 65162A of the Red Alliance from doing anything. They're trying to get some match loads down. 65162A runs away from the pressure, but that Blue Alliance robot right on their tail. 6978R of Roger 67 of the Red Alliance taking control of the middle here with a bunch of red blocks deployed. A lot of back and forth, a lot of just collection here. We got some chains falling off from a robot. At the top, 65162A sparring with 57711N. 65162A, I think, ends up on top here, maintaining control for the Red Alliance. But 57711N zip ties, they've got a lot of match loads that they're going to be able to deploy here in a sec. 20 seconds left, parking is protected. Red Alliance taking control of the bottom, and previously 21510R Graveyard Shift, they were doing a great job of protecting that bottom goal for themselves, but as we have about 5 seconds left in this one, they aren't able to maintain that lead. 65162 beelines and gets that park at the very last second. And we have a robot moving. All right, next call.
We're now on qualification number 142, our second to last over here on the stage, Automotive Interiors Field 1. Let's go ahead and pull this match up. All right. Let's let these teams get connected. All teams are ready to go as Autonomous starts in 3, 2, 1. On the Red Alliance, we have 3142C Cuties and 9421W Wicked Smat. Against the Blue Alliance, 550J Jetstream and 13722A Greenhouse. Let's see who's coming out top for this autonomous period. And it looks like a very close one, actually. A lot of blocks scored for both teams. Blue? Let's see who takes. Red takes the autonomous bonus as driver control starts in 3, 2, 1. And they're off. 3142C quickly picking up several match loads as they get ready to continue to fill up and add on to the 4 blocks they scored during the autonomous period. Actually, they choose not to and instead to just move those blocks to the center. 9-4-4-2-1-W wicked smat at the top there, trying to fight against 13722A for possession of that control zone. Let's see who comes out victorious, and it looks like it's going to be the blue team rapidly pushing out a lot of those red blocks as 9-4-2-1-W needs to recover and pick up the one that spilled out. Here at the bottom though, 550J getting pushed around, struggling to get into that scoring position for the long goal as 3142C pushes them out of the way over and over. Can 550J get their wing in there to de-score? And it doesn't look like they're able to as 3142C sits there patiently and are forced out of the goal. Up at the top here, we see 9421W trying to fight against 13722A Greenhouse, and it looks like Greenhouse is able to take a very commanding lead here with 3 blocks to their Reds 1. Couple of blocks in the middle too, and even 3 and 3 and a 1 and 1 in the center, upper and lower goals, as the red team fixes that by actually not really changing much as there's still only 3 in each. 13722A scoring a couple of blue blocks down to this bottom goal, immediately de-scoring several red blocks at the same time, with as blue continues to try and take this game away in the last couple of seconds. Not much time left. Parking is viable to get the 10 extra points. Will teams be parking or just shoving it out in the center of the match? And it looks like neither team in parks, and it's all just coming down to the blocks.
All right, we're getting ready to run a very important match, and I'm glad you're all here to see it. This is match 143. This is going to be one of our last matches for the day, but it's a little more than that. You see, this is officially the last match of 2025. So can we get excited about this final match? All right, Red Alliance, are we ready? Blue Alliance, are we ready? Okay, I'm going to hand this over to our referees. They're ready to get this match started. All right, match 143 is going to start in 3, 2, 1, and this is it, folks. They're about to finish off the year with the most exciting match you have ever seen in Vex Robotics. We have already got the Red Alliance scoring all their balls into our goals. They're going to try to get that autonomous win point bonus. We have the goals filled, and it looks like we pulled it up. We'll let our referees decide in a moment. All right, the Red Alliance has successfully got that win point, the autonomous win point bonus. Are we ready for our driver? And we're going to start in 3, 2, 1, and we're going. Our competitors have been going since 2 o'clock today. They're ready to see the night end to give them a chance to recuperate, but not to be daunted. They are definitely ready to push to the very end of the night. Our Red Alliance trying to contain those goals and make sure they hold on to them. Blue Alliance really wants to see this turn their way as they're trying to move and get an advantage to be able to get those wings in and score. Red Alliance has defended pretty well so far. They've managed to control the 3 of the goals. We have the far and near long goals are under control, as well as the middle goal. Blue Alliance trying to get those scores in. We've got 1 ball. We're going to try to get that wing in there to push it, but the Red Alliance has successfully held them off. We do have a Red Alliance over here going to get their match loads. That way it gives them the opportunity to continue to score and maintain control of the goal. But we have 44252C Cobalt managed to clear that goal. It's now a tie on the control zone, but still more red balls. We have our Red Alliance continuing to maintain control of our center goal as well as the near goal here. The Blue Alliance trying to get more points in and defending. We do have a brief pin call, but it looks like they've backed off. Several balls coming out of there as our Team 2901X, making sure they don't give too many opportunities for the Blue Alliance to score, but we've got more going in that long goal. And the Blue with a big D score. Red coming back to try to push them back in. They're fighting over that goal. It looks like one of our Blue Alliances got stuck for a moment. The Red Alliance doing a little bit of good natured help and knocking them back down so they can get back in this match. Red Alliance fighting here. Looks like they're over to the same position, trying to find the perfect way to push. Our referee making sure they do not over goaltend there to make sure they're well in compliance with our rules. Red and blue pushing against each other to try to figure this out, but the red getting a nice solid control zone on that long goal. A lot of our teams will do this and actually move their own blocks to make sure it's harder for the Alliance, the opponent to score. Looks like we finished our final match. We have ended 2025.
We give a little huge shout out to Mr. Bennett for being our MC for one last match, and a quick apology to everyone because it's only going to go downhill from here. That was some beautiful MCing by Mr. Bennett. What are your thoughts on that?
Good night, everybody. Thank you for being here all day. Oh, yeah, we're celebrating New Year's in 30 minutes. I forgot. I thought Vex ends and the year ends, but.
That's not the case, but.
Yeah, y'all should stick around as we celebrate New Year's here in 32 minutes. Yeah, we got the countdown here, so.
Next time, I'm letting you fall.
I can make it. You can count the pixels. It's beautiful. It's a pixely ass screen. Pretty big pixels. Actually, those are.
I know. Yeah. I thought it was like.
Okay, when you zoom out, everything is the same. Wait, this is definitely AI generated. You see the letters? One is going out the bottom, one is going out the top. And then one's going out the letters. It's like AI.
Again, what do you mean?
So like one.
Right, because it's a countdown.
Okay, but like.
No, it's all about perspective. This one is already holding down earlier. This one's beginning.
I don't know. It just looks like suspiciously drawn. Something tells me this is Gemini.
Geoman, we got some inspiration from me.
Yeah.
Actually looks better.
That's kind of beautiful. Is this technology at work?
Yes.
You know, I need some like beverage. How am I supposed to like celebrate the new year without beverage? It's not necessarily the beverage I was thinking of, but
You never specified.
I think it's the beverage that'll have to do.
All right, we're about to start our New Year's video. If you could go ahead and start making your way to our stands, we should have this ready to go in just a moment. We are about to count down to 2026. Right, all your data's pulled, you're all ready to go? Yes, it's definitely a DJI. Yeah. I'm waiting for him to crash that into the crowd.
Are you realizing the time's not aligning?
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year, everyone. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow at 10 o'clock. Oh, give me audio one more time. If you do want to see a breakdown of all of our teams, if you take a picture of that QR code, we have a lot more that we can show that we just couldn't put in a short video. So make sure you get a screenshot of that and learn more about how your team did in 2025.